Chapter 101, Wager. After seeing Zayn, the Ancient One didn't hesitate and directly handed over Constantine's soul to him. Thanks. Zayn accepted Constantine's soul with a smile on his face and then threw it into the Death Kingdom. If Constantine were conscious, he would surely protest. Being tossed around like goods, anyone would resist. The Ancient One also faintly noticed Zayn's difference. His standard sunny smile now had a hint of devilry under the influence of the Death God's power, changing his whole demeanor and adding an indescribable charm. Specifically, Zayn seemed more casual, natural, and handsome. Yes, more handsome. That's the point. Remember to draw that, it might be on the test. Mr. Zayn, you are quite a surprise. The Ancient One looked meaningfully at Zayn. I don't understand what you're saying, sorcerer. Zayn shook his head, pretending to be ignorant, but the smirk at the corner of his mouth exposed his wicked humor. The Ancient One didn't press further. She didn't want to push Zayn into an opposing camp. Over the years, she had observed Zayn. Though he wasn't exactly a good person, he wasn't a world-destroying demon either. So her attitude towards him remained the same, no interference, no persuasion, letting Zayn develop on his own. Mr. Zayn, I hope you still have love for this world, the Ancient One said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zayn dropped his playful attitude. In his mind, images of Lorna, Busties, and Little Bone involuntarily surfaced. At the same time, a genuine warm smile appeared on his face. Of course. But at that moment, another image flashed in Zayn's mind, a middle-aged man sneering at him. That man was Tony Stark. Wait, who is Tony? Zayn's smile vanished instantly, replaced by disgust as if he had seen something repulsive. Unaware of Zayn's change of heart, the Ancient One, satisfied with Zayn's affirmative response, completely relaxed. If there were people worth cherishing in this world, Zayn wouldn't fall into the abyss completely. Zayn was different from God, Jehovah, and Satan. Jehovah was ambitious, seeking to rule the world by any means after becoming a god. Even after being driven out of this world by the Ancient One, he had no attachment to humanity. Satan, on the other hand, was created by God and naturally cold-blooded. So the Ancient One expelled them from Earth not because of their overwhelming power, but because of their lack of benevolence towards humanity. While Zayn and the Ancient One were discussing some profound topics, Satan descended once again. Still wearing his pristine white suit, but his face now clouded with a darkness ready to pour down like rainwater. Through the contract in hell, Satan had learned that Zayn was still alive, so it was only natural that he lost in the last projection, which was obliterated by the supernuclear bomb. Now he was here to redeem the bet, and Zayn's reason for waiting here was just that. Otherwise, he would have teleported home long ago. Who wants to chat with the Ancient One? Don't they know how tiresome it is to talk to a person like her? And the Ancient One always spoke in riddles, making Zayn feel like he's lost countless brain cells. Clearly not understanding anything, he still had to pretend to understand. Just because one can't lower their image. You can lose your head, you can bleed, but you can't lose your image. In simple terms, not understanding but still insisting. Seeing that Satan had finally arrived, Zayn breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Satan, on the other hand, handed Zayn a crystal ball with a gloomy face. Zayn took a look. Inside the transparent crystal ball, countless souls were wailing. Thanks, Lucifer. Next time you come to the mortal realm, I'll treat you. Zayn grinned. Satan squinted and noticed Zayn's difference. You've awakened divine power? Satan asked uncertainly. Yeah, thanks for your help. Next time you come to the mortal realm, my treat. Suddenly, Satan's face turned even uglier. This time, Satan could be said to have lost both his wife and soldiers. Almost all the benefits went to Zayn, and he even lost 100 million souls. He never expected Zayn to awaken divine power in the end. For the first time in thousands of years, Satan felt as aggrieved as he did today. I'll remember you. Souls in hell aren't easy to get. Satan gritted his teeth. After saying that, he left the mortal realm and returned to hell, not giving Zayn a chance to continue mocking him. Zayn sighed and shook his head in disappointment. After thousands of years, why are they still so petty? Seeing Zayn was no longer there, the Ancient One, with a face full of black lines, said nothing and directly opened the portal to return to Camartage, fearing that Zayn might further provoke her. These old monsters have no sense of humor at all. Seeing that there was no one around, Zayn shrugged indifferently and teleported back to his villa. Back home, Zayn greeted Lorna and the others and then walked into the study, tossing the crystal ball containing 100 million souls into Realm of Dead. Originally, Zayn was just trying it out, but he didn't expect the crystal ball to actually go in. After all, the Realm of Dead couldn't contain objects. Without thinking too much, Zayn directly probed his consciousness into the Realm of Dead, and then commanded a lizardman undead to shatter the crystal ball. In the next moment, countless souls gushed out of it, like locusts crossing, endless. Then the rules of the Realm of Dead seemed to detect these invaders and directly connected to the magic furnace. With infinite energy support, a mysterious pressure was generated, suppressing the 100 million ownerless souls in place. At this moment, Zayn finally saw the appearance of these souls. It could be said that they embodied the words old, weak, sick, and disabled to the fullest. Some had even been tortured by Hell's minions for countless years and were almost on the verge of falling apart. It was remarkable that Satan could scavenge so many premium beings in Hell. Zayn disdainfully glanced and clicked his tongue, secretly thinking that Satan was almost as petty as God. Immediately afterward, the suppressed souls began to show expressions of surprise, and some even began to kneel and worship. Not because of anything else, but because they knew they were about to dissipate. For those who had been tortured by Hell for countless years, death wasn't punishment, it was a gift. Seeing this scene, Zayn was shocked. He had thought these souls would wail, be angry, despair, or pray, but he never expected them to be grateful. Zayn even felt like he had gained hundreds of thousands of followers from these 100 million souls. Is death liberation? Does death give meaning to life? I understand. Zayn, sitting in the study in the real world, muttered to himself. At the same time, the death god's power in the lake of faith in his soul suddenly seemed to be stimulated, starting to devour the power of faith madly. The conversion efficiency increased tenfold in an instant. Chapter 102, Transformation. Zayn, touched by these enlightening souls, naturally reciprocated with them. Within the realm of dead, Zayn's consciousness connected with the clouds in the sky, forming a large face with mist, while halting the next move in the realm of dead. I believe you all understand, you're all about to completely dissipate. Now, I'll give you a choice. Those of you who want to continue existing, take one step forward. After a while, not a single soul took a step forward. Zayn sighed, he could sense their resolve to die. Since that was the case, Zayn decided to grant them their wish. But just as Zayn was about to let the realm of dead continue its usual course of action, a nearly translucent soul, on the verge of dispersal, suddenly grabbed the hand of a child's soul next to it and pushed them out into the open space. Upon seeing this action, the surrounding souls, one by one, threw the souls of the children around them out as well. Zayn watched quietly from the air, neither stopping nor assisting their actions. Once all the child souls had separated from their groups, the broken adult souls spontaneously knelt down, deeply bowing their heads to the ground of the realm of dead. Someone broke the silence. Thank you. What began with sporadic voices gradually turned into a unified chorus, with all remaining souls shouting out these two words. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was both shocking and poignant, yet joyful. Zayn watched them silently, saying nothing, but the death god's power within his soul kept boiling. I've received your will. You will find rebirth in these children. Farewell. Thank you. The voices in the realm of dead were clamorous. It wasn't clear if it was the souls thanking each other for their sacrifice or if it was Zayn thanking them. In the next moment, Zayn released the instinctive restraint on the realm of dead. Instantly, the countless souls that were still kneeling and thanking Zayn were crushed into pieces by an unknown force, and the fragments of countless souls turned into a soul storm, then differentiated into beams of light entering the souls of those 10 million children. Strengthening their souls, cleansing their memories, making them forget the endless torment of hell. After the soul storm dissipated, the 10 million children all revealed pure smiles, offering prayers to Zayn's statue without any hint of selfishness. Through the connection of faith, Zayn received their prayers. Rest in peace, strangers. Perhaps it was the remnants of those deceased souls, or perhaps it was the effect of the children's prayers, but countless green glows emerged from the soul storm after its dispersal, rushing into the sky, decorating the grayish sky of the realm of dead. In that instant, the entire realm of dead seemed dreamlike and surreal, and countless spirits looked up at the sky in awe. The scene was truly beautiful. With the addition of 10 million believers, the lake of faith within Zayn's soul suddenly expanded into an endless ocean. The surging power of faith continuously cleansed Zayn's soul and body. Every pore on Zayn's body emitted a dazzling golden light, making him look like a little sun. Half an hour later, Zayn gradually adapted to the sudden increase in power and stood up, stretching lazily. The bones all over his body made crackling sounds. Feels good. Zayn exclaimed. However, this newly added power of faith did not fundamentally enhance Zayn's strength. For the ignition of the divine fire and successful godhood, this power of faith was still far from enough. Additionally, Zayn's newly awakened death god's power would not accelerate its conversion efficiency with the increase in the power of faith. However, this did increase Zayn's reserves. What were Satan and God comparing anyway? It all boiled down to who had more followers and whose divine power was more adept at manipulation. Next, Zayn once again delved his consciousness into the realm of dead, because there was a special soul waiting for his conversion. If Satan valued him so much, Zayn was curious about what was special about Constantine's soul. Zayn released Constantine, allowing the rules of the realm of dead to imprint on his soul. However, at this moment, something miraculous happened. Firstly, Constantine did not become mentally disabled with an intelligence of a 5-year-old under the influence of the realm of dead. His soul was not torn apart but cleanly converted into one of Zayn's believers. Then, a small stream composed of the power of faith from over 12 million souls praying in the realm of dead gathered around Constantine, forming a golden egg. Out of curiosity, Zayn also separated his power of faith and poured it into the egg, wanting to see what changes would occur to Constantine. Zayn wasn't worried that Constantine would betray him now. The imprint of the realm of dead couldn't be erased unless his soul dispersed. In other words, from the moment Constantine entered the realm of dead, he was destined to serve Zayn for eternity. With the infusion of countless powers of faith, cracks gradually appeared on the egg until, when half of Zayn's power of faith had been consumed, with a resounding crack that echoed throughout the realm of dead, Constantine hatched, or rather, Constantine finally completed his metamorphosis. At first glance, there seemed to be no change at all, except that his complexion had changed from pale to a healthy rosy hue. But Zayn felt that Constantine had undergone a transformation. He had transformed from a human into a deity. A deity. Zayn's mind subconsciously floated these two words. I hit the jackpot. I didn't expect Constantine to have such potential. No wonder Satan would sacrifice 100 million souls for him. A smile of excitement appeared on Zayn's face. He summoned the newly reborn Constantine to the real world. The scene changed, and the somewhat confused Constantine, upon seeing Zayn, instinctively wanted to kneel down, but was stopped by Zayn. Get up. I told you, I don't go for that Jehovah stuff. After listening, Constantine smiled awkwardly and straightened his knees, which were already bent halfway. How should I address you now? Lord. God. Or Master? Constantine bowed his head humbly. Just call me boss. It's the 21st century, where did all those old rules come from? Relax a bit. You should know you're my first deity. Zayn said casually. All right, boss. Constantine's face lit up with a brilliant smile. This time, he guessed right. Not only did he regain a new life and escape his miserable fate, but he also became an immortal deity who would always be subordinate to Zayn. Although he felt a little tied down, he was exceptionally satisfied. Most importantly, his current boss really suited his temperament. This sudden transformation in life even made Constantine feel that all the miseries of his first 30 years were just preparations for this moment. How do you feel now? Zayn asked. Chapter 103, Two Villains. Feels amazing, couldn't be better. I feel like I could punch through the earth with one fist. Constantine exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist. It's just an illusion. Zayn rolled his eyes and mercilessly shattered Constantine's fantasy. Boss, can't you let me enjoy the moment first? Constantine complained resentfully. No, get lost. What kind of manly man acts all coquettish? Zayn scornfully kicked Constantine. Constantine didn't dodge, instead, he accepted the kick with a silly smile on his face. Look, it's so much better now. You're comfortable, and I'm comfortable. Just don't go doing that god stuff afterward. Okay, boss. Constantine nodded in agreement. He felt fortunate to have such a casual boss. Fate was truly miraculous. Just the day before, he feared his boss might kill him in a fit of anger, but now they were joking together. So, boss, what do you need me to do next? Constantine asked seriously. As his subordinate, it was his duty to share his boss's burdens. Zayn rubbed his chin, suddenly realizing that his newly acquired deity didn't seem to have much to do. There's nothing for now. Do whatever you want. Stick to your old routine, it's fine. If I need you, I'll find you. Listen, I've got your back from now on. If anyone messes with you, I'll take care of it. And if anything happens, I'll take the blame. Zayn said with a smirk, sounding like a mob boss. But Constantine couldn't take it all in. As a subordinate, his most important duty was not to cause trouble for his boss. He had that much self-awareness. Thank you, boss. Okay, go on. Zayn waved his hand, indicating that Constantine could leave. But Constantine didn't leave. Instead, he walked solemnly up to Zayn and knelt down on one knee. I, John Constantine, pledge myself to you today. This time, Zayn didn't stop him. Instead, he imbued a trace of death god's power into Constantine's forehead, leaving behind a totem, a black dragon. It was the totem of the death and represented Zayn's complete acceptance of Constantine as his deity. I, Zayn the death god, accept your loyalty. After Zayn finished speaking, Constantine stood up, but he was no longer as stiff as before. Okay, boss, I'll take my leave now. Constantine said and tried to push open the door of the study. He couldn't wait to show off to his friends that he had become a god now. What's the difference between wealth and the ability to roam the night in fancy clothes? But Zayn stopped him. You, leave from here. Zayn pointed to the window of the study. The study was on the third floor of the villa, about 10 meters above the ground. Joke aside, Lorna was in the living room outside. What if something indecent happened? Zayn didn't want Constantine, his temperamental deity, to be killed by him again. After Constantine obediently turned into a golden stream of light and left through the window of the study, Zayn took one last look at the 10 million children spirits in the realm of death, and the green glow decorating the night sky. A genuine smile appeared on his face. There was no pain, hunger, loneliness, or intrigue in the realm of death. For them, this place might be happier than heaven itself. Zayn, did something good happen? You seem so happy. Lorna asked when she saw Zayn smile. Just saw a beautiful sight. Zayn replied. Where? I want to see too. Lorna's eyes lit up with excitement. Well, that place is only accessible to the dead and me. You can't see it. Zayn said awkwardly. Lorna nodded slightly disappointedly, but she quickly forgot about it and picked up her game controller to play video games on the sofa in the living room. This time, she was playing with Little Bone. As for Busties, Lorna abandoned her because she thought her playing with her claws was too bad. For some reason, Lorna had become a teenage internet addict during this time. Girl, is your university project going okay? I saw you working hard on it before, but now you seem so free. Zayn asked in confusion. The theoretical stage of that project is all done now. We're just 1 week away from the experiment. My advisor is currently applying for funding from the university, so I have some free time. As Zayn and Lorna chatted, the villa's smart butler, Polaris, sent a message. Sir, Mr. Tony Stark, noted as Tony Big Shit, is calling. Shall I connect the call? Go ahead. Zayn nodded casually. He was curious about why Tony was calling him now. According to the timeline, by now, Tony had built his Iron Man armor, and the big villain Stain had been taken care of by Tony. What else could Tony want? It couldn't be to show off his new toy he'd just made, right? Hey, dwarf, what's up? It's rare for you to call me. Just so you know, don't even think about the shares I have in my hands. Zayn lay on Lorna's white thigh in a comfortable position, with a wicked smile on his face. But Tony Stark on the other end of the phone was not as leisurely as Zayn. At this moment, his home had already been bombed, and the intruder was none other than Stain, who had recently gone to the Hydra's Russian branch. Stain also brought a helper, Ivan Vanko, the character known as Whiplash who only appeared in Iron Man 2. Most importantly, both of them were wearing Iron Man armor. It had to be said that Stain was quite a character. Assigned to Russia by Pierce, he integrated the branch in just a few days and then focused on developing a new generation of Iron Man armor based on the wreckage of the Mark I. Chapter 104, Pepper dead. But Stain was quite a character as well. Assigned to Russia by Pierce, he managed to integrate that branch in just a few days and then focused on developing a new generation of Iron Man armor based on the wreckage of the Mark I. At the same time, like Tony's father Howard Stark of his time, he certainly didn't forget Ivan Vanko and his father, who had been driven out of the United States by Howard and were now living as paupers in Russia. You see, Ivan Vanko's father was a genius scientist who had worked with Howard on the arc reactor. Stain quickly located them through Hydra's intelligence resources, hoping they could help him solve the energy problem of the Iron Man armor. Unfortunately, by the time Stain reached their residence, Ivan Vanko's father was already weak and barely clinging to life, passing away that very night with a heart full of resentment. Stain had no choice but to settle for Ivan Vanko and bring him back to the branch. Ivan Vanko, who had been indoctrinated with hatred from a young age, wasted no time in joining Stain when he heard about Stain's plans to seek revenge on Tony Stark. Without a second thought, he grabbed his beloved parrot and followed Stain. Ivan Vanko was also resourceful. While he hadn't developed a miniature arc reactor like Tony, he had managed to create the energy source for the Iron Man armor based on the Tesseract energy cube from the Russian Hydra branch. Previously, after Zayn took the Space Stone, Skynet threw the Tesseract to Hydra, which, as expected, willingly took the blame. After a few manipulations, it ended up in the hands of the Russian branch, where the researchers used the technology left by Arnim Zola to extract energy from the Tesseract. However, before they could enjoy their success, the Tesseract was stolen by the infiltrating Black Widow. You see, the Tesseract autonomously emits gamma rays, which is how Skynet originally located it. After Black Widow stole the Tesseract, the next moment, the Russian branch was attacked and turned upside down by agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. This Russian branch was just recently established, or else Pierce wouldn't have sent Stain there. Fortunately, a crate containing energy cubes was taken away by the retreating personnel, allowing Stain and Ivan Vanko to catch up with Tony's progress and develop the Iron Man armor almost simultaneously. Upon completing the armor, ambitious Stain immediately slaughtered the Russian branch, declared himself a defector from Hydra, and then, along with Ivan Vanko, went to seek revenge on Tony Stark. Being Tony's senior, he naturally knew Tony's whereabouts, hence the current scene. Unprepared, Tony was directly bombarded by Stain's missiles. Even Pepper, his girlfriend, was buried under the rubble. When Tony regained consciousness, his first thought was to rescue Pepper, but with his limited strength, he couldn't move the large chunks of steel and concrete crushing her. After saying "wait for me" to Pepper trapped in the debris, Tony rushed to his underground lab, where he put on the newly developed Mark III suit. However, Stain and Ivan Vanko wouldn't just stand outside waiting for Tony to put on his armor. By the time Tony emerged in the Mark III suit, Stain was already holding Pepper's bloodied body in his hands. Stain and Ivan Vanko's armor was vastly different from Mark III. Stain's armor was bulkier and equipped with various weapons, while Ivan Vanko's design was more minimalist, with only 2 electrified whips aside from protective armor. Tony, long time no see. Stain lowered his Iron Man helmet and grinned. Stain. You. Tony said incredulously. Tony, did you know? Pepper is a good woman, but unfortunately, she chose the wrong person. I want you to experience the feeling of losing everything too. Recognizing his impending death, Pepper mustered the courage to shout to Tony affectionately. Tony, I love. But before she could finish those 3 words, Stain, controlling his Iron Man armor, snapped her neck and callously threw her corpse in front of Tony. No. Tony rushed forward, catching Pepper and continuously caressing her face, hoping that everything that had just happened was just a hallucination. But reality was cruel. Pepper had already lost her pulse. She was really dead. In an instant, Tony Stark, who had been carefree and seemingly indifferent to everything, felt his world collapsing. Everything around him seemed to lose its color, turning into shades of gray. He cried, he wailed, he kept kissing Pepper's face, but it was too late. Pepper could no longer respond to him, nor could she annoy him as she used to. Meanwhile, Stain and Ivan Vanko were laughing heartily, tears streaming down their faces. Tony Stark, how does it feel? The despair of being the only one left in the world. You, the arrogant prodigy, should experience it too. This time it was Ivan Vanko who spoke. But Tony couldn't hear their words anymore. His mind was replaying every moment he had shared with Pepper, and he was lost in it. It wasn't until Ivan Vanko wrapped a whip around his neck and dragged him to his and Stain's feet that Tony snapped out of it. Fortunately, the Mark III detected the danger and automatically donned the headgear, or else Tony would have been electrocuted to death by the high voltage running through the whip. With a surge of anger flooding his heart, Tony's previously clear eyes visibly filled with blood vessels at a visible rate. Stain, I'll have your life. With that, Tony blasted Ivan Vanko away with a repulsor, broke free from the restraint around his neck, and then lunged at Stain recklessly. The tremendous kinetic force sent both Tony and Stain's Ironmonger crashing out of the now ruined mansion. However, the Mark III, just developed, hadn't been loaded with various weapons yet. At present, it only had flight capability and the palm repulsors. It couldn't break through the defense of Stain and Ivan Vanko, especially since their arc reactors were powered by the Tesseract Energy Cube, far exceeding the output of Tony's miniature arc reactor. So, soon enough, Tony was overwhelmed by the combined force of Stain and Ivan Vanko, unable to move. Even when Tony gathered all his energy into a massive energy beam emitted from his chest, Stain's Ironmonger dodged it with a speed unsuited to its bulky size. Ivan Vanko, extract the arc reactor from his chest. With it, the future of the world will be in our hands. Stain, piloting the Ironmonger, suppressed Tony with all his might, then instructed Ivan Vanko. Although powerful, the arc reactor made from the Tesseract energy was not a renewable resource, using one meant one less in existence. With Tony's miniature arc reactor in hand, Stain would be able to continuously produce iron soldiers, fearless of Hydra's counterattacks. Stain even had plans. Once he acquired the technology, he would leave for Africa, control a small country, and develop it in secret. Ivan Vanko nodded, without a second thought. He stowed away his right whip and aimed at Tony's chest arc reactor. Tony struggled fiercely, disregarding the burning sensation caused by the overloaded output of the arc reactor in his chest, and exerted the Mark III's full power in an attempt to break free from the Ironmonger's restraint. However, his inner fury couldn't enhance the Mark III's strength. From its initial design, the Mark III was not meant to be a powerhouse, so naturally, it couldn't break free from the Ironmonger, which possessed far greater strength. Chapter 105, Chicken. Accompanied by the gradual deformation of his chest armor under Ivan Vanko's steady pressure, emitting a piercing metallic friction sound. Tony's heart also sank gradually. The loss of energy meant his death. Tony wasn't afraid of death, but he hated that he couldn't avenge Pepper. At this moment, the artificial intelligence developed by Tony, JARVIS, brought him a glimmer of hope. Sir, would you like me to make a distress call? Upon hearing JARVIS's prompt, Tony immediately thought of Zayn. After all, even Zayn's cat at home possessed extraordinary powers, indicating Zayn himself was extraordinary as well. Though it was just a hunch, Tony had this intuition. JARVIS, call Zayn. Sorry, sir, Zayn is not in your contacts. Tony's struggle suddenly paused for a moment, then he awkwardly said. Call Chicken. Thus, the scene from earlier occurred again. In Zayn's villa, after Zayn teased Tony for a bit, Tony didn't retort. Zayn, Pepper is dead, help me. The overflowing sadness and anger were palpable even through the phone for Zayn. To make Tony Stark, this proud man, bow his head in request, indicated how desperate he was. Zayn also dropped the playful demeanor, becoming serious. Okay, send me a photo of your current situation. Without hesitation, Tony had JARVIS take a photo through the villa's surveillance. Luckily one camera was spared from Stain's destruction. When Zayn received the photo, he glanced at it. He hadn't visited Tony's home before, and his teleportation ability couldn't take him to a place he hadn't seen. That's why he asked Tony for a photo. In the photo, Tony was wearing his iconic gold and red Iron Man armor, but the situation didn't look optimistic. As Zayn was about to teleport over, Lorna, sitting next to him, spoke up. Take me with you. Pepper was my friend too. Previously, Zayn had used the speakerphone, so Lorna heard the entire conversation. When Pepper visited their house before, she taught Lorna many skills on how to interact with boys, and Pepper's gentle and intellectual demeanor made Lorna feel very close to her. The two girls had stayed in touch, becoming close friends. So now Lorna also wanted to help. Okay. Without further ado, Zayn hugged Lorna's shoulder, then teleported to Tony's location. Upon arriving, before Zayn could act, Lorna immediately activated her mutant abilities, manipulating the Ironmonger, pressing down on Tony and the whips, suspending them in midair. The sudden feeling of weightlessness alerted them to Zayn and Lorna's arrival. Stain immediately tried to shoot Zayn and Lorna with the machine gun on his left hand, but Lorna's green halo suddenly brightened. A large number of sparks erupted from the joints of the two Iron Man suits, and the energy blocks in their chests were instantly extinguished. Stain and Ivan Vanko's powerful suits instantly turned into two iron coffins, not only failing to give them strength but also trapping them tightly inside. With her ability to control magnetism, Lorna neutralized them, crushing them as easily as squashing two ants. While Tony struggled to break free, Lorna intervened, but Zayn stopped her. Zayn shook his head at Lorna. He needs to let it out. But. No buts. Tony Stark is a man. He doesn't need our pity. We just stand here and watch. He won't collapse. Zayn said seriously. Finally, when Tony was trapped in the armor, Zayn nodded to Lorna. Lorna then used her abilities, carefully dismantling the Iron Man armor without harming Tony. But when Tony's mask was removed, both of them saw that Tony had tears streaming down his face without him even realizing it. In his eyes, the fiery passion that never seemed to die before was replaced by an intense sadness, as deep as the ocean. Nothing is sadder than a dead heart, and that's precisely Tony's situation now. Alright, that's enough crying. Once you're done, come with me to save Pepper. Zayn walked to Tony's side and said solemnly. When he heard the word Pepper, a glimmer of hope flashed in Tony's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. When Tony hugged Pepper just now, he had used the Mark III scanning function to test it more than 10 times. Every time, the result was that Pepper's vital signs had completely disappeared. How could someone who had already died be saved? This was common sense. But, this was not Zayn's common sense. But, Pepper is already. Tony knelt down weakly, grief-stricken, unable to say the words, dead. Tony, trust me. Zayn grabbed Tony's collar and pulled him up, looking him straight in the eye. After a moment, Tony saw the strong confidence in Zayn's eyes and gradually rekindled hope in his heart. Okay, I trust you. Chapter 106, More Shares. Let's go. Zayn released his grip on Tony's collar. Zayn was already 188 centimeters tall, and without lifting Tony up, he couldn't see his eyes. Although his action seemed rough, there was no room for fussiness between grown men. Zayn wouldn't admit it, but he had just recorded the scene of him lifting Tony. The person behind the camera was none other than the surveillance camera controlled by Skynet. As Tony staggered into the ruined villa with Zayn and Lorna, they saw Pepper's body lying in the center of the living room. Tony rushed over immediately, embracing her body, which was gradually losing its warmth. Pepper looked peaceful, as if she were just sleeping, but the large purple bruise on her neck and the motionless chest indicated the cruel reality. Lorna gently tugged at Zayn's sleeve, her voice tinged with sadness. Zayn, can Pepper really be revived? Of course. Zayn squeezed Lorna's hand, signaling her to relax. Then he walked to Pepper's body, squatting down, and placed his hand over her. In my name, I, Zayn, bestow upon you new life. Arise. Different from the resurrection of Magneto's wife and daughter 5 years ago, this time Zayn had awakened the power of death. It was as if he was born with the power to command death. Zayn could clearly feel a cold wind blowing through the ruins as he spoke, and Pepper's lingering soul slowly gathered. But that was it. Zayn, who had just gained his divine power, couldn't bring someone back to life instantly. However, he saw the possibility. Next, Zayn activated his S-rank skill, Death River. A white light flew out from Zayn's body, then directly entered Pepper's body. Just like 5 years ago, Pepper's broken neck began to straighten automatically, and the bruising around her neck quickly disappeared. In Zayn's vision, Pepper's lingering soul was rapidly completed by some inexplicable force, then merged with her fully restored body. At the moment when the soul and body merged perfectly, Pepper's heart began to beat again, and her eyes slowly opened. As she had just been resurrected, her memories were still stuck in the moment before her death. So, upon waking up, she looked affectionately at Tony, who was already overwhelmed by the sudden surprise, and spoke the 3 words she hadn't finished earlier. Tony, I love you. Tony, overwhelmed with joy at having her back, hugged Pepper tightly. The tears that had been held back welled up again, but this time they were tears of joy. I love you too, I love you too. Tony, who didn't know what else to say, just held Pepper tightly, feeling her warmth that could warm his body and soul. He mechanically repeated, I love you too. Pepper, though unsure why she hadn't died, still hugged Tony tightly, feeling the love from this man who had finally expressed his feelings. Meanwhile, Zayn stood by, unromantically capturing this touching moment with his phone. Well, mostly he captured Tony's dumbfounded expression, which was quite amusing. He believed that showing it to him later would be quite funny. Alright, actually, Zayn's mischievous side was acting up again. But that was it. Zayn didn't do anything else to disturb the emotional embrace of the two reunited lovers. Reuniting after loss was always touching. Moreover, Zayn wasn't completely wasting his time this time. After carefully observing the process of Pepper's resurrection, Zayn gained a deeper understanding of the concept of death. The result was that the conversion speed of his death divine power increased. It was estimated that it would only take 2 years to complete the conversion now. Originally, after adding the faith power of 10 million newly joined spirits, Zayn estimated that it would take 5 years to complete the conversion. Now, the efficiency had more than doubled, which was quite a substantial gain. At this moment, Lorna slowly walked up to Zayn, taking his arm. Women were always sentimental, and watching such a touching scene inevitably stirred emotions. Zayn, if I die like Pepper. Before she could finish, Zayn put his finger to Lorna's lips, stopping her from speaking further. It won't happen. I absolutely won't allow it, Zayn said firmly. Lorna sweetly nodded, leaning her head on Zayn's shoulder. Although her boyfriend didn't say sweet words, the profound sense of security, like a great mountain, made Lorna feel more touched and intoxicated. Of course, Lorna couldn't help but reward Zayn for his satisfying answer. She tiptoed and whispered softly in Zayn's ear. Dear, I bought a special outfit. Let's try it at home. The moment he heard this, Zayn's heart trembled, and the gleam in his eyes could blind anyone. However, he still had to maintain a calm appearance. Although he had already begun to fantasize about Lorna in nurse uniforms, bunny suits, and other seductive outfits, he remembered his girlfriend's long, slender legs wrapping around him, and, well, that feeling. He couldn't think about it anymore, or he'd be censored. Finally, Zayn replied casually. Okay. Heh, men. And when Lorna saw Zayn's reaction, she also revealed a cunning smile, like a little fox who had stolen something delicious. At the same time, she secretly thought that Pepper was right, men always needed freshness. Zayn and Lorna waited on the sidelines for a while until Tony and Pepper finished venting their emotions. Finally, Tony clumsily comforted Pepper a bit, then stood up and walked to Zayn, opening his arms for a hug. But instead of the hug Tony imagined, he received Zayn's big foot. Zayn kicked Tony aside with one foot. What's the point of all this useless stuff? It's better to do something practical, like transferring more shares to me, Zayn said disdainfully. Tony, who was kicked aside by Zayn, didn't mind. He looked at Zayn with unprecedented seriousness. Thank you. Does that mean you agree to give me your shares? No way. You ungrateful guy. You chicken. You little dwarf. Tony. Pepper and Lorna, on the other hand, looked bewildered as they watched the previously harmonious two men, wondering why they were suddenly quarreling. Chapter 107, Friend. It seems this is what they call tsundere. Pepper and Lorna expressed that they truly didn't understand the friendship between men. Before leaving, Tony looked at Zayn's departing figure and shouted, if you need anything, remember to tell me. However, Zayn just waved and didn't say anything, directly teleporting back home with Lorna. After they left, Tony and Pepper hugged each other again, standing amidst the ruins, feeling each other's warmth. Tony, how did I come back to life? I vividly remember that I was dead. But Tony didn't say anything, just hugged Pepper tighter. Tony was smart enough to know that Zayn's resurrection ability was a double-edged sword. Even though Zayn didn't say anything about keeping it secret, Tony decided to bury this matter deep in his heart and never speak of it. Even though Zayn doesn't care now, as his friend, Tony felt obligated to let this secret vanish completely. It's good to have you back. Pepper understood Tony's meaning and didn't press further. By the way, what's the deal with you and Zayn? Why do you two always end up fighting every time you meet? Pepper asked curiously. Oh, him. He's my benefactor, and he's a friend for life, the kind you'd lay down your life for. Tony said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, but his tone was unusually serious. Pepper nodded in curiosity and continued to embrace Tony. 10 minutes later. Tony, don't you think it's a bit cold here? Pepper shivered. Indeed, Tony's house had turned into one of those well-ventilated ones, and like Zayn's villa, it was also built by the seaside. When the sea breeze blew, the damp and cold chill seemed to penetrate into one's bones. Previously, Tony hadn't noticed due to fluctuating moods, but now, prompted by Pepper, he couldn't help but sneeze. Let's go, let's crash at Zayn's place for the night, Tony said with a mischievous grin. Isn't it a bit rude? It's already 8 p.m., disturbing Zayn and Lorna might not be polite, Pepper's implication couldn't be clearer. Zayn and Lorna were still young, they must have their own nightlife. What's rude about it? That guy Zayn, he took 32% of our company's shares without even telling me. Tony said, feigning indignation, but he couldn't hide the mischievous smile. Obviously, he understood Pepper's implication, intending to go and cause trouble for Zayn. Finally, Pepper couldn't resist Tony's insistence. The two of them drove out from the relatively intact underground garage in a Ferrari, heading straight to Zayn's place. On the way, Pepper made a big shopping spree at the mall, buying mostly clothes and jewelry for Lorna. On one hand, it was out of guilt for disturbing Zayn and Lorna's nightlife, and on the other hand, it was a way to thank Zayn. Although she didn't know how she came back to life, it was certain that it had something to do with Zayn. Although Pepper knew these gestures were insignificant, they could at least express her gratitude. When the doorbell rang, Zayn opened the door with a black line on his face. Seeing Tony's smug face and Pepper's apologetic expression, Zayn knew that Lorna's seduction in uniform had bid farewell to him tonight. Later, amidst Lorna's excitement, the two women went upstairs with bags of clothes and accessories, discussing their intimate topics. Meanwhile, Zayn stared angrily at Tony, who was shamelessly sitting on the sofa, munching on an apple. "Tony Stark, you." Hee hee. Zayn sighed, lit a cigarette, and casually handed one to Tony. So the two men started puffing smoke in the living room late at night. "Tony, what are your plans?" Zayn asked casually. "What else can I do?" "Build another villa. I must build one bigger and better than yours," Tony said, envy and jealousy flashing in his eyes as he scanned Zayn's house. Zayn looked at him disdainfully. "Don't pretend. What's the real reason for coming to my house tonight? I don't believe you, the playboy who usually looks down on everyone, would lower your pride to mooch off me." After hearing Zayn's words, Tony's expression stiffened, and the relaxed expression on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a bitter smile and a hint of killing intent. "As expected, you found out. Of course, are you taking me for a fool or Pepper for a fool? How could that stinking fish stain possibly have developed the Iron Man suit on his own? If he could, you'd have been dead and gone long ago." Zayn calmly took a drag of his cigarette, exhaling smoke that filled the living room, obscuring Tony's glimmering eyes. "Speak up, what's the matter in the end?" Tony, feeling exposed by Zayn, sighed heavily, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, letting the nicotine swirl in his lungs, giving a boost to his exhausted nerves. "I want Pepper to stay with you for a while. At this point, I don't know who else I can trust besides you. The mastermind behind everything hasn't been found, and I'm worried." "Okay. Thanks. Do you need my help?" Zayn casually asked. With the Skynet monitoring the global network and satellites, finding the mastermind Tony was worried about was as easy as pie, unless their communication methods were still stuck in ancient times. "No, I'd rather take care of revenge myself." Previously hesitant to speak up, but now that Zayn had taken the initiative to uncover his thoughts, Tony relaxed, slumping on the sofa, puffing on his cigarette while staring at the ceiling. In a corner where Zayn couldn't see, Tony's eyes sparkled with intense anger and resentment. Just moments ago, Pepper had died before his eyes. That feeling of powerlessness and heart-wrenching pain was something Tony never wanted to experience again in his life. So regardless of the attitude of the mastermind behind Stan, Tony was determined to uproot them and eliminate all threats at their source. Moreover, Stain's death alone wasn't enough to quench the raging fire in Tony's heart. He wanted everyone involved in this incident to pay for Stain's death. Whoever it was, they were as good as dead. Not even God could save them. That's what Tony Stark said. "Understood. With Pepper at my place, even if both God and Satan descend, I guarantee they won't take her away. Plus, this period coincides with Lorna having some free time, so she can keep her company." Zayn readily agreed to Tony's request. "I won't say much in thanks. I've accepted this favor," Tony said earnestly. "Oh, spare me your thanks. What does it have to do with me if you're grateful or not? Speaking of which, how did a great woman like Pepper fall for you?" Zayn said with utter disdain. "Yeah, she's a perfect woman. I'm not worthy of her." Though it should have been a self-deprecating remark, Tony said it with a hint of pride. And that smirk on his face, it just begged to be wiped off. Zayn suppressed the urge to grind Tony's smug face into the ground, extinguished the burned-out cigarette in the ashtray, and pointed to the miniature arc reactor on Tony's chest. Chapter 108, Zayn's Family. "Should I help you get rid of this thing? I believe your body must be reacting to it by now." Being familiar with the original work, Zayn naturally knew about the deadly side effect of Tony's miniature arc reactor, which was palladium metal radiation poisoning. As time passed, Tony's level of poisoning would deepen until his death. That's why Zayn asked. "This? I believe I can find a substitute element myself." As the inventor of the miniature arc reactor, Tony was well aware of its side effects. However, being a genius, he was confident in finding a replacement element himself, even creating a new one. This was Tony Stark's arrogance and confidence. "All right, suit yourself," Zayn casually responded. In reality, he rather wanted to see Tony struggling after failing to find a substitute element. Next, Zayn and Tony chatted aimlessly for a while, and before they knew it, Tony had already nodded off on the sofa. He was indeed exhausted. First, his house was bombed, then the woman he truly loved died, and later he was beaten by Stain and Ivan, and finally, Pepper came back to life. His emotions fluctuated drastically, like riding the most thrilling roller coaster. After arriving at Zayn's house and knowing that Pepper and himself were completely safe, and after confiding in Zayn, Tony completely relaxed and fell asleep. He had experienced too much today, more than in his first 30 years combined. It felt like he had completed a cycle in just one day. As for Zayn, after seeing Tony fall asleep exhausted, he simply went to wash up and went to bed. Tonight, he was destined to sleep alone, while Lorna and Pepper slept in the guest rooms. These two women somehow got along well, probably still chatting about topics that were exclusive to them. Initially, Zayn felt a bit uncomfortable sleeping alone, but after studying the power of death for a while, he gradually fell asleep. The entire villa fell silent, with only Tony's snoring echoing in the living room. As for whether Zayn would cover him with a thin blanket or move him to the bedroom to sleep, Zayn made it clear, not a chance. The next morning, Tony was awakened by the aroma of food. His stomach instinctively growled. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zayn wearing an apron, skillfully preparing breakfast in the kitchen. At that moment, Tony's worldview was about to collapse. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief several times before confirming that what he saw was real, not an illusion created by air displacement. Zayn, the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, with supernatural abilities, was proficiently cooking omelets in the kitchen early in the morning. Can you believe the contrast? Tony was utterly bewildered. However, for some reason, Tony felt a peculiar atmosphere in Zayn's house, different from the spacious and cold atmosphere of his own home. There was a kind of magic here that relaxed both body and mind, even reminding Tony of the feeling he had when his parents were still around in his childhood. That feeling of home, which he had forgotten. Food's ready. Zayn shouted upstairs after finishing cooking. Soon, Lorna and Pepper, already dressed, came downstairs. With Tony, an outsider, in the house, Lorna wasn't as casual as usual. At the dining table, Tony and Pepper stared in astonishment at Zayn's family members. Zayn and Lorna seemed normal enough, despite having superpowers, they were still human after all. Tony already knew about Busties, he had already considered her as a product of genetic engineering, given that the technology of the Skynet could produce genetic engineering products like the healing potion. So, Busties' existence, in Tony's eyes, was somewhat normal. But what about Little Bone? What in the world was this flaming skeleton, seemingly enjoying a glass of milk? At that moment, Tony began to doubt whether his scientific beliefs he had upheld for over 30 years were true at all. What could explain Little Bone's existence? Why aren't you eating? Zayn's cooking is delicious. Hurry up and try it, Lorna said with a smile. Tony and Pepper mechanically picked up their knives and forks. These were specifically prepared for them by Zayn, everyone knew they wouldn't use chopsticks. As Tony and Pepper's tongues touched the food Zayn had prepared, they instantly forgot about the unscientific existence of Little Bone and began devouring the food. Even Pepper, who usually paid great attention to her appearance and manners, hastened her eating. Tony, on the other hand, threw caution to the wind. After all, Zayn had seen his most bedraggled state long ago. Since there's nothing reasonable about Zayn, if he says he's a god, I'd believe him now, Tony thought. Tony Stark didn't know that some of his thoughts were actually true. Delicious, really delicious. I never knew you had this skill, Zayn, Tony said as he ate. Immersed in the food, he suddenly felt that the hamburgers he used to love in the past were like a pile of dung. After the meal, Tony and Pepper patted their slightly bulging stomachs in satisfaction. They both gave a thumbs up to Zayn before Pepper and Lorna conscientiously cleaned up the table and went to wash the dishes. Before leaving, Tony gave Pepper a few instructions to stay at Zayn's house for a few days, then he left alone. Pepper was a sensible woman. Although she was worried about Tony going alone into danger, she obediently followed his arrangements. Meanwhile, Pierce, still in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, was furious. He was regretting it deeply. He should have listened to Crossbones and killed Stain, the troublemaker, on the spot. Now that Stain was dead, it was a good riddance to him, but the trouble he caused was on Hydra's back. Actually, the losses caused by Stain's defection were nothing to Hydra. The real problem was when he went to seek revenge on Tony. If Tony Stark had died, it would have been acceptable, but the key was that he survived. God knows if this genius Tony would follow Stain's trail and dig out Hydra. Although Hydra was powerful, they couldn't stand the light. Once Tony exposed them, attracting the attention of all the countries in the world, it would basically be game over. Although Hydra was formidable, they could only mess around with small countries in Africa. When facing other countries, they could only take the slow and cautious approach. Otherwise, if discovered, they will definitely be wiped out in an instant by state weapons with thunderous force. Chapter 109, Evil Among Men. Once the national machinery starts running, its power surpasses everyone's imagination. In the face of the big picture, who cares about evidence? Just a little suspicion is enough. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's better to kill 3,000 innocent people than to let one guilty person go free, it's a bloody fact. As the saying goes, a slight move can affect the whole body. This time, Stain really messed up the Hydra. After venting his emotions, Pierce, who had calmed down, immediately gave orders to Crossbones. Brock, go clean up all the surviving personnel in the Russia branch. Send everyone who has seen or knows about Stain to hell. Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra. Crossbones' eyes were filled with a sick fanaticism. After shouting the slogan, he left to erase all traces left by Zayn and Hydra. Although everything had come to this, Pierce was still not at ease. He opened a video, which showed last night's scene, with Zayn and Lorna also in it. Pierce, who was aware of the situation, dared not have any thoughts about Zayn. While Hydra often provoked powerful individuals, they would collect intelligence and find the weaknesses of those individuals before attempting to control them. But when it came to Zayn, this method was completely ineffective. After extensive analysis by behavioral and psychological experts, both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. surprisingly reached a common conclusion: this person absolutely cannot be provoked. Once provoked, death was inevitable. Because Zayn was different from those who grew up under legal constraints. Although he lived under the law, he was a being who ignored the rules. Everyone else would hesitate to shoot at Natasha when there was only suspicion. But this MF Zayn, he went ahead in it. Once Zayn's bottom line was touched, he wouldn't care about the law or innocent lives. He would come directly to eliminate you, without negotiation or any way out, leaving you only with death. After a long analysis, they came to a devastating conclusion: Zayn's bottom line was simply not to be displeased. Despite Zayn's usual sunny disposition, appearing harmless, during the development of Skynet technologies, countless individuals or companies who maliciously obstructed Skynet Corporation mysteriously disappeared the next day. There was no physical evidence, they just disappeared, and the evidence of their existence was only in others' memories. After repeated analysis of Zayn's power, it was confirmed that he was capable of eliminating them 8 times over. In Hydra's secret documents, Zayn had a special nickname, the Evil Among Men. He is the TRUECRAZYMADCOSMECBLADECELESTIALBLOODHOUNDDEATHGOD. So Pierce didn't dare to provoke Zayn or his girlfriend Lorna. Instead, he focused his attention on Tony Stark. Someone, edit and trim this video, remove these 2 people from it, and then release it on social media. At the same time, subtly make everyone suspect that the person wearing the gold and red iron armor is Tony Stark. Pierce called over a subordinate and pointed to Zayn and Lorna in the video, indicating that these 2 were to be removed. His purpose was to use the mass media to distract Tony's attention and buy time for Crossbones to destroy evidence. By the time Tony finished dealing with these annoying media, the traces left by Zayn would probably have disappeared without a trace. Even if Tony exhausted all his resources, he wouldn't be able to find any evidence linking Hydra to him. By then, Hydra could once again lurk, develop quietly, and wait patiently for their plan to be completed. The video spread by Pierce's command was quickly circulated on various video websites after being heavily promoted by Hydra. The front page of the New York Daily quickly changed from the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man swinging between buildings to Tony wearing the Mark III armor. At the same time, many experts emerged from nowhere, giving obscure analyses of the Mark III armor. They also vaguely pointed out that the only energy source capable of powering the Mark III armor was the arc reactor from Stark Industries. In an era with few superheroes, this video immediately sparked nationwide discussions. American netizens even gave Tony a new name, Iron Man. When Tony drove to the company, wanting to contact someone to organize the ruins of his villa, which had already been destroyed by Zayn, he suddenly realized in confusion that the entrance of his company was swarmed with countless reporters from various news media. Seeing Tony's conspicuous Ferrari, these reporters, like hungry wolves, surrounded Tony's car. Terrified, Tony quickly locked the car doors, afraid of being dragged out by these crazy reporters. Trapped in the car, Tony felt like a lone boat on the sea, his face filled with confusion and fear. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? It wasn't until Happy arrived with a team of bodyguards, breaking through the crowd of reporters, that Tony dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Happy, what's going on? Tony, with a bewildered expression, looked at Happy, whose suit sleeves had already been torn off by some crazy reporter. Boss, now is not the time to talk. Follow me quickly. After saying this, the sturdy Happy directly grabbed Tony and ran into the company, while Tony nervously dodged countless microphones reaching out to him along the way. It didn't feel like living in a civilized world but more like escaping from an apocalypse. After finally entering the company, Tony quickly instructed the security to close the gates. As for the few bodyguards still struggling in the sea of reporters, Tony could only feel sorry for them and decided that if they could survive, their salary for this month would definitely be doubled. Once completely safe, Happy handed his phone to Tony. Playing on it was a video showing Tony wearing the Mark III armor battling Ironmonger and Whiplash last night. It had to be said that the person who edited this video for Hydra was truly a rare talent. Originally a video of Tony being beaten up by Stan's group, this talent turned it into a video of Tony's counterattack, eliminating 2 major villains who invaded his home in one fell swoop. With an inspiring background music, this video could easily be used as a movie trailer. Next, Happy clicked into a technology forum where an expert was praising the Mark III armor incessantly. At the same time, he staked his reputation that this Iron Man armor was definitely created by the greatest genius of this world, Tony Stark. Otherwise, no one in this world could create such an invincible armor. After watching the video, Tony's face turned extremely grim. He was no longer the playboy who once eagerly sought the spotlight. The origin of this video and its rapid spread clearly indicated the hands of the mastermind behind the scenes. As for their purpose, Tony could only think of one: buying time. So Tony made a decisive decision to have Happy arrange the venue while he himself would hold a press conference. This was the fastest way to calm the turmoil. Standing still with a dark expression, lost in thought, Tony was approached by a middle-aged man with a friendly smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Stark." Tony looked at him with suspicion. "Who are you?" Chapter 110, Dehydrated. "I'm Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D., this is your alibi. As long as you stick to this version, the incident will quickly calm down. We have arrangements for the aftermath." Coulson handed Tony 2 cards filled with words. "S.H.I.E.L.D." Tony muttered in confusion, then shook his head. "I don't like things handed to me." Coulson only smiled and kept the cards down. Which then Tony picked up. Written on them were ridiculous stories that even third-rate screenwriters couldn't come up with, like going on vacation, the Iron Man suits being just products of the lab gone rogue, and so on, stretching the truth beyond belief. "I don't know what department is S.H.I.E.L.D. But I know what I need to do," Tony said disdainfully, then smirked and handed the cards back to Coulson, before walking towards the podium for the press conference that had been set up. "Mr. Stark." Coulson was about to continue persuading, but was intercepted by Happy, so he had to give up. Then, Coulson walked to a corner, pressed a button on the earpiece he was wearing. "Director, mission failed, requesting further instructions." There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a moment, then Nick Fury's deep voice came through. "Understood, Agent Coulson, return. I have another assignment for you." "Okay, Director." Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, Nick Fury stood up and gazed out the window, sighing deeply. This world is getting messy. On his desk lay 2 sets of documents. One was detailed information on Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man. The other was about an old man in Milwaukee who overdosed on gamma energy after drinking a beverage from Brazil. And underneath the documents was a silhouette of a chubby man in boxer shorts leaping away into the distance. Meanwhile, Tony made the exact same choice as in the original story during the press conference. "I am Iron Man." It was the best solution he could think of. Firstly, it would quickly calm down the chaos and save him a lot of time. Secondly, it invisibly placed a protective umbrella called public opinion over him. Tony could guess that now that he had voluntarily exposed himself, the military and government would definitely come looking for him regarding the Iron Man suits. And they would use any means, including coercion or even robbery, to extract the technology of the Mark III suit from him. By announcing himself as Iron Man, he completely exposed himself to the public eye. Although he might lose some freedom in his life, it would maximize his and Pepper's safety. This was the difference between the current Tony Stark and the one in the original story. Although their choices were the same, their motivations were completely different. In the original story, it was more like showing off, while now it was about protection. Protecting his regained love. And that evening, while watching the live broadcast of Tony announcing himself as Iron Man, Zayn raised the glass in his hand and pointed towards the TV, then drank up the wine in the glass. He was toasting not to Tony, but to his own journey since arriving in the Marvel world. He toasted to both tomorrow and the past. After many reporters left with the explosive news that Tony Stark was Iron Man, Tony sat weakly on the ground. These reporters were too ruthless, asking all sorts of ridiculous questions that exhausted Tony mentally. For example, Reporter A asked, "Mr. Stark, how do you urinate in the suit?" Tony replied, "I don't urinate in the suit." Face turning red with embarrassment. Reporter A continued, "But what if you did?" Tony replied again, "Next question." Reporter B asked, "Mr. Stark, you're so short, can other people wear your suit?" Tony. "You guys aren't reporters, you're trolls, you're devils." And it didn't end there. Military and government officials came afterwards, just as Tony expected, all coming to demand the Mark III suit technology from him. But because Tony had already exposed himself voluntarily, they chose to cooperate or offer huge sums of money considering public opinion. Tony, of course, refused them all. By the time Tony had dealt with all the factions seeking cooperation, 2 days had passed. Although Tony knew he had missed the best time to investigate the forces behind Stan, he still stubbornly spent a huge amount of effort on it. The result was just one piece of information: Stain's suit, the Ironmonger, was made in Russia. Nothing else was found. No phone records, no travel records, and even those who had seen Stain had mysteriously disappeared, leaving no trace behind. In the end, Tony could only bury this hidden danger in his heart and go to Zayn's house to pick up Pepper. Since he had already exposed himself to the public eye, Tony was sure that the mastermind behind the scenes wouldn't act again in the short term. So, he felt safe bringing Pepper back. Hydra would express grievance, "We didn't mean to provoke you, it's all Stain's fault for being a moron." If Pierce knew Tony's thoughts, he would definitely feel wronged and cry out loud. Hydra had become an organization dedicated to taking the blame. No matter what bad things happened, they always ended up being blamed for it, and strangely enough, people believed it. After Pepper left that night, Zayn and Lorna couldn't wait to try out the allure of the uniform. Zayn had been feeling frustrated these past few days, unable to touch what he could see. That night, the bed in Zayn's bedroom didn't stop moving, and if it wasn't for its good quality, it would have been broken apart by Zayn. The bedsheet unknowingly turned into a large map overnight. As a result, Lorna didn't get out of bed the next day, and even her meals were brought to her by Zayn. This was her body after being greatly strengthened by prolonged exposure to the power of faith, otherwise, she might have dehydrated to death yesterday. Here, open your mouth, girl. Zayn sat at the bedside, holding a bowl of soup and feeding Lorna. Humph. Men. After being ravaged by Zayn all night, Lorna's body was completely devoid of strength, and she could only glare at Zayn with her eyes filled with anger. Are you angry? Humph. I remember someone was screaming loudly last night, and kept urging me to hurry up. How come you're pretending to be innocent now? Zayn grinned mischievously, putting the soup he was holding on the table, and leaned down to Lorna's ear, blowing hot air. And after being teased by Zayn, Lorna's ears visibly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, unable to bear Zayn's teasing, she directly covered her head with the blanket, perfectly playing the role of a turtle retracting into its shell. Chapter 111, Hulk. Come on, drink the soup. We're already an old married couple, so what are you embarrassed about? Lorna in the blanket instinctively licked her lips, imagining the delicious taste of the soup. But she had to maintain her last bit of stubbornness and not bow down to the evil power called husband's cooking. So, she remained motionless under the blanket, letting her stomach growl loudly, determined to make Zayn reflect on his behavior from last night. Who knows how Lorna managed to survive the back and forth from heaven to hell and back again 10 times. Although it seemed like everything was fine, Lorna was really a bit scared. Do you want to drink it or not? Lorna. If you don't drink it, don't regret it later. Hee hee. Lorna. After saying that, Zayn directly poured a big mouthful of soup into his own mouth, then held it in his mouth. He pulled back Lorna's blanket, covering her mouth to muffle her screams. Then slowly fed her the soup from his mouth. After blissfully finishing the soup, Lorna subconsciously became intoxicated by Zayn's domineering gentleness and responded enthusiastically. But after feeling Zayn's rising strength, Lorna, somehow finding the energy, reluctantly pushed Zayn away. Then she picked up the remaining soup at the head of the bed and started sipping it. Oh, now you're willing to drink it, Zayn lay on the bed, teasingly said. It's delicious, delicious. Zayn, your soup is really delicious. Watching Lorna's honest appearance, Zayn shook his head with a smile, rubbed Lorna's head gently, and said softly. Not enough. There's more in the kitchen, I'll go get it for you. Okay. Lorna nodded sweetly. Clearly, both of them enjoyed this kind of playful banter between lovers. Meanwhile, outside the bedroom, Busties looked puzzled and said to Little Bone. Skeletal frame, why is the master always so obsessed with that kind of primitive exercise? Stinky cat, as a subordinate, you shouldn't talk lightly about the matters of the master. Also, please call me Little Bone, that's the name bestowed upon me by the master. Humph, pretentious skeletal frame. Busties glanced disdainfully at Little Bone, then licked her paw. Then she was caught by Little Bone, who pinched her cat face and began to play with it back and forth. Damn. Skeleton. Busties will not rest until you're dead. Busties mumbled incomprehensibly. Then, with a surge of faith, she broke free from Little Bone's clutches and confronted her. While Zayn was in the kitchen making soup for Lorna, he couldn't help but sigh at the scene. Such a good relationship. Until the evening, Lorna was fully revived and transformed back into a vibrant young girl. But her leisurely days were over because she received a notification from Culver University, where she was doing her research. The funds had been approved, and she could start the experiment tomorrow. The next day, Lorna drove her beloved car to the Research Institute at Culver University early in the morning. At the same time, a slender but contradictory man, wearing oversized clothes that didn't fit him, was walking to the Research Institute with a pizza box in hand. After bribing the security guard at the entrance with 2 pizzas and the only researcher in the gamma radiation laboratory on the 5th floor, he sat down in front of the computer and quickly began searching for information. In the end, it seemed like he didn't find what he was looking for. Disappointed, he shook his head and picked up the pizza box, ready to leave. As he stepped out, he bumped into Lorna, who had just arrived. After noticing Lorna's gaze, the man instinctively lowered his head and avoided her gaze. Then he passed by Lorna quickly and left without stopping for a moment. Lorna was staring at the man because she sensed the unparalleled violent power and the abyss-like anger buried deep inside him. After continuous exposure to Zayn's power of faith, Lorna didn't know when her perception of power became more and more acute. But it was just a chance encounter, and Lorna didn't think much of it. Even if she met someone strange, it didn't have much to do with her. Right now, the most important thing was to conduct the experiment. Thinking so, Lorna walked past the Gamma laboratory to the physics laboratory next to it, where her mentor and several research students were already checking the data and preparing for the experiment. If Zayn were here, he would definitely recognize the man as the Hulk, also known as Dr. Robert Bruce Banner, MD, PhD. He was a pitiful character, although he possessed unimaginable power, and even had the setup of getting stronger the angrier he became, with no upper limit to his strength. But it couldn't save Banner's tragic life. Originally, Banner had a perfect life, with a stable job and a girlfriend who shared his interests. But in a scientific experiment, he had an accident and turned into the rampaging Hulk, nearly killing his girlfriend. In the end, he had to flee to the slums of Brazil, but was eventually found by the military who were spying on him for his strength. In the end, he could only go to Culver University to look for his past experimental records, hoping that a mysterious man named Mr. Blue who had been contacting him could help him get rid of the troubles of the Hulk. But from the original story, all his efforts seemed to be in vain, as the Hulk would always be with him. Later on, things got even more tragic. Whenever there was a war, they would call on Banner to help, but once the war ended, he would be discarded. In the end, the Hulk, who hated the Earth, left on his own spaceship. The fear of people was the cruelest form of respect for him. Just after Banner had left the laboratory not long ago, General Ross dispatched a large number of troops to surround Culver University. At the same time, the university made a broadcast, notifying all teachers and students to evacuate quickly. Lorna, who was about to start the experiment, sensed something was wrong when she felt a large number of metallic objects approaching the school. But she didn't have any desire to stand out, so she obediently followed the crowd to evacuate the school. At the same time, Banner also realized that he was surrounded, and quickly fled to the library with the most complex terrain. He hoped to escape the pursuit of the military personnel, but ended up trapped in a narrow glass passage. General Ross, seeing the scene through binoculars from a distance, still had no expression on his face, without any hint of success or joy. He knew that the real hard battle was just beginning. If they couldn't subdue the monster inside Banner, all their efforts would be in vain. This time, he was really going all in. Without permission from above, he led the troops to surround Culver University. If they successfully captured the Hulk, it would be good, and he could explain to his superiors. Maybe he could even get a promotion. But if things went wrong, although he wouldn't end up in military court due to his extensive network of connections, he would definitely lose military power. Chapter 112, Abomination Courting Death. Meanwhile, Skynet also reported the situation at Lorna's school to Zayn, who immediately had Skynet connect to the surveillance video of Culver University. He happened to see the scene of the Hulk transforming and breaking out of the window. Skynet, is there a problem with Lorna? Boss, the madam has already evacuated with the students and is on her way to the parking lot. With that, Skynet opened the surveillance of the Culver University parking lot, where Lorna was sitting in her beloved car. She couldn't bear to leave the gift Zayn gave her in the chaotic university. What if it got damaged? Even though it was made of vibranium and practically indestructible, the thought of even a scratch on the paint was enough to make Lorna cringe for half a day. Then Lorna drove her beloved car out of the parking lot. Coincidentally, the battlefield between the military and the Hulk was on the route that Lorna had to take to leave. Lorna saw the flames on the battlefield from a distance and stopped her car with a conflicted expression on her face. Occasionally, she used her powers to restrain the shrapnel flying towards her. Her hesitation wasn't about whether she could pass through. In fact, even if she strolled through the battlefield at the speed of an old man in the park, the military's metal weapons couldn't harm her. Unaware of the Hulk's presence, Lorna thought the military was just arresting some terrorists. The reason for Lorna's hesitation was whether or not to expose her superpowers. She was afraid of causing trouble for Zayn. Just then, the radio in Lorna's car turned on, and Zayn's voice came through. Drive over. I dare anyone to touch you. After hearing Zayn's assertive declaration, Lorna smiled brightly and then stepped on the gas pedal without hesitation, ready to cross the entire battlefield. People engaged in intense combat in the distance didn't know if they were imagining things, but they actually heard the sound of a sports car engine, getting louder and closer. Finally, they saw a beautiful young woman driving a majestic car appearing at the edge of the battlefield. Back off, it's dangerous ahead, one of the officers shouted loudly at Lorna with a megaphone. However, Lorna didn't listen to him. Instead, she gazed up at the sky above the battlefield. There, a throne had appeared at some point, and a man in casual clothes was sitting on it, overlooking the battlefield like a god. And most importantly, this time Zayn didn't conceal anything at all. For the first time, he showed his extraordinary power in front of the public with his true appearance. As someone who was already invincible among mortals, he was no longer the ant that worried about this and that 5 years ago. As the future god of death, how could he continue to hide? This was also the reason he asked Lorna to do this. As for the trouble that would follow, he believed that causing this world pain once would make everyone behave. With this in mind, a hint of bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of Zayn's mouth. Damn being low-key. From now on, Zayn officially announced to the world, I'm here. On the battlefield, everyone followed Lorna's gaze and saw the throne hovering in midair. The afternoon sunlight cast a golden halo on Zayn's sculpted and handsome face, making it difficult for people to clearly see his features. At this moment, it seemed like a myth had descended, heralding an unparalleled presence. A surviving soldier from a future battlefield, after retiring, perfectly depicted the scene deeply engraved in his heart. It was later revered by later generations as a masterpiece and referred to as the Descent of God. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, Zayn lazily waved his hand and used his power of faith to pull Lorna from the car seat into his arms. At the same time, he completely released his aura, which could already be called divine might. In an instant, all the ordinary people present felt as if a mountain was pressing on their hearts. The previously noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent, with not even the sound of a pin dropping. Some mentally weak individuals were even pressed to their knees by the pressure. Even the intellectually challenged Hulk, relying on his beast-like intuition, sensed Zayn's extreme danger and stopped his actions. The mentally tough General Ross struggled to lift his head under Zayn's aura and looked at Zayn's face. "Zayn, isn't he a businessman?" General Ross said incredulously. Previously, after the failure of the Skynet missile and Jericho missile competition, Zayn was given General Ross's business card. Zayn didn't bother to deal with it and handed it over to the vice president, Anna. Afterwards, the weapons department of Skynet Technology smoothly conducted a series of transactions with General Ross. Having long investigated Skynet Technologies, General Ross naturally knew about Zayn's existence. But what was the situation now? Do you billionaires like to cause trouble? Tony Stark is like this, and you, who have never had negative news and are hailed as the most honest billionaire, Zayn, are like this too. Seeing the battlefield quiet down, Zayn nodded in satisfaction. However, there are always some thorns who think they're invincible because they've gained some power. For example, Emil Blonsky, who later became the Abomination, was now provocatively holding a gun under Zayn's aura, struggling to aim at the gradually calming Hulk, and then pulled the trigger. At the same time, he pulled out another pistol and fired a few shots at Zayn, who was still watching from the air. Having injected the neutered version of the super soldier serum, the sudden increase in power had made him swell abnormally. Anyone with eyes could see that he was courting death, but he justified it as challenging the strong. Faced with the bullets heading towards him, Zayn didn't wait for Lorna in his arms to act. Instead, he opened his palm towards the bullets about to hit him and activated his A-level skill, Son of Light. A dazzling beam of light shot out from Zayn's palm, engulfing the bullets and then blasting Emil Blonsky, who had swollen too much, into dust. A deep hole was left on the ground, and Emil Blonsky the Abomination, who had caused trouble, was destroyed before he could even form properly. This illustrates a profound truth: if you don't court death, you won't die. As for the bullets fired at the Hulk, their pitiful power couldn't even penetrate the Hulk's skin. But they could reignite the Hulk's rage, and Zayn withdrew his aura, watching the farce below with interest. That's right, in Zayn's eyes, the battle between the Hulk and the military was just a small farce. Chapter 113, Gathering of Heroes. Zayn is a man who has wrestled with the Lord of Hell, Satan, so he doesn't pay attention to the petty fights below. Emil Blonsky has disappeared, and Hulk can't find anyone to provoke him. His intuition warned him not to mess with Zayn. So he can only vent his anger on those American soldiers who have just regained their senses from Zayn's aura. Seeing Zayn withdraw his aura and not intending to intervene again, General Ross breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know Zayn's purpose for coming, it was best not to get involved. So General Ross continued to order his men to attack the Hulk. However, the guns in the hands of these American soldiers were not even enough to tickle the Hulk. They couldn't even control the Hulk's endless strength, and could only watch as the Hulk smashed the soldiers who couldn't escape into meat patties with his monstrous strength. The real world is much bloodier than the scenes in movies. At this moment, the Hulk's originally green skin had been dyed a dark red by the soldiers' blood. Zayn sat quietly on the throne, watching the scene unfold without intervening to help either side. His purpose for being here was actually very simple and straightforward. Zayn felt that now was a good opportunity to announce his existence to the world. The Marvel Universe had already begun, and now he had the ability to protect himself and his loved ones. Unable to settle down, how could Zayn continue to live like a salted fish? In this exciting world, if he didn't live recklessly, it would be a shame. It would be a disgrace to the meticulous planning he had done over the past 5 years. It would be a disgrace to the incredibly exciting life he should have had. It would be a disgrace to the chance given to him by fate to cross over. Nietzsche once said, "We should consider every day lost on which we have not danced at least once." After accumulating for 5 years, Zayn was now ready to dance recklessly on the biggest stage of the Marvel Universe. At the same time, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. also received news of the Hulk and Zayn's appearance and quickly rushed to the battlefield with his most trusted subordinates. Professor X, who was at the X-Mansion, also saw this as a good opportunity to publicize mutants and led the X-Men into action. And of course, Xavier's friend Magneto would not miss out, flying to Culver University with Mystique. Also coming were New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man Peter Parker and the newly minted superhero Iron Man aka Tony Stark. This moment could be described as a gathering of heroes. And at some point, several fearless reporters had already stood on the edge of the battlefield to report on the situation. As for how they found out, just look at the 2 Daredevil students holding their phones recording the scene next to the battlefield. Zayn didn't stop any of this, if for no other reason than he felt his current life needed a bigger stage. It was also a way to satisfy his past life's Janibu thoughts. Thinking about it, Zayn's mouth curved into an expectant smile. When the Hulk had almost slaughtered all the American soldiers present, the first audience on Zayn's stage finally arrived. Tony descended from the sky in his flamboyant Iron Man armor, playing loud heavy metal music. It really was typical Tony Stark. This guy really couldn't change his ways, despite being mature. his deeply ingrained flamboyant personality remained unchanged. Before Tony could finish showing off, he saw Zayn in midair. Zayn! Tony exclaimed in shock. Tony had to admit that Zayn's current image was beyond compare. He had a dignified aura, as if a sovereign ruling over the world. Zayn, who used to be reserved in his impression, when did he become so high-profile? This doesn't make sense. Zayn ignored Tony, because our good citizen Spider-Man had also arrived. After 5 years of unremitting efforts, Peter Parker had grown into a qualified superhero. After a series of events that made him much more mature than the original, he now had an excellent reputation among the citizens of New York, second only to Captain America. The reason Captain America was so heavily promoted was because the United States needed a sole figure to boost morale during World War II. So Captain America was heavily promoted with various exaggerated meanings, and eventually became the symbol of American spirit. After he died, this kind of propaganda not only did not stop but became more exaggerated, until now Captain America has become the idol in everyone's hearts. The US government dared only to give such influence to someone they thought was dead. If they knew that Captain America was now sleeping in some glacier, they would definitely regret it. Peter Parker swung over with his spider silk, and of course, he also saw Zayn's high-profile presence, and couldn't help but exclaim with Tony. Zayn! What are you doing here? Long time no see, Spider-Man. Zayn politely greeted Peter, without revealing his real name. Meanwhile, Tony, who was still showing off, was completely ignored by Zayn. Before Tony could engage in his usual banter with Zayn, other spectators arrived one after another. Magneto, who had aged quite a bit, descended slowly into the center of the battlefield wearing a red helmet on a piece of iron. When Zayn saw Magneto, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. He glanced at Lorna, who was still curiously watching Magneto in his arms. Damn, why is Old Man also here? Zayn thought to himself. Zayn expected many superheroes to come, but he never expected Magneto to come. Isn't Magneto supposed to be a villain? If he's not causing trouble with his brotherhood, what is he doing here? Do you think it's a party? You should know that this guy is the biological father of my wife. Zayn has always wanted to avoid their meeting. Although he knew that this day would come eventually, he didn't expect it to come so soon. To be honest, Zayn felt a little scared for the first time since coming to the Marvel world. Zayn? Magneto asked in confusion. Even though 5 years had passed, Magneto would never forget the monstrous teenager he had encountered back then. But now, although Zayn's appearance had become more mature compared to before, there had been an earth-shattering change in his temperament. In Magneto's impression, Zayn was a young man who was gloomy but couldn't hide his inner anxiety. But now, Zayn carried an air of ease and dignity in every move and gesture. Chapter 114, Magneto and Professor X. The contrast before and after is really huge, so Magneto is somewhat uncertain. Long time no see, Magneto. Zayn pretended to be calm and said, while flashing an awkward smile. At this point, Tony, who was almost treated as a background, began to assert his presence. How do you all know this tin can? What tin can? Zayn is a good person. Peter Parker argued reasonably. In his mind, Zayn was like a benefactor, giving him valuable opportunities to fulfill his aspirations. Even when he ultimately chose to become a superhero, Zayn didn't stop him and even gave him $10 million. Peter could balance his career and love life, and even Aunt May now lived comfortably. So Peter firmly opposed Tony Stark's attempt to discredit their benefactor. At the same time, Magneto also spoke up. Zayn is my friend, Mr. Stark, please watch your words. With that, Magneto activated his powers to directly control the armor worn by Tony, suspending him in midair. But it was only for a moment. The next moment, Magneto released his powers, returning Tony's freedom and giving him a small warning. After all, 5 years ago, although Zayn's purpose was unclear, it was an undeniable fact that he saved his wife and 3 children. Magneto would always remember this favor. Just as Peter and Magneto stared at the embarrassed Tony with momentum, Zayn broke the deadlock. Old man, how is Nina and your wife now? Does little Nina miss me? Magneto, who was originally full of vigor, suddenly froze upon hearing Zayn's words, seeming to age significantly in an instant. He sighed, then pretended to be calm and said, 5 years ago, what I did in Cairo, you must know, right? Just by looking at Magneto's expression, Zayn knew he had asked the wrong question. But seeing Magneto, who had already started to confide, Zayn still kindly picked up where he left off. Yes, of course. At that time, my mind was filled with dissatisfaction with society and hatred towards humanity. Under Apocalypse's induction, I did some bad things. As a result, my wife became afraid of me and left with our 2 unborn children and Nina. Mystique, who had been standing silently by Magneto's side, was now frantically signaling to Zayn with her eyes, indicating that he had said the wrong thing. But words spoken were like spilled water, impossible to take back. Zayn could only laugh awkwardly. Haha, it's okay, anyway, old man, you have no other skills, just have many children, only 3 left, not a big problem. Many children. Magneto asked in confusion. Just as Zayn said this, he wanted to slap himself a few times. You're asking for it, being so talkative. But Lorna, who was in Zayn's arms, had been silent all along, just staring intently at Magneto's slightly aged figure. Why does this person have the same ability as me, and why does he look so familiar? And dear, why do you seem so nervous seeing him? Various questions surged in Lorna's mind. Finally, after her brain worked at lightning speed, she came to a ridiculous conclusion. Could it be that he is? Just as Zayn was a little flustered and didn't know how to respond, and Lorna was shocked by the answer she deduced, the X-Men arrived in their invisible jet. At this moment, Zayn suddenly felt that Professor X looked particularly kind, even though he was a bald old man. Mr. Zayn, long time no see, Professor X said politely, sitting in his wheelchair. Long time no see, Professor. Facing Charles, who had just solved the crisis for him, Zayn was willing to be polite. 5 years ago, Mr. Zayn's guess was indeed accurate. I am bald now, Professor X said with a smile, but his eyes were as meaningful as they were when he first met Zayn 5 years ago. With that, he even touched his bald head, which could now shine like a light bulb when polished. Haha, I just thought this hairstyle suits you. Look how pleasing it is now. Zayn awkwardly rubbed his nose, not explaining further, and forcibly changed the subject. Professor X didn't delve into it further, but looked at Magneto, who was still pondering over what Zayn had just said. Eric, you've lost weight and aged. If Zayn didn't read it wrong, there seemed to be tears shimmering in Professor X's eyes. Ah. Charles, you've aged too. Yes, time waits for no one. What the heck is going on? Why are you two suddenly showing affection? This feels a bit off. At this moment, Zayn and everyone else present were a bit confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? Even the X-Men couldn't help but subtly step back from Professor X, looking towards the sky, almost saying they didn't know this bald guy. Hey, I'm trying to be cool here. Who wants to see you two old men being lovey-dovey? Zayn roared inwardly. At the same time, Zayn discreetly glanced at Lorna in his arms, then at the openly affectionate bald guy and his father-in-law. Indeed, same-sex relationships are true love. If you don't believe it, just look at how many wives Magneto has had, but in the end, it's only Professor X who stays by his side, loving and fighting. Realizing that his thoughts were a bit dangerous, Zayn shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the terrifying idea from his mind. But now, things have developed beyond what Zayn had anticipated. Who are these weirdos present now? There's a talkative guy who supports me, Spider-Man. A little guy who argues with me as soon as we meet, Iron Man. A pair of old buddies, Professor X and Magneto. Their pink atmosphere is making Zayn feel uncomfortable. There are also some other miscellaneous minions playing background roles, Mystique, Storm, Cyclops, Beast, etc. So now the question arises, how should Zayn show off in front of this group of weirdos? Zayn suddenly felt a headache. He shouldn't have indulged in his Chinibu fantasies in the first place. Chapter 115, Hulk, Smash. Just as Zayn was doubting life, the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel finally arrived in a small plane, just in the nick of time. Their efficiency was really lacking, wasn't it? Look at the first ones who arrived, none of them are official forces, they're all civilians. It's the official S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who arrived last. I wonder if S.H.I.E.L.D. feels ashamed for spending taxpayers' money, taking this long. The moment Black Widow, who had just gotten off the plane, saw Zayn in the air, she shuddered suddenly. Subconsciously, she hid her body behind her colleague Hawkeye. And Hawkeye also looked at Zayn warily. Although he hated Zayn's annoying face, he knew he wasn't a match for him. 5 years ago, Zayn did things to Natasha that almost ruined their partnership. Natasha had to undergo months of psychological treatment to overcome the trauma Zayn had left her with. Although she still felt scared of Zayn now, she could perform her duties normally. How could Hawkeye not hate this situation? Hey, Natasha, long time no see. I still need a sparring coach, do you want to apply? Zayn said with a fake smile, looking at Natasha behind Hawkeye. After hearing Zayn's words, Natasha didn't respond to him, just lowered her head even more, but she couldn't stop trembling. Hawkeye gritted his teeth as he watched this scene, his compound bow already creaking in his hand. At this moment, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., quickly intervened. Mr. Zayn, please stop joking. With your skills, who needs a sparring coach? You never know, if you let that woman seduce me again, maybe it will work. Zayn laughed, but the coldness in his eyes was evident to everyone. Nick Fury's face darkened instantly. That's a petty remark. After all these years, you still remember that. After arguing with S.H.I.E.L.D., Zayn felt much better. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. still had a necessary presence. Otherwise, where would Zayn vent his emotions in the future? Can't hit back or talk back to him. While S.H.I.E.L.D. felt the atmosphere of the battlefield, the journalists on the edge of the battlefield finally obtained approval for live broadcasting and turned on their cameras. They aimed the cameras at Zayn, who seemed godlike in the air. Zayn felt the cameras and didn't avoid them. Instead, he gave a lofty smile in that direction. He thought to himself, things are finally on track. Now that there's even a pair of old buddies showing affection, who knows what bizarre events will unfold next. At this time, the Hulk had finished slaughtering all the soldiers, but his anger had not subsided, it had only intensified during the slaughter. His size had also increased by 2 meters compared to the beginning. The higher his anger, the stronger his power, and this was no joke. Since he hadn't vented enough, the only ones still standing were the new superheroes who had arrived, excluding Magneto. So now, the completely enraged Hulk roared at this group of people and prepared to smash Iron Man Tony, who was closest to him, into a pulp. The people awakened by the Hulk's roar remembered their original purpose and turned to face the menacing Hulk, preparing for battle. "Hey, big guy, you better stop." Tony, in his armor, discreetly swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he watched the unstoppable Hulk. But he absolutely couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Didn't he see the live broadcast over there? If he wimped out now, how could he continue in the future? Seeing that the Hulk didn't stop, Tony decisively opened fire on him with full force. However, apart from causing the Hulk's size to increase by half a meter, he didn't even knock out a single hair. But it wasn't entirely ineffective. The Hulk's indestructible pants, which couldn't be torn off even in the movies, were now torn off, revealing XXX, ahem, that unspeakable thing. More importantly, the Hulk had no shame at all, letting that unspeakable thing hang as he charged forward under Tony's bombardment, not even bothering to block. Zayn had already sensed that something was wrong before it happened and covered Lorna's eyes, pressing her head against his chest. "Dear, what's wrong?" Lorna asked puzzledly. She was still watching enthusiastically. "Nothing, there's going to be something unpleasant next, and it might make your eyes hurt," Zayn said solemnly. As soon as the battle began, the journalists' cameras moved away from Zayn and captured the scene of the Hulk's private parts flying. Instantly, all the viewers who rushed to watch the scene shouted in unison, "What the hell?" At this moment, the Hulk was furious, completely furious, and truly a man who, after seeing him, would be silent, and women who would cry. Maybe even Magneto couldn't stand it anymore, or perhaps it was out of envy and jealousy. He manipulated metal to make a pair of metal pants for the Hulk, putting an end to this farce. At first, when the metal flew towards him, the Hulk dodged a few times. But when he realized that the old man wasn't attacking him, he simply stopped struggling and let Magneto weave a pair of metal pants between his legs. Then he continued to charge at Iron Man, who attracted his hatred. In the instant when the Hulk's towering figure was obscured, the women in front of the screen all frowned, while the men let out a sigh of relief unconsciously. Zayn also released his hand covering Lorna's eyes, and after Lorna saw the change in the Hulk's attire on the battlefield, she guessed why Zayn had done that before. After chuckling at Zayn, she didn't say anything and continued to focus her gaze on the battlefield, but her gaze occasionally flickered towards Magneto. The more she looked, the more complicated her mood became. While Tony was still attacking the Hulk, the others were not idle. Spider-Man Peter jumped onto a tree first, then continuously shot webs to entangle the Hulk's thighs and eyes. Finally, the essence of being a chatterbox couldn't help but burst out. "Hey, big green fatty, look here, look here." As a result, the Hulk, annoyed by the webs, immediately shifted his hatred from Tony to the mouthy Spider-Man. Now with an IQ close to 0, the Hulk looked at the distance between himself and Peter, revealing a sinister smile. "Hulk! Smash!" The Hulk roared, then used all his strength to clap his hands together in Peter's direction. Instantly, a massive shockwave emanated from between the Hulk's clapping palms. The others, who were still relatively young and had good physical endurance, only felt their ears ringing in a slight pain, but it was nothing serious. However, for Magneto and Professor X, this pair of old buddies with not much enhancement to their bodies due to their mutant abilities and their advanced age, it was a different story. Professor X, sitting in his wheelchair, was okay, but Magneto, who was standing, staggered a bit. Since he was closer to Professor X, he instinctively reached out to stabilize his big bald head, steadying himself. "You know what, this big brain is really intact and shiny, and it feels pretty good to the touch." Magneto subtly withdrew his hand, continuing to observe the battlefield seriously. After the shockwave, a small-scale gale blew towards Peter, who was still on the tree, attracting the Hulk's hatred. But Peter immediately grabbed the tree trunk and stabilized himself. Chapter 116, Count went down. Countdown. The wind seemed a bit noisy, and the tree under Peter couldn't bear it and was directly uprooted by the strong wind, taking Peter flying into the vast sky. Tony saw this scene. A cold sweat couldn't help but trickle down his forehead as he secretly estimated the strength of his armor. He came to a chilling conclusion: if he were punched by this green fatty, he'd basically bid farewell to this world. So Tony decisively stopped the continuous firepower output towards the Hulk. In order to avoid embarrassment, Tony decisively took off to catch Peter, who was still free-falling dozens of meters high. "Phew. Mr. Stark, thank you. I misunderstood you before." "You're a good person," said the frightened Spider-Man. "You see, this battlefield is a plain, and Spider-Man doesn't have any tall buildings to execute his fancy moves. If he falls to the ground, although he won't kick the bucket directly, it's certain that he'll break a few bones." Tony, who received the good guy card, didn't say anything. He slowly descended while holding the Spider-Man in a princess carry, but the descent seemed a bit slow. "Mr. Stark, let's go down and continue fighting. Otherwise, if this guy goes to the downtown area, it will definitely cause riots," said the Spider-Man seriously. "Tony. Why is this kid so straightforward?" Finally, Zayn, sitting on the throne, couldn't stand Tony's shameful evasion any longer. He directly used the power of faith to forcefully pull Tony back to the ground. Tony glanced resentfully at Zayn, who was laughing at him, but he had no choice but to continue outputting firepower at the Hulk. After all, it was still being broadcasted live. And during this time, others weren't idle either. Beast roared fearlessly and rushed towards the unstoppable Hulk, but his size compared to the current Hulk was like that of a small kitten. Just as Beast was about to jump up and punch the Hulk's knee with his little fists, he was slapped away by the Hulk. Like a kite with a broken string, Beast flew out, spitting blood, and crashed onto the ground like a pile of mud after breaking 200-year-old trees. So Beast went down. Others also showed their prowess. Cyclops opened his eyes, and the beams as thick as 2 arms shot directly at the Hulk. Then the Hulk threw a huge rock at Cyclops while resisting the laser beams. If Tony hadn't shattered the huge rock in midair, greatly reducing its kinetic energy, Cyclops would have more than just fainted, they would have turned into fresh meatloaf. So Cyclops went down. Storm manipulated whirlwinds and flew above the Hulk, controlling the weather, forming thunderclouds in the sky. Then she brought down lightning strikes on the Hulk, finally leaving some scorch marks on him. But they were instantly repaired by the Hulk's powerful self-healing ability. Storm flew in the air like a kite, constantly teasing the Hulk. "Well, bullying our Hulk because he can't fly, huh?" Unknowingly, the Hulk's size increased by another meter. He roared and squatted under the lightning, then jumped, leaving a deep pit on the ground due to the force. Watching the green monster rushing towards her at high speed, Storm instantly tried to control the hurricane to evade, but it was too late. She only managed to turn her body slightly to avoid the Hulk's angry fist, but couldn't dodge the violent wind. So, Storm went down. The justice-loving Spider-Man couldn't bear to see so many comrades falling one after another. How could he endure it? He rushed forward, dodging all of Hulk's attacks with his agile moves. And with spider silk, he wrapped the Hulk into a big dumpling, leaving only one nostril to prevent the green guy from suffocating to death. However, just as Peter was proudly turning around to show off his achievements to everyone, he didn't notice that behind him, the Hulk's eyes peeking through the gaps in the spider silk were getting redder and redder. With a suppressed roar, the spider silk on the Hulk's body began to crack layer by layer as his size rapidly increased. By the time Peter wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The Hulk's hand, which was half the size of Peter, directly grabbed him in his palm. Just as the Hulk was about to crush him, Professor X and Magneto, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally took action. Countless wreckage of military vehicles on the battlefield flew into the air, one by one, wrapping around the Hulk, restricting his movements. Professor X then connected with the Hulk's mind, attempting to control him and calm the endless rage within him. But in the moment of connecting with the Hulk's mind, Professor X's clear eyes were suddenly filled with bloodshot veins. The Hulk's anger was too terrifying, like an endless tide, rushing through the link and impacting Professor X's mind. Even Professor X, who could link to everyone's brain in the world through instruments, couldn't help but be affected at this moment. A fire of anger named Rage surged in his heart. "Eric, hurry!" Professor X roared in struggle. Hearing the urging of his good friend, Magneto immediately increased his speed and expanded his control range. The Culver University library behind the battlefield was directly pulled out by Magneto's power, turning into a ruin in an instant. But now, no one paid attention to these. Everyone's eyes on the battlefield were focused nervously on the Hulk, who was bound by layers of steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tony flew to the temporarily controlled Hulk and used all the power of his armor to pry open his fingers, saving Peter, who had already lost half of his life, and sending him to a nearby safe area. So, Spider-Man went down. While Professor X and Magneto were struggling to control the Hulk, Mystique, as a master of disguise, didn't stay idle. She transformed into the appearance of Betty, Banner's girlfriend, and slowly approached the temporarily trapped Hulk. As a master of psychology, Mystique had long observed that although the Hulk had been fighting, his gaze had never left a certain woman. It was only when General Ross left with that crying woman that the Hulk completely lost it and began to rampage. So Mystique concluded that the woman was the Hulk's soft spot. Sure enough, as Mystique approached in the guise of Betty, the Hulk gradually stopped struggling, and intermittent tenderness flashed in his eyes. Mystique was delighted. She was about to reach out and touch the Hulk's big face, completely calming his anger and ending this battle. But as Mystique approached, the Hulk's face suddenly became even more ferocious, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. Almost at the same time, Professor X spewed blood, and without a word, he fainted in his wheelchair. So, Professor X went down. And the reason why the Hulk got angry again was simple: he felt that the woman in front of him didn't smell right. Moreover, he didn't feel anything for her, so the simple-minded Hulk concluded that this person wasn't Betty. So where did Betty go? Chapter 117, Father-in-Law Out. Certainly, Betty must have been killed by these people. The thought process of the simple-minded Hulk is just so peculiar. Now Hulk is angry like never before. That's why Professor X's psychological defense was shattered by Hulk's sudden rage, causing his brain to crash, and he bit the dust in his wheelchair. As for Mystique, sensing something was wrong, she turned to run, but Hulk, fueled by increased strength, broke free from the iron shackles and clenched his fists, swinging them toward Mystique. If she were hit, Mystique would be minced meat even if she's tough. At this critical moment, Magneto, sweating profusely, hastily controlled a metal chain to pull Mystique back, allowing her to narrowly escape Hulk's fists. But the powerful force of the punches was like a giant hammer smashing onto Mystique, instantly breaking countless bones, and knocking her unconscious. Thus, Mystique bites the dust. At this moment, there are only Magneto, Iron Man, Zayn, and Lorna, who are still seated on their thrones. As for those S.H.I.E.L.D. guys, they're just background props, nobody cares about them. The audience in front of the screen, witnessing this brutal scene, is getting nervous. Some sensitive girls have already started to cry softly. Even those who are relatively close to Culver University have packed their bags and started their cars to flee. Raven. Magneto roared. Then, he directly controlled the iron chain to pull Mystique, who had already passed out, aside. Then he exerted all his power. But this time, his goal was no longer to control Hulk, but to kill him. All the metal objects on the scene flew into the air, torn into pieces by the chaotic magnetic field. Then, under the influence of the magnetic field, they began to spin rapidly, forming a metal storm that pierced the sky and earth. And beneath the metal storm was Hulk, rushing forward. The sharp iron pieces, spinning at supersonic speeds, easily left fine wounds on Hulk's body, and the green blood mixed with the iron pieces danced in the air. Under intense pain, Hulk occasionally let out a roar of anger. Finally, unable to withstand the excruciating pain, he squatted on the ground in a ball, letting Magneto attack him. Seeing Hulk surrendering in this way, Tony breathed a sigh of relief, secretly remarking that this monster, which only grows stronger with every blow, has finally been subdued. The audience in front of the screen also relaxed and began to cheer for all the heroes who participated in the battle. Without any surprise, after this battle ends completely, New York City and even the entire United States will definitely once again experience a wave of superhero craze. Some keen-eyed businessmen have even begun to prepare for the production of various superhero peripherals. Except for Zayn and Lorna, no one noticed that Magneto's forehead was increasingly covered in cold sweat, and his hands had begun to tremble slightly. In the center of the metal storm, Hulk, whose strength was almost depleted, had unknowingly grown in size again. However, because he was in a huddled position, it went unnoticed by everyone. The thin iron pieces scraping against his skin could no longer break his skin's defenses. They only left a string of dazzling sparks on his greenish skin, which disappeared in an instant. Under the shadow, Hulk's eyes opened again slowly. Slowly, as Magneto's strength gradually drained away, the rotation speed of the metal storm slowed down. Magneto gritted his teeth, veins bulging all over his body, sweat pouring down like rain, as he continued to unleash attacks with all his might. But the Hulk, now towering at a height of 5 meters, slowly rose from the dust stirred up by the storm, unaffected. The bulging muscles on his body seemed as indestructible as rocks. Dry blood on his skin began to peel off in chunks as his muscles flexed, revealing undamaged skin underneath. His already crimson eyes flickered in the dust, like two lanterns in the darkness. The iron pieces that could have left wounds on him now only sparked against his skin. In the instant the Hulk stood up, an aura akin to a primordial beast permeated the entire space. It was as if a demon had descended. The footsteps of the Hulk advancing seemed to tread on everyone's hearts, and his heavy breathing stirred up a breeze on the scene. Even though the audience in front of the screens were dozens of meters away from the filming equipment, they could clearly hear the Hulk's immensely powerful heartbeat. All eyes were on the Hulk's figure, and even breathing seemed to have been forgotten. This was the primal terror brought by absolute power. Hulk, smash! At this moment, Magneto, already on the brink of exhaustion, was powerless to dodge. At the critical moment, Tony flew behind him, directly taking Magneto out of harm's way from the Hulk's attack. Finally, Magneto collapsed weakly into Tony's arms, admitting defeat. The uncontrolled metal storm splattered around following its inertia. It was fortunate that there weren't many people at Culver University now, otherwise, ordinary people would surely have been killed under such a metal downpour. And T-Hulk, having missed its target, extended towards the distance until it slowly calmed down after destroying 2 buildings of Culver University. If one were to view from above, it would be clear that the Hulk's powerful blow had split Culver University in half, creating a deep and endless chasm in the middle. Such was the terror of his strength. Even some scattered fragments had been thrown out of the storm, flying towards other corners of Culver University, smashing through windows. Flying in the air, Tony tried to shoot the scattered metal pieces with his palm cannons a couple of times. Finally, realizing it was futile, he could only protect Magneto in his arms, shielding him from the scattered pieces. As for the rest of the people lying on the ground, Tony could only express his powerlessness. At this critical moment, Lorna in Zayn's arms finally took action. The emerald green halo reappeared on her fingertips, nailing all the metal fragments flying towards everyone who couldn't resist in midair. At this moment, Hulk also turned his gaze to Zayn, who posed the greatest threat to him. Zayn fearlessly stared into Hulk's blood-red eyes. He knew it was his turn to enter the stage. "Girl, you sit here. Your man is going to have a fight." Zayn patted Lorna's head, smiling proudly. Lorna said nothing, just activating her power to drag all the injured people to a safe area, avoiding distractions for Zayn due to them. She trusted Zayn. This man, who had supported her, had never let her down. And just when the reporters, who had just escaped from death, were trembling with fear, they subconsciously aimed their cameras at Zayn as he stood up from his throne. Chapter 118, Hulk Dead. All the people in front of the screens have pinned their hopes on Zayn, just because Zayn is now their last hope. If the Hulk, this monster, rushes out of Culver University, it will be a disaster for New York City. At this moment, all eyes are on Zayn. Only to see Zayn, who stands up from the throne, slowly placing his feet on the void, as if there is an invisible path in the air supporting his body. As Zayn steps forward, a series of continuously expanding golden ripples are left behind him. Not far from the Hulk in the air, Zayn stops, standing calmly in the air, overlooking the Hulk who is looking up at him from the ground. In the next moment, golden ripples appear around the Hulk, and hundreds of iron chains inscribed with magnificent runes emerge from the ripples, binding the Hulk's limbs. Then suddenly tightening, lifting him up in the air, like a little white mouse waiting to be dissected on an operating table. No matter how the Hulk struggles, how he exerts force, he cannot damage the iron chains in the slightest. These iron chains are made of vibranium. How could the current Hulk break them? There is a time for everything in the world. There is a time to be born, and a time to die. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to tear down, and a time to build up. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to be silent, and a time to speak. A time to love, and a time to hate. And now, the beast has come to the time to return to its cage. While the Hulk is still struggling, Zayn stands in the air and calmly says. His majestic voice, with a godlike aura, echoes on the silent battlefield, like an oracle. All the conscious people focus their gaze on Zayn at this moment, involuntarily feeling a sense of looking up to a deity. And those ordinary people in front of the screens even feel an impulse to worship Zayn from the bottom of their hearts. This is still the result of Zayn's influence being greatly reduced through the screens. Otherwise, Zayn would definitely gain tens of millions more followers. But Zayn wouldn't want such followers even if they were given to him for free. He is not like Satan or God, who doesn't care about right or wrong. In the real world, people's minds are filled with desires and distractions. The faith they provide is like smearing excrement on a delicious cake, emitting a foul smell from the depths of the soul. Zayn, who is accustomed to the pure faith in the realm of dead, would not even look at them. Zayn's right hand slowly raises, while the death divine power that has already begun to take shape in the depths of his soul gathers at the fingertips of his right hand. In the next moment, a huge finger shadow suddenly appears in the void behind Zayn. Along with the appearance of this shadow, the greenery on the battlefield instantly withers, and a vague misty human figure appears on the corpses of those soldiers previously slaughtered by the Hulk. Then all the vitality of the plants and the souls of those American soldiers are drawn into the huge finger shadow by an inexplicable force. However, this is just some insignificant energy. The main power is still Zayn's death divine power. With the continuous investment of death divine power, the huge finger behind Zayn becomes clearer and clearer, and even the fingerprints on the finger are clearly visible in the end. It's your time. Zayn says expressionlessly. His tone is full of indifference, an indifference to life. As if announcing the impending death of the Hulk was a matter of course. Feeling the strong aura of death emanating from Zayn, the Hulk begins to struggle even harder. The vibrating gold chains creak as he pulls them, and his clenched fists even burst the air that cannot escape in time. But no matter how he struggles, how hard he tries, there is still a considerable distance from the maximum load-bearing capacity of the vibrating gold. Even though his body has expanded significantly again, the vibrating gold chains still tightly bind him, making him unable to move. The Hulk can only watch helplessly as death approaches. As the gray giant finger solidifies behind him, Zayn slowly lowers his raised right hand. And that substantial finger falls in sync with Zayn's movements, landing above the Hulk's chest. After a slight pause, it carries the will of death that returns all things to silence, and points at the Hulk's heart. Just as everyone is nervous about the outcome of Zayn's attack, the Hulk, who is enduring the attack, feels a completely different sensation. It is an unprecedented warmth, a tranquility from the depths of the soul. At this moment, he finally won't let anger control him. From Zayn's perspective, the ferocious Hulk reveals a pure smile like a newborn baby. "Thank you, little guy," the Hulk says in a muffled voice. After saying that, he closes his eyes peacefully, and at the same time, his body quickly shrinks, transforming from a fierce monster into a thin and weak man in less than 3 seconds. Zayn gazes at the now reverted banner, whispering softly. "You're welcome, big guy." When Zayn's deathly finger attacked the Hulk, he already understood the relationship between the Hulk and Bruce Banner. Fundamentally, the Hulk is Banner's child. The Hulk is a new life born from Banner's soul, a result of Banner's subconscious rejection of his endless gamma energy. Helplessly, gamma energy could only choose a new life to be its master from Banner's soul, so it gave birth to a new life from Banner's soul. The Hulk inherited all of Banner's memories, which is why he is so gentle to Banner's girlfriend. But as a result of being born from gamma energy, he naturally carries an endless anger, and his mind has never been calm. This is his nature, something he cannot escape, just like a wolf naturally wants to eat meat. In a sense, the Hulk is not wrong, he is just following his nature. The mistake lies in the fact that this world is too fragile for him. But now he is liberated, Zayn's deathly finger is not targeting his physical body, but his soul. And the target of the deathly finger aimed by Zayn is the Hulk's soul, so the Hulk is dead. But Bruce Banner and the gamma energy inside him are still intact. As for whether the gamma energy will choose Banner as its new master, or give birth to a new life again, it has nothing to do with Zayn. Even if gamma energy gives birth to a new life, it won't be the Hulk. The essence of the Hulk's soul has been completely extinguished by Zayn's deathly finger, and even the realm of dead cannot guide his soul. From now on, that big guy can enjoy eternal sleep peacefully with Zayn's gift. Believe that in the endless tranquility, that big guy can have a good rest. Good night. With the final whisper disappearing into the wind, Zayn slowly walks back to the throne and hugs Lorna in his arms again, quietly watching Banner lying on the ground. He says nothing, does nothing, but the death divine power in his soul is like a black dragon, surging and swimming freely in the sea of faith. After seeing the green monster subdued by Zayn, everyone present and the billions of viewers in front of the screens simultaneously cheered. Chapter 119, Perception. They are celebrating the elimination of another monster. They are celebrating what they perceive as justice triumphing once again. They are celebrating the return of peace to the city, which has been plagued by numerous disasters. Only Zayn silently mourns the passing of Hulk. Actually, Zayn's perception is quite strange. In his eyes, neither justice nor evil matters. Zayn believes that the concepts of justice and evil are merely constructs imposed by society. What benefits the majority is considered justice, and what harms the majority is considered evil. Justice always prevails. Of course, because only the victor is deemed just. The defeated naturally fall into the realm of evil. The only ones Zayn can appreciate are those who are pure. Whether they are superheroes, supervillains, or just ordinary people. For example, Hulk, who yearns for peace of mind but cannot attain it. Tony Stark, whose heart is as strong as steel after enduring hardships. Peter Parker, who bears greater responsibility with greater power. Eric Laneshare, who seeks supremacy for mutants. Charles Francis Xavier, who advocates for harmony between two species. Thanos, who believes in universal balance. And so on. These individuals, despite their differing beliefs, genders, strengths, and even races, all have their own convictions and are willing to pay prices beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Like Hulk, who, despite being seen as a monster of rage desired for peace of mind, expressed gratitude to Zayn before his death, harboring no resentment, only pure gratitude. Sometimes what is depicted in movies may not be true or false. For example, Hulk is not as intellectually impaired as imagined, he possesses all of Banner's intelligence but is influenced by endless rage, making him appear as if he were mentally impaired. Another example is how official organizations in movies always come in last to cover up. This is exactly like reality. That's how S.H.I.E.L.D. is now. After Zayn kills Hulk, S.H.I.E.L.D., which had not been involved in the conflict until then, suddenly changes its stance completely after confirming safety. From being silent, they become incredibly active, imprisoning and taking away Banner, who is still unconscious, while sending all injured superhumans away in ambulances. These superhumans are like big shots to S.H.I.E.L.D., and the death of any one of them could spark chaos. But as long as S.H.I.E.L.D. can gain the favor of a few of them, Nick Fury's Avengers initiative can take a leap forward. Zayn can clearly see the smile in Nick Fury's eyes as he sits on the throne. Mr. Zayn, this time, Th. Just as Nick Fury was about to approach Zayn to talk, Zayn couldn't be bothered to even acknowledge him. After storing the magnificent throne made of vibranium in the treasury, he teleported home with Lorna directly in his arms. Before leaving, Lorna turned back to give a deep look at Magneto being loaded onto the ambulance. Seeing Zayn leave, Tony, feeling bored, activated the flight function of his armor and flew away directly, leaving Black Widow alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. After Zayn and Tony ignored him and left directly, the shameless Nick Fury didn't feel embarrassed either. Turning around, he went to take care of the patients. Of course, compared to other big shots with their own forces, what Nick Fury cares about most is our lone hero, little Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Among the people left behind, only Peter might join S.H.I.E.L.D. and participate in his Avengers initiative. Originally, Nick Fury did investigate Spider-Man. With Peter's clumsy attempts at disguise, any organization with a bit of strength could dig up everything about him. But the reason Nick Fury only contacted Peter now was simply because he was intimidated by Zayn. You see, Peter Parker was Zayn's classmate, and according to investigations, their relationship was not bad. Later, Peter even joined Zayn's Skynet technology. Who knows, if Peter were pulled into S.H.I.E.L.D., would Zayn angrily come knocking on their door and dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D.? And now, Nick Fury sees that Zayn seems to not care about Peter's fate at all, so he cautiously starts to think about Peter again. Meanwhile, as Zayn and Lorna returned home, major media outlets across the United States were racing to report on the recent battle. Most of the headlines were focused on Zayn. Zayn's original identity was already eye-catching enough. Now, with his extraordinary prowess displayed in the battle against the Green Behemoth, the combination of these two factors created a tremendous chemical reaction. In just a few hours, Zayn became a bona fide celebrity. Although Zayn's original identity was dazzling enough. As a billionaire at only 21 years old, he not only has no negative news but also maintains an extremely devoted love life. Once considered the most popular businessman in the world, he became the dream man of countless girls. Now, with Zayn's extraordinary performance on the battlefield, it has caused everyone to erupt in excitement. There were countless couples who had quarrels today because of Zayn. After watching the video of Zayn battling the Hulk, and then looking at their boyfriends lying in bed playing games, many women all had the same thought: why did I choose him back then? It's not an exaggeration to say that at this moment, Zayn has become the nation's sweetheart. And Lorna has become the envy and jealousy of all the young girls, but most women still don't care. Having a relationship, so what? They're not married, and even if they were, so what? It's not like they can't have extramarital affairs. You have to know, this is America, where openness is the norm. When encountering an outstanding man like Zayn, who is handsome, wealthy, and a superhero, as acknowledged by others, which woman can control her desires? In an instant, Zayn gained tens of millions of fans, and even Hollywood female stars rushed to repost Zayn's videos, many of whom were already married. And they unabashedly expressed in the public media that they wouldn't mind spending an unforgettable night with Zayn. They might not mind, but Zayn minds. Even the stock price of Skynet technology rose by 6 percentage points, making Zayn's net worth increase by billions out of thin air. As for the other participants in the battle, it's a bit tragic. Professor X and the others are fine, at least they've earned a good reputation, easing tensions between mutants and humans to some extent. But Mystique, on Magneto's side, was scolded mercilessly by angry keyboard warriors. If it hadn't been for her pretending to be Banner's girlfriend being exposed, that green fatty might have been subdued long ago. And who knows which internet user, enjoying the spectacle, made a contribution ranking. At the top, naturally, is the godlike Zayn. Chapter 120, The Inevitable. Next up are the seemingly powerful Professor X and Magneto. One step down are the somewhat helpful Iron Man Tony Stark, Spider-Man. Those who can only be considered trying their best are Cyclops and Storm. And those who can only be considered useless are Beast, along with the trembling Black Widow and Hawkeye who have been standing on the sidelines. Last but not least is Mystique, who's basically like a piece of crap. This ranking, once released, was unanimously recognized by everyone, sparking likes and shares from numerous netizens. All those involved in the battle gained quite a few fans. Even Mystique, who was more of a hindrance, was no exception. Of course, her fans were almost all male, and what they were interested in wasn't her contribution but her superpowers. As for the reason, heh. Just imagine, if you had a girlfriend like Mystique, wouldn't that be equivalent to having all the women in the world? Cosplay and whatnot are nothing compared to Mystique, okay. Even the meat-loving American otakus have begun fantasizing about Mystique transforming into their long-awaited waifus made of paper. Lorna, upon returning home, felt a complex mix of emotions. She looked at Zayn with flickering eyes, wanting to speak but hesitating. Zayn, who knew his wife very well, noticed Lorna's abnormality and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Lorna?" Lorna hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't speak up. Zayn smiled gently and reached out to pat Lorna's head. "Just say whatever's on your mind. We've been married for so long, there's nothing we can't talk about. Zayn, I want to ask about the man with the helmet who can control metal. What's his relationship with me?" Lorna took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and finally voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. After speaking, she looked at Zayn with a complex gaze, containing anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of fear. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Zayn sighed helplessly. "The truth is like a fire wrapped in paper. No matter how careful you are, you can only delay the time until the truth is discovered." Lorna didn't answer Zayn's question but instead lowered her head in silence. Zayn, feeling sorry for her, hugged her and revealed the truth. That man's name is Eric Laneshare, one of the two spiritual leaders of mutants known as Magneto. He's also your biological father. After her internal doubts were confirmed, Lorna's heart became even more chaotic. At this moment, Zayn knew he couldn't do much to help, so he could only hold Lorna tightly, indicating that he would always be by her side. After a long silence, Lorna finally raised her head, forcing out a smile. "I want to go see him." "Okay." Zayn nodded. He had no reason to stop Lorna from meeting her biological father. But in Zayn's arms, Lorna didn't see the fleeting coldness in his eyes. Magneto recognizing Lorna was a different matter and was a good thing. But if Magneto wanted to involve Lorna in the struggle between mutants and humans, Zayn wouldn't mind using some special means. Although he wouldn't directly kill Magneto, Zayn could still make him lose his powers and become an ordinary old man. Don't forget, there's still a mutant, Leech, who can neutralize the abilities of all mutants. Although he couldn't completely nullify Magneto's abilities, as long as he kept injecting the antidote developed based on Jimmy's abilities, Magneto would have no choice but to become an ordinary person. And let's be honest, Lorna and Magneto only have a blood relation. Apart from that, they're no different from strangers. Magneto has never fulfilled his duties as a father. Zayn still vividly remembers the scene 5 years ago when Lorna was almost beaten to death by 2 strong men for stealing bread because of hunger. Although those 2 strong men died in prison long ago, Zayn still looks down on Magneto. If you didn't want to fulfill that obligation, why the hell didn't you take some damn safety precautions back then? Could have avoided this, right? But everything depends on the outcome of Lorna meeting Magneto. Hopefully, Magneto will be sensible by then. Otherwise, don't blame Zayn. Let's go, Zayn said gently, holding Lorna's hand. Okay. This time, Zayn was the one driving, while Lorna sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window at the passing scenery, lost in thought. The car was remotely driven back by Skynet, arriving home even earlier than Zayn and the others. Skynet had also long since located the location of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, but since Zayn hadn't been there before, they had Northwest choice but to drive. But now, no one cared about these things. Actually, it's quite good like this, it gives Lorna a little time to buffer. Before long, the car slowly stopped at the entrance of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. After hearing the report from the agents at the entrance, Nick Fury, who was already busy, quickly handed the matter over to Hill. Then, he rushed downstairs to meet Zayn, running and stumbling along the way. Why is this man here? Don't tell me he's here to cause trouble. Nick Fury worriedly thought. After seeing Zayn's grim expression, Nick Fury's heart instantly jumped to his throat. Take us to see Magneto, Zayn said calmly. Nick Fury, who was already extremely nervous, didn't dare to waste any words. He directly and decisively led Zayn and the tightly held Lorna to the door of a hospital room. Lorna, you go in. With that, Zayn let go of Lorna's hand, revealing a gentle smile. Okay, dear, wait for me here. Standing on tiptoe, Lorna kissed Zayn on the cheek, then pushed open the door of the hospital room without hesitation and walked in. After Lorna disappeared from his sight, Zayn's expression instantly darkened, and he sat expressionlessly on a chair in the corridor. Then, he took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the treasury, lit one, and began smoking. As the smoke enveloped him, Zayn's eyes seemed to flash with piercing coldness from time to time. Mr. Zayn, I. Get lost. Chapter 121, Confronting. All right. Nick Fury, standing nearby, was about to speak when Zayn's curt, get lost, made him swallow his words. Zayn then hurried away, ordering everyone in the building not to approach the corridor where he was. Even a fool could see that Zayn was in a bad mood right now. If he angered him, Nick Fury didn't dare to think about the consequences. In the hospital room, the now conscious Magneto was looking at Lorna, who had just entered. In reality, Magneto was just experiencing some exhaustion from overusing his powers and wasn't seriously injured. Young lady, if I'm not mistaken, you're Zayn's girlfriend, right? What brings you here to see me? Magneto said politely. Having regained consciousness, he had learned about Zayn's terrifying abilities through viral videos online. Although Magneto was extremely confident, he still knew his own limits. To put it bluntly, even if he risked his life facing Zayn, the only outcome would be death. So, facing Lorna, Zayn's girlfriend, Magneto naturally showed his respect. But Lorna didn't respond to his words. Instead, she looked at Magneto with extreme complexity in her eyes, then used her powers to pull over a chair and sat down by Magneto's bedside. Sensing the momentary disturbance in the magnetic field in the hospital room caused by Lorna's powers, Magneto's expression changed, revealing a look of joy. Young lady, what's your name? Lorna, Lorna Dane, Lorna said expressionlessly. Lorna, do you know, you're my kin. We're all members of mutant kind, and the potential of your abilities is beyond your imagination. Would you like to join the Brotherhood? I will train you to be my successor. Magneto said eagerly. In his old age, he had begun to sense the decline of his body. The ever-expanding Brotherhood also made him feel increasingly inadequate. So, he was eager to train a successor for himself. However, none of the abilities of the Brotherhood members were convincing. The appearance of Lorna, who had the same abilities as him, at this moment was like a gift from heaven to him. So, he couldn't wait to recruit Lorna, even without considering Zayn's existence. In the face of Magneto's expectations, Lorna suddenly smiled bleakly. Eric Laneshare, do you know, I only found out half an hour ago that you're my biological father. Magneto was taken aback, then ecstatic. Just as he was about to speak, Lorna continued. But in the first 20 years of my life, you were nowhere to be seen. You weren't there when my foster parents bullied me. You weren't there when a homeless man stole my food. You weren't there when I was about to freeze to death. As Lorna recounted her dismal experiences in a flat tone, Magneto's head lowered more and more. Every word from Lorna was like a knife stabbing into his heart. Magneto opened his mouth, but in the end, he chose silence. I used to wonder, why did you bring me into this world and then abandon me? Were the contraceptives too expensive 20 years ago, or were you just drunk and had a one-night stand? Child, I. Before Magneto could finish his sentence, Lorna waved her hand, stopping Magneto's useless apology. At first, I resented you, but not anymore. I even want to thank you. If you hadn't brought me into this world, I might have missed out on that man I've been yearning for all these years. With that, Lorna's face lit up with a sweet smile, recalling every moment since she met Zayn. Child, can you give me a chance to make up for it in the rest of my life? Magneto said, full of guilt and cautiously. He didn't doubt whether Lorna's words were true. That sense of kinship from blood couldn't be faked. And as Zayn's girlfriend, Lorna didn't need to stoop to acknowledge him, the leader of an illegal organization, as her father. Facing Magneto's somewhat humble request, Lorna suddenly smiled, with a hint of mockery in her smile that made Magneto's heart grow cold. Eric Laneshare, I think you've misunderstood. I didn't come here to acknowledge you as my father. I just want to see what kind of person my long-awaited father was. I just want to give my past self an explanation. Zayn once told me something, and I agree with him. Some mistakes, once made, can never be undone. Your repentance now is just to ease your troubled mind. At this moment, Lorna's words completely plunged Magneto's heart into an abyss. He even dared not look directly at Lorna's cold eyes anymore. Eric Laneshare, thank you and some unknown woman for bringing me into this world. With that, Lorna pushed the chair aside, knelt down on the ground, and knocked 3 times on the floor in front of the still-stunned Magneto. After knocking her head, Lorna stood up gracefully, as if she had put down a 100-pound burden on her shoulders and felt an unprecedented lightness from the depths of her soul. Just as Lorna said, she had given herself an explanation for the past. Those 3 knocks were like an invisible blade that severed all the ties between Lorna and Magneto in an instant. Meeting again would just be 2 strangers. This was the choice Lorna made for herself. Then let's leave it at that. Goodbye, Mr. Eric Laneshare. With that, Lorna didn't care about Magneto's reaction anymore. After brushing off the dust on her knees, she turned around and left. Child, are you doing well now? As Lorna was about to push the door to leave, Magneto suddenly asked, trembling. Lorna's hand paused for a moment, then she turned her head and gave Magneto a sincere smile from the bottom of her heart. Without saying anything, she simply pushed the door and left. Magneto, who now understood, slumped on the hospital bed, looking visibly older in just a few minutes, as if he had aged 10 years in this short time. He kept muttering to himself. That's good, that's good, that's good. Just as Zayn said, some mistakes, once made, can never be undone. For Magneto to be like this, it can be said without exaggeration that it's entirely his own fault. Since it's done, don't expect forgiveness anymore, because you're not qualified. He also knew that with the closing of this door, he and Lorna would henceforth be like 2 parallel lines, and their life paths would never intersect again. After walking out, Lorna saw Zayn still smoking there. She walked slowly to Zayn's side, sat down, hugged Zayn's arm, and leaned her head on Zayn's shoulder. Is it settled? Zayn extinguished the cigarette in his hand and asked. Lorna nodded. How did it go? Zayn asked nervously. Chapter 122, Bruce Banner. He didn't eavesdrop on the conversation in the hospital room. Regardless of what choice Lorna made, Zayn would give her full respect. And whether Lorna acknowledged it or not, Zayn already had a response prepared. If Zayn knew what Magneto initially wanted to recruit Lorna for, he probably wouldn't be as calm as he is now. Maybe the Brotherhood would have disappeared from the Earth the next day. Seeing Zayn's tense appearance, Lorna couldn't help but laugh, then mischievously leaned close to Zayn's ear and whispered softly. Compared to him, you're more like my dad, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Zayn was instantly at a loss. If I were her dad, wouldn't that mean we? Oh, never mind, but come to think of it, it's kind of exciting. But now that Zayn got the response he wanted, he completely relaxed. Feeling relieved, Zayn hugged Lorna tightly. Tonight, if you don't call me daddy, I'll consider myself defeated. And with the weight lifted off her shoulders, Lorna was feeling spirited. Naturally, she wouldn't back down. Watch me drain you dry tonight. With laughter echoing down the hallway, Zayn and Lorna gradually disappeared from sight. Leaving Magneto alone on the hospital bed, enduring the torment of his own conscience. Although it was bleak, it was what he deserved. Just as Zayn and Lorna were about to leave the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, Nick Fury hurried over and stood in their way. Mr. Zayn, please wait. In a good mood, Zayn didn't ignore Fury's presence this time. Magneto was a knot in Lorna's heart, but he was also a knot in Zayn's heart. Now in a good mood, Zayn didn't mind exchanging a few words with this annoying guy, as long as he didn't overstep. What's up? Zayn asked. Dr. Banner has regained consciousness and wants to see you. Nick Fury cautiously observed Zayn's expression, afraid that this living legend might get impatient. Okay, bring him to me. Zayn readily agreed. This response completely caught Nick Fury off guard. He stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds before smiling and instructing his men to bring Dr. Banner over. Poor Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was almost developing a psychological shadow from being bullied by Zayn. Shortly after, Nick Fury brought Zayn and the others to a meeting room, and 5 minutes later, Dr. Banner walked in. And naturally, Nick Fury left, giving Dr. Banner and Zayn space to talk. In fact, Nick Fury had his reasons for taking the risk of asking Zayn and Banner to meet. On one hand, he wanted to confirm whether Banner would transform into the Raging Hulk again. On the other hand, he hoped that by constantly interacting with Zayn, he could gradually ease the awkward relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Zayn. Little did he know, Zayn didn't care about them at all. The perspective of S.H.I.E.L.D. was too narrow, limited to just a small planet. But Zayn's vision had already expanded to the vast universe, he just lacked an opportunity. Mr. Zayn, thank you for stopping Hulk. Dr. Banner spoke first in the meeting room, expressing his gratitude to Zayn. Zayn nodded calmly, accepting Banner's gratitude without hesitation. So, what can I do for you? Zayn asked casually. Mr. Zayn, although it may seem presumptuous, I still want to confirm, will I turn into that monster again? Banner's expression carried 3 parts hope, 3 parts anxiety, and 4 parts fear. Although he had felt Hulk inside him disappear after regaining consciousness, and he showed no signs of losing control. But after being tormented by Hulk for so many years, he still worried that he would transform into the Green Giant again, causing harm to innocent people. As for why he asked Zayn, the reason was simple. Zayn was so far the only person who unilaterally forced Hulk to revert to Banner. Scratch that he simply outright killed Hulk, at least he hopes so that Hulk is dead. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Zayn joked. Forget it, I won't tease you. You scientists have no sense of humor. Seeing Banner's embarrassed appearance, Zayn's mischievous humor didn't receive the response he expected. He could only shrug indifferently and tell Banner the truth. If you're talking about the Hulk, then yes, he's dead. Before Banner could show a joyful expression, Zayn's next words extinguished the spark of hope in his heart like a bucket of cold water poured over him. But, the gamma energy in your body didn't die with the Hulk. It still exists in every one of your cells. After hearing Zayn's words, the joy that had appeared on Banner's face instantly dimmed, and after a moment of silence, with the last trace of hope, Banner asked. How much time do I have left? As soon as Banner asked this question, Zayn had a strange feeling. Why does this feel like a conversation in a hospital? Zayn seemed like a doctor, and Banner like a patient with a terminal illness. What do you mean, how much time do I have left? You're in great shape, you could live for decades. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Banner awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Mr. Zayn, what I meant was, how long until I turn into that monster again? I can't say for sure, it mainly depends on the choices of the gamma energy in your body. Zayn said seriously, looking at Banner. The choice of the gamma energy. Banner was completely confused by Zayn's cryptic words. Seeing Banner's confused expression, Zayn showed a look of disdain. Seeing Zayn's disdainful gaze, even someone with 7 doctorates like Banner began to doubt his own intelligence. That, Mr. Zayn, could you explain it more clearly? Banner recognized every word Zayn said, but when they were put together, he was completely stumped. Seeing Banner's baffled appearance, Zayn knew that even if he explained it to him, he wouldn't understand it for a while. Chapter 123, Hidden Mission. If you want to talk about this metaphysical stuff like souls with a scientist who has believed in the scientific worldview for decades, aren't you just asking for trouble? You just need to know that the time is uncertain, that's all. Maybe the next second you'll regain the ability to turn into the Hulk, or maybe you'll just be an ordinary person until you die. After hearing Zayn's straightforward words, Banner nodded in understanding. Actually, what Zayn said was almost the same as not saying anything at all. But in order to make Banner understand, it had to be put that way, considering how he seemed to have just had an epiphany. Then, Mr. Zayn, if I were to transform into that monster again, could I ask for your help to subdue him? So far, only you have been able to completely suppress the Hulk. Saying this, Dr. Banner stood up and deeply pleaded to Zayn, his eyes filled with earnest plea. However, Zayn coldly rejected Banner's request without a hint of hesitation. Dr. Banner, please remember, I am not your nanny, we have no relationship, you are not even considered my friend. Zayn helping to subdue the Hulk this time was just a coincidence, wanting Zayn to be Banner's nanny, well, brother, you're thinking too much. As for what to do if Banner transforms again into the green behemoth and causes widespread casualties, Zayn calmly stated that it had nothing to do with him. Is the US government raised on shit? Did they spend our taxpayers' money to raise mistresses? When the sky falls, if it's not your responsibility to hold it up, just lie there and watch the show. This has always been Zayn's attitude towards life. You could say he's heartless or ruthless. Zayn doesn't care, as long as he's comfortable, that's what matters most. Sigh. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Zayn. With a dim expression, Banner sat back in his seat, sighed, and apologized to Zayn with a hint of remorse. Since the conversation was now over, there was no need for Zayn to stay here anymore. He was planning to go home and give Lorna a good scolding, teaching that girl a lesson in family discipline. Before leaving, Zayn left Banner, who was still sitting on the chair looking worried about his future, with a few words. Dr. Banner, the big guy Hulk never wanted to harm you, he's always been protecting you, just like a child protects his own father. If it weren't for him, you would have long turned into nothing but an angry beast. Everyone else can cheer for Hulk's death, but you can't, you have no right to be happy. Finally, let me leave you with a sentence: how much you understand it depends on you. Power itself is not scary, it's the owner of that power. As for whether you choose to accept or continue to resist, it's up to you. With that, Zayn left, leaving Banner alone in the office to ponder over Zayn's final words. Banner seemed to grasp something, yet also seemed to understand nothing. Just as Zayn said, how much he comprehended depended on himself. To be honest, if Banner could fully understand Zayn's words and undergo some training over time, maintaining consciousness while transforming into the Hulk would no longer be an unattainable dream. Zayn also expressed that he was feeling quite content now. Indeed, those big shots in the movies always speak halfway, and vaguely at that, but it's not without reason. Zayn felt that just now, his mysterious and profound demeanor was incredibly cool. And at that moment, his intelligence perfectly surpassed Banner the academic genius. Looking at Banner's continuously puzzled face, Zayn felt a sense of triumph, like a surf singing after rising from oppression. That felt nice. After Zayn left, Banner was once again taken to house arrest in a secluded room. And after handling all matters, Nick Fury also arrived at a secret meeting room, where several members of the United Nations Security Council were waiting for him. The topic of their conversation this time was the monitoring and management of supernatural powers. No one knew the specific details of their conversation, only that after Nick Fury came out, his face looked grim and unpleasant. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival, arrogance is. You will regret this. Nick Fury muttered softly. It seems that those lofty members of the Security Council did not heed Nick Fury's advice as the person involved. Instead, they made some decisions they considered correct. As for whether they would face a catastrophe or continue to hold high positions, it would only be known as events unfolded. The power structure of human society now seems utterly bizarre to other civilizations in the universe. Those in high positions are actually a bunch of conspiracy theorists who only know how to manipulate public opinion, instead of those with real power or those with principles. Many civilizations have gone through the Earth's process, but there are always one or two geniuses who unify the entire civilization, and then the entire race sets out to achieve their ambitions, starting the technological explosion and conquering the universe within a few decades of leaving their cradle. Although most of these civilizations were wiped out by more powerful ones within a few hundred years, at least they stepped out of their mother planet's cradle. Unlike Earth now, human history has been around for 3 million years, and yet the entire Earth is still in a fragmented state. It's hard for any other civilization to imagine such a chaotic and bloated civilization. But that's the current state of Earth, and it's estimated that if there's no external stimuli, this situation will be maintained for hundreds of years. Zayn now has the ability to unify Earth civilization, but to be honest, with that time, Zayn would have already rushed into the universe to conquer unknown civilizations. Returning home, Zayn also received an unexpected surprise. After the video of the battle between superheroes and the Green Behemoth went viral in a short period of time, Zayn instantly became a household name across the United States. The speed of this fame was due to the vigorous promotion by the American media on one hand, and perhaps also because Americans inherently admire individual heroism. This widespread fame also brought substantial benefits to Zayn. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, world-renowned, and obtaining 1 B-level skill lottery. Does the host wish to proceed with the draw? Oh, another unexpected surprise, not bad, not bad. Zayn said with a slight delight, but didn't react too much. After all, with his current strength, a B-level skill isn't really useful. Let's wait. Just as Zayn was about to let the system draw, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped the system. Then he ran into the bathroom, lit some incense, took a bath, and changed into a new outfit bought by Lorna, before solemnly saying, "Let's begin the draw." Drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level active skill, Rat Charm Spell. Zayn quickly opened the system panel to check the specific effects of this skill. B-level active skill, Rat Talisman, from the world of Adventures of Jackie Chan, bestows the power of life to inanimate objects, transforming them into independent life forms. Special note, this skill can only transform one object into life, and the life transformed is completely under the control of the host. Chapter 124, Too Dangerous. After seeing the effect of this skill, Zayn's heart finally settled down. Although this skill didn't have much use for him, it was fortunate that it wasn't a troll skill like eyebrow dance. As expected, one must always remember their original intention. Drawing lots should still be treated with solemnity, as there's no magical pill for regret in this world. System, open the attribute panel. Name, Zayn. Age, 21. Race, demigod. Active skills, S-level, King's Treasury, A-level, God's Absence, A-level, Son of Light, A-level, Flash, B-level, Rat Talisman, B-level, Thousand Faces, C-level, Eyebrow Dance. Passive skills, S-level, Death River, remaining resurrection times, 2,674,930 times, S-level, Realm of Dead, S-level, Magic Furnace, C-level, Culinary Master. Number of draws, none. After seeing that his race had become a demigod, a smile of understanding appeared on Zayn's face. Sure enough, the system ultimately only played a supporting role. Even if it's those SS-level skills and SSS-level skills that Zayn has never drawn, they can only bring Zayn a boost in strength. But ultimately, it's just strength, it doesn't have much effect on the sublimation of life's essence. Haven't you noticed that Zayn hadn't seen the race attribute until now, even after drawing so many skills? It wasn't until now, when Zayn awakened the power of the god of death, that it showed that he had already transcended the human level and become a demigod. That's also why Zayn no longer focuses on developing system skills. Compared to skills, Zayn values his own progress more. Of course, if the system doesn't mind, he wouldn't mind getting a few SS-level skills. Just the S-level skills, Death River, and Realm of Dead, are enough to benefit Zayn for a lifetime. What kind of existence would be even higher than the S-level, like the SS level? Now, Earth for Zayn is like a high-level character wandering in a beginner's village, with no danger whatsoever. How could the system trigger an SS-level task? Even the A-level hasn't been triggered for a long time. So Zayn has set his sights on the vast universe. He should set out from this beginner's village of Earth and embark on his journey. Just the Earth of a low-level civilization is so exciting, Zayn can't wait to see what the boundless universe is like. Just imagining there will be unseen scenery and formidable experts there, Zayn couldn't help but feel excited. That saying is indeed correct, a man's journey lies in the stars and the ocean. But not now, Zayn still lacks one most important piece of the puzzle. Although Skynet has climbed the technology tree to the level of space travel in Wakanda over these 5 years. But without that missing piece, if Zayn blindly rushes into space now, he'll be like a blind man. However, what Zayn didn't know is that plans always change. He underestimated human greed and ugliness. The next day, someone knocked on Zayn's door. With Zayn's consent, the intelligent butler, Polaris, opened the door. The first to enter was a man who was exquisitely dressed from head to toe, with not a single wrinkle on his clothes, and every hair neatly groomed. Even his nails were polished round and smooth without any sharp edges. Zayn suspected that this exquisite man must spend half a day dressing up every time he goes out. Mr. Zayn, hello, I am the director of the National Security Bureau. The exquisite man wore a fake smile of officialdom as he reached out his hand to Zayn. However, Zayn just sat expressionless on the sofa, not even glancing at this dandy. As an outstanding politician, having a thick skin thicker than city walls is a basic quality. The exquisite man wasn't embarrassed at all, and naturally retracted the hand he had extended to Zayn. Let's get straight to the point, shall we? I prefer it that way. Zayn sat lazily on the sofa, supporting his head with his right hand, lazily looking at the exquisite man standing there and his 2 fully armed bodyguards behind him. It's already Zayn's kindness to tolerate this ant's chatter in front of him. If he wants Zayn to cooperate with him, it's probably a joke. Can you accept a dialogue of equals with an ant? Moreover, this exquisite man is the type Zayn dislikes the most. Hypocrisy may make the exquisite man thrive in the political arena, but such people are never worth Zayn's respect. Alright, Mr. Zayn. First of all, on behalf of the 8.52 million citizens of New York City, I express our most sincere gratitude to you. If it weren't for you and the other superheroes, that green monster might have caused immeasurable damage to New York City. New York City owes you a great favor. You and those injured heroes risked your lives to protect us. Here, I personally express my admiration and gratitude to you. After speaking, the exquisite man put on a very solemn look and bowed to Zayn. However, Zayn still had no reaction whatsoever, still sitting there indifferently, quietly watching the exquisite man's performance. His gaze was like that of watching a funny clown. After seeing Zayn's indifferent performance, a fleeting trace of annoyance flashed in the exquisite man's eyes, and he inwardly thought that Zayn was ignorant. But on the surface, he still maintained a polite demeanor. He doesn't look like those brain-dead villains in novels, thinking they're the center of the world and making a fuss at every turn. Being able to reach the position of director of the National Security Bureau, the exquisite man is also a person with deep city's foundation. His skill in regulating his own psychological emotions is no less than that of the notorious Nick Fury. Zayn also saw through the trick of this insidious exquisite man, pretending to elevate himself first, wrapping himself in the banner of the people's righteousness, and then making some demands that are hard for Zayn to refuse. Sure enough, after standing up straight, the exquisite man straightened out his slightly messy clothes and stated the purpose of his visit to Zayn. But, Mr. Zayn, don't you think an existence like yours is too dangerous? A group of superhumans living in the United States, ignoring the law, ignoring the rules, and imposing their will on the lives of ordinary people. Chapter 125, Metahuman Accord. Moreover, these people completely disregard the consequences. Mr. Zayn, how would you address these individuals? After speaking, the refined man calmed his excited breath, stared directly into Zayn's eyes, but was forced to look away by the faint majesty in Zayn's eyes. There it is, the last resort. Zayn saw the excessively excited look on the refined man's face and felt no ripple in his heart, even feeling a bit amused. No need for these nonsense words. What is the real purpose of the US government? Zayn asked with interest, curious about how far these politicians could go in overestimating themselves. After hearing Zayn's words, the refined man regained his composure. He shook his head and continued his performance. You're wrong, Mr. Zayn. It's not just our US government. Now, governments all over the world can no longer ignore the existence of someone like you. In the past, individuals like you were not subject to any supervision or restraint, but now superhumans like you have been completely exposed to the public. Governments around the world have had to propose measures to be accountable to the people. After discussions among elites from various countries, we have proposed a solution. With that, the refined man took out a thick book from his briefcase, the cover of which read, Metahuman Accord. Those who knew would recognize it as an accord, while those who didn't might mistake it for a new book by some author. It's hard for those so-called elites to have come up with this accord overnight. They even managed to write a book in one night. It's a loss for the people of the world if they don't write novels. Zayn curiously took the so-called Metahuman Accord from the refined man's hand and flipped through it. Seeing Zayn cooperating, a hint of satisfaction appeared on the refined man's face, and he hurriedly began to explain. This accord has the support of 117 countries. It stipulates that metahumans will no longer be private organizations. All actions of metahumans from tonight onward will be supervised by a special group set up by the United Nations. And you and your abilities will be registered in the international database. After that, all metahumans can only act with the approval of the special group. Mr. Zayn, please sign this agreement and become a legal superhero. With that, the refined man took out a luxurious gold pen from the pocket of his jacket and handed it to Zayn. Zayn, who was still interested in flipping through the Metahuman Accord, casually took the refined man's pen. To be honest, Zayn didn't feel a hint of annoyance now. Instead, he felt like laughing. He didn't know how those elites from various countries came up with this agreement. This is not an agreement at all. In Zayn's eyes, it's a collection of jokes, with every sentence on it showing the ignorance of these arrogant ants. For example, one clause reads. Clause 349, all metahumans must report their approximate activities to the special group each month. Failure to report will result in sanctions by other metahumans. My goodness. These people even came up with rules to divide metahumans internally. And they unreasonably see themselves as the parents of metahumans who can end their lives at will. Zayn felt his stomach ache from laughing. Nice pen. After taking the pen, Zayn casually praised. Thank you. This was given to me by the president when I graduated from Yale University, the refined man said with a hint of pride. Actually, this is something worth bragging about for ordinary people for a lifetime, but it's meaningless to Zayn. Even Zayn felt that the refined man was mocking him, which made him more angry than this piece of nonsense agreement. What? Are you proud of having a high education degree? Zayn casually activated a trace of death power to cover the beautiful gold pen. How could ordinary objects withstand divine power? The pen seemed to melt and crumbled into specks of gold dust that drifted down from Zayn's fingertips. In the reflection of the sunlight, it looked like a golden ribbon, extremely beautiful. Seeing his beloved pen ruined by Zayn, a hint of heartache flashed across the refined man's face, and the fake smile that usually hung on his face disappeared without a sound. The two bodyguards behind him also subtly put their hands on their gun holsters. As long as Zayn showed a hint of hostility, they would not hesitate to kill him. This was discussed before they came. Moreover, the guns in the holsters were specially made, using the material that Zayn currently lacks the most, vibranium. After a ridiculous expert analysis, bullets made of vibranium could definitely penetrate Zayn's defense and kill him. But it seemed like Zayn didn't notice their little movements at all, continuing to read the collection of jokes in his hands. I guess I'm not the first one, am I? Who has signed this thing so far? Zayn asked casually. The refined man thought Zayn might have a change of heart after hearing that. Last night, Spider-Man, Dr. Banner, Professor X, and Iron Man have all signed the agreement. Now, only you, Mr. Zayn, and Magneto are left. Oh. Zayn was surprised. Little Spider Peter, Banner, and Professor X they signed it, but Zayn wasn't surprised at all. They probably couldn't wait to have this agreement, becoming legal superheroes. But Tony signing it was enough to surprise Zayn. Logically speaking, at this time, Tony was still in the status of big brother of the sky and second to me. How could he sign this thing? It seems that Pepper's death hit him hard. He spent one night going through nearly 10 years of the character's emotional journey. Does this count as me ripening him myself? Zayn thought to himself. And what if I don't sign this thing? How will you deal with me? Zayn closed the collection of jokes in his hand, smiling evilly at the refined man. The United States is a country of laws. We won't do anything to you, and the word deal with is too harsh. The refined man smiled hypocritically, then took out another document from his briefcase and placed it on the table in front of Zayn. But, Mr. Zayn, it seems that many competitors of your Skynet technologies have disappeared for no reason. What are your thoughts on this? The refined man said meaningfully. And Zayn also put down the Metahuman Accord in his hand and picked up the document. The document listed the people who were suppressed by Skynet technologies before and later disappeared for no reason, numbering nearly 100. Although there was no evidence, all the information pointed to Skynet technologies. The refined man's meaning couldn't be clearer. If Zayn doesn't sign this contract, his Skynet technologies will face endless suppression from the government. There are many ways for a country to deal with a company. For example, every now and then, they can come up with some reasons to stop your business, investigate your products from time to time, find fault with them, and cancel military orders with you. In the long run, it will definitely destroy Skynet Technologies. But they didn't think that Zayn would care about these. To Zayn, Skynet Technologies was just something he created on a whim. Even if he gave it to a homeless man on the street who looked pleasing to the eye, Zayn wouldn't hesitate. Zayn sees Skynet Technologies as a shackle on himself. It's a shackle that restrains himself and Earth. Chapter 126, Company Closed. Can I take this as a threat? Zayn still had a mischievous smile on his face, showing no signs of wavering because of the information. No. You misunderstand, this is just a friendly warning. The refined man maintained his polite attitude, but the smug smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be concealed. Okay, I understand. Zayn casually took out his phone and called Skynet. Skynet, dissolve Skynet Technologies, back up all the technology data to your database, then destroy it. All the company's assets will be donated to the impoverished mountainous areas of the world to build schools for the children, understood? Understood, boss. Oh, and remember to leave Anna behind to continue serving as my personal assistant. Yes, boss. Skynet didn't ask any questions, simply complying with Zayn's completely unreasonable command. This was a good subordinate, not questioning their boss in the slightest. And the reason Zayn did this was simple. On one hand, he didn't really care about Skynet Technologies, seeing it more as a shackle on himself than anything else. On the other hand, Zayn's possessions were not toys for others to play with. If they were to be destroyed, he would do it himself. Zayn's thoughts were extreme, but effective. Didn't you see how dumbfounded the refined man looked now? Wow, buddy, your thought process is really something else. I came here to negotiate, and you're just destroying your own bargaining chips at every turn. Shouldn't we be bargaining back and forth, eventually reaching a resolution that satisfies both parties? Who just comes in and ruins everything from the get-go? Were you a porcupine in your past life, afraid of getting pricked? Initially, the refined man had some doubts about whether Zayn had actually destroyed Skynet Technologies. But when a specially made phone in his pocket began to ring, his heart sank into the abyss. Because there was only one number on that phone, and it could only connect to one number, that of the current President of the United States. Are you eating shit for breakfast? What the hell did you do? Is this what you call a policy of appeasement? Is the director of the National Security Agency just there to sell their ass? Just now, Skynet Technology suddenly laid off all its employees, and New York City instantly gained hundreds of thousands of unemployed people. How am I supposed to deal with them? Hundreds of thousands of votes just vanished. And Skynet Technology's hundreds of billions of dollars have disappeared. That's the money they earned from us, the United States. The refined man no longer had the heart to listen to the president's furious rant. Now he knew that Zayn meant business, and his own future was completely ruined. The refined man felt like crying. Buddy, your head isn't made of iron, is it? Shouldn't you negotiate a bit and not risk your life like this? If Zayn knew what the refined man was thinking right now, he would calmly say, Mate, you shouldn't be worrying about your future right now, you should be worried about your life. You just threatened a demigod, you know. The refined man, lost in his own thoughts, didn't see the increasingly cold gaze in Zayn's eyes. But the two battle-hardened bodyguards behind him did notice Zayn's undisguised killing intent and quickly drew their specially made pistols, pointing them at Zayn. Zayn showed no intention of dodging whatsoever, just calling out casually. Bones, take care of them, and remember not to make a mess at home. Upstairs in the villa, Little Bones was playing a game when she heard Zayn's call and instantly phased out. The game controller she was holding lost its support and bounced a few times on the cushion. The next moment, Little Bones appeared between Zayn and the refined man. Her ability to phase through solid matter was just instinctive for her as a soul entity. And seeing a fiery skeleton suddenly appear in front of them, the two bodyguards' pupils constricted, instinctively gasping in shock. Having crawled out of piles of dead bodies, they didn't scream or let fear weaken their resolve. After a fleeting moment of surprise, they immediately grabbed the dumbfounded refined men and retreated towards the door. At the same time, the specially made pistols in their hands sprayed sparks towards Little Bones, without even considering the value of the millions of dollars worth of bullets. At this moment, nothing was more important than their lives. At the same time, they cursed those so-called experts in their hearts. The analysis of those United Nations experts was just as wrong as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 5 years ago. Their conclusion, based on Zayn's behavior, was that he had an introverted personality. During this time, although Zayn was causing trouble everywhere, the times he acted high-profile were not something mortals like them could reach. They could only see Zayn's usual lazy lifestyle, which was indeed introverted, almost like a shut-in. It was precisely because of the analysis of those experts that the refined man dared to come find Zayn himself, but now he regretted it to the core. But there's no remedy for regret in this world, and even if there were, it wouldn't be something someone like the refined man could afford. Facing the vibranium bullets shot at her, Little Bones showed no intention of dodging, allowing them to pierce through her body and create large holes. Before the two bodyguards could raise hope, the holes on Little Bones' body were instantly repaired by blue flames. You are guilty. The blue flames on Littlebone's skeleton suddenly surged, coldly pronouncing the death sentence for these three individuals. The blue sparks emanating from Littlebone's eye sockets made the refined man and his companions feel as if their souls were about to be incinerated. In Littlebone's worldview, the greatest sin in this world was to offend Zayn. Of course, Littlebones also remembered Zayn's command, dragging these three people outside the villa before incinerating them with hellfire. The three of them didn't even have a chance to scream before they vanished completely, leaving only scattered ashes floating into the garden. Surely the flowers in the garden next year would bloom even more beautifully. In a building far from Zayn's villa, an agent who had been observing the situation through a telescope saw this scene and immediately reported it to his superiors through his communicator. All negotiators are dead, target Zayn Sai is extremely dangerous, suspected to possess magical powers, Plan A failed, execute Plan B. After reporting, he drove away without hesitation. He didn't want to confront Littlebones, who seemed beyond his capabilities alone. Inside the villa, Lorna, who had sensed something was wrong when Littlebones suddenly disappeared, put down her game and walked downstairs to Zayn, asking with concern. "Darling, what's wrong?" Zayn smiled indifferently, pulling Lorna into his arms and said nonchalantly. "Sweetheart, Skynet Technologies has closed down, your husband has become a poor pauper." After speaking, he playfully buried his head in Lorna's ample bosom and rubbed it a few times. "Don't be silly." Lorna scolded Zayn with no hint of anger in her eyes. Chapter 127, Allegations. "What's going on?" "Well, nothing really, it's just that it seems like we're about to make enemies with the whole world." Zayn awkwardly scratched his nose, speaking vaguely. "Really?" "Yeah." "Okay then, let me go pack." After saying that, Lorna broke free from Zayn's embrace, then hurriedly ran upstairs, starting to organize her precious belongings. Zayn watched this scene dumbfoundedly, thinking that Lorna's reaction seemed a bit off. Shouldn't she be holding his hand affectionately, then firmly saying something like, "Even if we're enemies with the world, I'll be with you," with deep emotion? Why did she just turn around and run upstairs to pack? Are we going on a picnic? As Zayn climbed the stairs, he saw Lorna in their bedroom, carefully wrapping up each piece of jewelry he had given her on her birthday and placing them in the suitcase. These were gifts Zayn had given her on every birthday, and the silly girl had never been willing to wear them. Seeing this scene, Zayn fell silent, suddenly feeling a bit petulant. "Sorry." Lorna stood up and looked at Zayn with a smile of amusement, then leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. "Married to a chicken, follow the chicken, married to a dog, follow the dog. Just my luck to end up with a husband who causes trouble everywhere." Although she was complaining, there was a smile on Lorna's face, and Zayn could even see the excitement in her eyes. "Aren't you blaming me?" Zayn was a little confused. "Why would I blame you? You didn't try to leave me, and besides, making enemies with the whole world, just thinking about it is exhilarating." Excitedly, Lorna spoke, even waving her small fist a few times. Every inch of her expression conveyed a message, she couldn't wait to cause a stir. Suddenly, Zayn felt speechless. His wife seemed like a violent maniac, what should he do? "Why are you packing?" Zayn asked curiously. "Huh? Didn't you say we're going to make enemies with the whole world?" "Of course, we have to make the world our playground," Lorna said with a sense of righteousness, looking so silly. And when Zayn heard Lorna's earnest answer, he simply covered his forehead with his hand. This silly girl. I shouldn't have let her read those novels, she's almost becoming obsessed. "Lorna, forget it, we're not going to make the world our playground, and besides, it's the 21st century, not ancient times," Zayn said slowly, word by word. "Oh, I see." Seeing the disappointment on Lorna's face, Zayn felt he had no strength left to complain. He could only forcibly steer the conversation back on track. How did the serious matter of making enemies with the world get twisted into something strange by his martial arts enthusiast wife? "Lorna, remember, in this world, no one can force us if we don't want to do something. Not even a god." While Zayn and Lorna were still showing affection, knowing that the negotiation had failed, the US government was not idle. Having been the world's policeman for so many years, those people in the US government were accustomed to being superior. How could they tolerate Zayn, this troublemaker? In their view, Zayn was just someone with a bit of superpower, and the only option when facing the national machinery was compromise. If they couldn't control Zayn, then they had no choice but to eliminate this unstable element. Although their idea was overestimating their own capabilities and even a bit ridiculous, in their worldview at their level, this was the inevitable truth. Soon, the villa was surrounded by hundreds of fully armed special forces. A man who looked like an officer took out a megaphone and shouted towards the villa. "Zayn Sai, you are suspected of conspiring to kill the leaders of a national important department, please cooperate with our investigation." "Zayn Sai, you are suspected of conspiring to kill the leaders of a national important department, please cooperate with our investigation." "Zayn Sai, you are suspected of conspiring to kill the leaders of a national important department, please cooperate with our investigation." Inside the villa, Zayn smirked disdainfully, looking at Lorna. "Ready to cause some trouble with me?" "I can't wait." "Do you need me to deal with those people outside?" Lorna eagerly asked. After speaking, green halos appeared at her fingertips, obviously not just for show. No need, dealing with these scum doesn't require our intervention, it's beneath us, Zayn shook his head. Polaris, activate fortress mode and wipe out those scum outside. Yes, Mr. Zayn. After receiving the command, the intelligent butler, Polaris, Lorna instantly felt a slight tremor under her feet, as if some device in the villa's underground had been activated. In the next moment, the sleek decorations outside the villa opened gaps, revealing energy cannons inside. After a short time of charging, the pre-targeted small energy cannons sprayed out dazzling energy projectiles. Each special soldier aiming their gun at the villa was instantly turned into nothingness, leaving only ashes floating in the wind, proving their existence, but everything like blast shields and bulletproof vests had no fundamental difference in the face of energy attacks, just like paper. Attack, give me an attack, the officer shouted in panic. Before coming, his superior, the President of the United States, told him to negotiate with Zayn. Try to see if there's room for negotiation, let Zayn retract his order to dissolve Skynet technology. After all, this sudden addition of several 100,000 unemployed people, and Skynet Technologies industry has long been spread across various fields. Zayn's command seemed simple, but the losses to the United States were not trivial. It's not an exaggeration to say that with the dissolution of Skynet technology, the US economy instantly regressed more than 5 years. Moreover, those disabled people who regained their lives thanks to Skynet Technologies' therapeutic drugs have already flooded the complaint lines. After all, if Skynet technology were to dissolve, it would mean that the healing drugs would no longer be produced, and they would return to their previous incomplete lives. It's worth noting that one vial of healing drug could only sustain their regrowth for 3 months. Once the effects wore off, they would have to continue spending money to buy more. However, seeing Zayn showing no intention of negotiation, he just opened fire and wiped out nearly half of them. Such a lunatic is impossible to communicate with. The officer now regrets volunteering for this task. Although the soldiers who received the command were fearful, they still hid behind cover and pulled the triggers. Chapter 128, War. In an instant, gunfire erupted, countless bullets assaulting Zayn's villa. Even amidst the dense barrage were interspersed a few rocket-propelled grenades. However, these primitive methods of attack could hardly harm the villa, built by Skynet's own hands. They were intercepted in midair by a suddenly revealed light blue energy shield, not even grazing a blade of grass in the villa garden. This was a small shield derived from Wakanda's technology by Skynet. Although it couldn't withstand a large-scale nuclear blast, for attacks like these, even if they continued for another 10 years, breaking through the shield's defense limit would be impossible. While maintaining defense, Polaris continued its attack unabated. Before long, what was originally a group of hundreds was reduced to only one officer trembling in place, holding a megaphone. This was intentionally left alive by Zayn for Polaris to deliver a message. Isn't that how it's done in movies? Without someone to relay messages, how can the enemy be caught off guard, allowing Zayn to enjoy the thrill of overwhelming them? Facing opponents of vastly different levels, if Zayn didn't mercilessly crush them, it would be a disservice to all the taxes paid to Skynet technology over the years. 1 second passed, 5 seconds passed, but the imagined death did not arrive. The officer, somewhat puzzled, opened his eyes. Only to see Zayn standing in front of him with a smile, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. You. The officer hesitated for a moment, then instinctively reached for his gun to shoot Zayn. In the next moment, a grey death power instantly turned his right hand, already gripping the handle, into ashes. The officer stared blankly at his empty right shoulder, feeling no pain, not even a wound. But his once powerful arm had indeed vanished, as if he had been a disabled person from birth. Looking at the officer, who had already started to hallucinate due to extreme fear, Zayn said lightly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Help me deliver a message to your superiors. Since you want war, then I'll give you war. After saying this, Zayn unleashed his aura, instantly dispersing the clouds in the sky. In an instant, everything fell silent, not even a chirp of insects or the sound of the wind could be heard. The officer, already in a state of mental confusion due to fear, was further drawn into an illusion by Zayn's aura. Like a fool, his eyes vacant, snot and tears uncontrollably streaming down. Zayn looked at him with disdain, took 2 steps back, then called out to Lorna and the others who were still watching the excitement in the villa. Let's go, I'll take you to see a famous tourist attraction. Since the United Nations had sent him such a small gift, it was only right for him to express his gratitude. Otherwise, what if others said he was impolite? Besides, Zayn also wanted to see how effective the newly drawn B-level skill, Rat Talisman, was. Thinking of this, a wicked smile appeared on Zayn's face, not knowing what mischief he was up to. When Lorna and the others came out, Zayn ushered them into the car. Zayn, are we going to take down the New York City Hall? Lorna asked excitedly. Sweetie, your horizons are still too small, what's the use of taking down just a city hall? If we're going to do it, let's aim big. After hearing Zayn's words, a look of anticipation flashed in Lorna's eyes. Zayn realized he seemed to have raised her into a crazy woman who wanted chaos everywhere. It didn't make sense, he had raised Lorna according to the standards of a lady, following online guides every step of the way. How did he end up with such a deviant? Zayn, let's hurry. While Zayn was still in a daze, Lorna had already eagerly sat in the car. Seeing the genuine smile on Lorna's face, Zayn shrugged nonchalantly. Why bother? Having a crazy wife willing to be crazy with him was pretty good after all. So Zayn drove with Lorna and the others straight to the famous tourist attraction in New York City, Liberty Island. Perhaps not everyone is familiar with Liberty Island, but if you mention a statue on the island, everyone knows. That's right, it's the Statue of Liberty. The symbol of the United States, the world-famous Statue of Liberty. Zayn's purpose this time was precisely it. Imagine, this symbol of the United States suddenly coming to life and smashing the White House. What an ironic scene it would be. Just thinking about it feels thrilling. On the way to Liberty Island, Zayn and the others encountered no obstacles. Perhaps the government didn't expect Zayn to come out unscathed. Or perhaps the officer was scared witless and hadn't yet reported the failure of the operation to arrest Zayn to his superiors. When they arrived at Liberty Island, Zayn looked at the Statue of Liberty, nearly 50 meters tall, and a wicked smile played at the corner of his mouth. He didn't ask Little Bone to hide again, just swaggered with the fiery skeleton frame toward the Statue of Liberty. Strangely, along the way, none of the tourists on Liberty Island felt fear at the abnormal presence of Little Bone. Instead, they immediately recognized Zayn, who was now a hot topic. The girls in summer clothes even screamed one after another. Look, it's Zayn Sai. He's really handsome. Is the woman next to Zayn his girlfriend? She's not that good looking, her butt isn't even as perky as mine. If I could sleep with this man for one night, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. These teenage girls were either infatuated, bold, or jealous, and a few who were confident in their appearance even pushed through the crowd to Zayn's side to flirt shamelessly. No one paid any attention to Little Bone's abnormal presence, only a few pot-bellied middle-aged men curiously took out their phones to take a few pictures of Little Bone. After all, Little Bone was following Zayn, and in the eyes of the crowd, Zayn was now a superhero who sacrificed himself for others. So they completely weren't afraid of Little Bone's unconventional presence. And Zayn, who was being flirted with, looked at his wife's increasingly gloomy face. Quickly exerted a bit of his aura to disperse the birds and beauties around him. Chapter 129, Rat Talisman. Zayn, did you seem to enjoy yourself just now? Lorna said through gritted teeth, her tone inexplicably sinister. Busties, crouching on Zayn's shoulder, curled up into a ball, not daring to look at Lorna, who had turned into a terrifying figure. Haha, no way. Zayn awkwardly chuckled and decisively took Lorna's hand, leading her towards the position of the Statue of Liberty. This wasn't the time to reason with a woman, diverting her attention was the most correct choice. Humph. Lorna, how about I show you a magic trick? Zayn mischievously winked at Lorna. What magic trick? Lorna asked curiously. She wasn't childish enough to be angry over the trivial matter just now, she was simply expressing her presence with a moderate amount of coquetry and jealousy. Lorna, do you believe I can bring this statue to life? Zayn pointed to the most prominent Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island. I believe. Lorna nodded earnestly, but there was a hint of imperceptible amusement in her eyes. Zayn, Lorna, you're making readers bored with your naivety, you know. Oh, I see, then I won't believe it. Lorna pretended to suddenly understand and said. When did my wife become so mischievous? Zayn felt exhausted. Busties, on Zayn's shoulder, had somehow reappeared, looking at the lovey-dovey couple in public with disdain. How old are you guys, and you're still so childish? How many times have you done this, and you're still not tired? But I am. Blame it on Lorna, this malicious woman, it's because of her that the master has become like this, back then the master was so domineering. But Little Bone remained silent, following Zayn silently, but subconsciously turning her head to the side. Alright, enough fooling around, it's time to get to business. As they chatted, Zayn and his group had already arrived at the foot of the Statue of Liberty. Zayn released a bit of his aura. The tourists near the Statue of Liberty suddenly felt a chill, as if a giant stone was pressing down on their hearts, only gradually easing as they moved away from the statue. After dispersing the surrounding crowd, Zayn embraced Lorna and teleported to the shoulder of the Statue of Liberty. Little Bone also turned into a blue beam of light and followed closely behind Zayn. The next moment, Zayn crouched down and placed his hand directly on the copper skin of the Statue of Liberty, activating the B-level skill, Rat Talisman. Green patterns began to spread gradually from Zayn's palm to the entire body of the Statue of Liberty. When the entire body of the Statue of Liberty emitted a faint green light, all the radiance suddenly converged. The next moment, the Statue of Liberty began to tremble slightly, and the rust and dust on her body were shaken off. The copper eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of wisdom, and the copper torch held high in her right hand turned into real flames. Although she was still made of inorganic material, she exuded the unique vitality of a living being, even her copper clothes began to flutter in the wind. Long live liberty! Long live liberty, and equality for all! Just after being activated, the Statue of Liberty eagerly recited the Declaration of Independence engraved on her left hand. The huge voice shook the nearby seawater, creating ripples. All the tourists on Liberty Island were stunned, even forgetting to take pictures. They just stared dumbfoundedly at the impassioned recitation of the Declaration of Independence by the Statue of Liberty. She's alive. the Statue of Liberty is actually alive. After a moment of shock, everyone boiled over, unable to believe what they were seeing. Some patriotic people even began to shout loudly. God bless America. God bless America. Gradually, everyone was chanting this phrase. To them, this was a miracle. Wasn't this a sign of America's prosperity? But they didn't realize that the Statue of Liberty now was no longer America's. She ceased to be from the moment Zayn set foot on Liberty Island. And now, this living Statue of Liberty wasn't here to bless America but to dismantle it. And Zayn and his group, standing on the shoulder of the Statue of Liberty, were in trouble. While Zayn and the others were fine, Lorna, despite her body having been transformed to nearly Captain America's level through the long-term baptism of faith, was still in pain from the overwhelming sound. Seeing Lorna covering her ears in agony and kicking the face of the Statue of Liberty, Zayn said, "All right, stop yelling." Only then did the Statue of Liberty stop her rather adolescent declaration. "Sorry, Master," the Statue of Liberty said meekly. Although her voice was still loud, she had deliberately lowered it to make it more acceptable. Seeing the lifelike appearance of the Statue of Liberty, Zayn couldn't help but marvel at the rat talisman. Although it was a B-level skill, it was probably at the top among B-level skills. Its effect was almost comparable to an A-level skill. The effect of rat talisman was to animate objects, in other words, to create life. Although Zayn was already a demigod, he still couldn't create life like this. It probably would require him to ignite the divine fire and become the god of death completely before it became possible. As he thought, Zayn's gaze swept to Little Bone beside him, and suddenly he had an interesting idea. "Little Bone, can your hellfire enchant objects and increase their power?" Zayn asked. "Yes, Master," Little Bone obediently nodded. "Good, try to enchant this thing." Zayn pointed excitedly at the Statue of Liberty. "This, Master, she's too large, I'm not sure if I can completely cover her with my hellfire," Little Bone said hesitantly. "And, I'm not sure what kind of existence she is now." Chapter 130, White House. Little Bone hesitated. "It's okay, just give it a try." "Do your best," Zayn nodded indifferently. "Yes, Master." Little Bone crouched down, took a deep breath, "Don't ask me how a skeleton breathes," and then suddenly opened its jaw, emitting a roar that seemed to resonate with the soul. The hellfire on her body ignited violently, as if it had been doused in gasoline. The azure flames spread gradually over the Statue of Liberty wherever Little Bone and the statue made contact. The already animated Statue of Liberty let out a cry of pain as the flames burned her, but under Zayn's command, she had to endure the searing pain, allowing Little Bone to gradually spread the hellfire over her body. As time passed, the flames on Little Bone's body gradually diminished until only a few pitiful sparks remained on its skull. However, it continued to enchant the Statue of Liberty. Although the flames now only covered half of her body, Little Bone persisted. Seeing Little Bone's desperate efforts, Zayn shook his head helplessly. Little Bone was loyal, but sometimes too stuck in the old ways. However, seeing Little Bone so devoted to him still touched Zayn a little. The next moment, Zayn directly infused a huge amount of faith power into Little Bone's soul through their connection. Instantly, with the new fuel from the faith power, the hellfire on Little Bone's body poured down onto the lower half of the Statue of Liberty. In an instant, the 151 feet, 46-meter tall Statue of Liberty was bathed in the azure hellfire. The light veil on the Statue of Liberty's body, after being enchanted by the hellfire, slowly turned into a suit of armor. The text symbolizing the Declaration of Independence on her left hand and the torch in her right hand turned into two golden streams of light, merging into the Statue of Liberty's body. The crown of thorns on her head melted into scorching lava, flowing onto her empty hands, turning into two swords bristling with thorns. Zayn could clearly feel a huge wave of faith power erupting from the torch and the Declaration of Independence text as they merged into the Statue of Liberty's body. And with this faith power integrated into her body, her strength instantly increased more than tenfold. It was actually quite normal when you thought about it. The Statue of Liberty had been a symbol of American freedom for decades. Her body had long accumulated the faith of countless American citizens. This time, it just erupted under the stimulation of Little Bone's hellfire. Anyway, this special change in her would do no harm to Zayn, he couldn't be bothered to delve deeper into it. But the changes to the appearance of the Statue of Liberty after being enchanted were quite significant. From a freedom fighter fighting bravely one moment to a female warrior clad in armor and wielding swords the next. "Little Bone, you've worked hard. Serving the Master is my duty." Zayn turned to the Statue of Liberty, who was curious about her own transformation, and asked, "How do you feel?" "Master, I feel great. This power is amazing, I can't wait to cut something." It seemed that the hellfire not only changed her appearance and strength but also her personality. It was like a magician suddenly changing to a berserker. The contrast before and after was astonishing, but now it was more advantageous for the upcoming actions. "Good, I'll fulfill your wish," Zayn said lightly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The onlookers also witnessed the tremendous change in the Statue of Liberty. Some young people had recorded the whole process and posted the video online. The US government also noticed Zayn's actions through the videos online, about how he was messing with the symbol of America. How could they sit still? They quickly ordered the nearest military forces to Liberty Island to arrest Zayn and stop him from defiling the Statue of Liberty. But it was already too late. Zayn had begun inputting a large amount of energy output from the magic furnace in the Flash skill. The next moment, a huge wormhole swallowed up the modified Statue of Liberty along with Zayn and his group. By the time the military arrived, only the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty and a group of curious tourists remained on Liberty Island. General, the target Zayn Sai has disappeared. According to witnesses, Zayn Sai disappeared using a form of spatial teleportation. What about the Statue of Liberty? Is it okay? General Ross on the other end of the communicator asked nervously. It was quite a coincidence. The nearest military force to Liberty Island was General Ross's army. After the trouble he caused by trying to capture the Hulk last time, he had already lost some of his military power. If he made another mistake this time, his political career would be completely over. General, the Statue of Liberty has disappeared along with Zayn Sai. General, I suggest you watch the video that's currently trending on TubeTube, a soldier at the scene said hastily. When General Ross heard that the Statue of Liberty had disappeared, he almost dropped the communicator from his hand. However, after watching the complete video of Zayn enchanting the Statue of Liberty and teleporting away with it, he knew that his political career was over. There was no turning back now, and he even believed that the federal agents who were coming to arrest him were already on their way. Let's not dwell on General Ross, who is currently at a loss. Zayn, with the modified Statue of Liberty, has already teleported to Washington, aiming directly at the heart of American politics, the White House. Chapter 131, President. Before, as a representative of Skynet technology, Zayn had also attended a hearing at the White House. But now Zayn's purpose in coming here again is completely different. Although Zayn knew that with his personality and abilities, it was only a matter of time before he reached this point. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. It can only be said that Zayn underestimated the greed and arrogance of those politicians. This time, Zayn didn't procrastinate, and directly teleported to the White House with the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty, towering over 40 meters high, cast a shadow over the White House. The agents responsible for guarding the White House raised their guns at the drastically altered Statue of Liberty. Although they seemed loyal on the surface, only they knew their guilt. At this moment, an old man with a megaphone rushed to the front of the Statue of Liberty. Mr. Zayn, I am the Secretary of State of the United States. Please consider the consequences of your actions. Now, your superhuman friends are holding a conference to announce the Superhuman Protocol with representatives from 117 countries. If you do this, it will be tantamount to going to war with them. Please reconsider. As a Secretary of State who has been maneuvering in the political arena for decades, his words were skillful. He didn't pressure Zayn with the US government, because that would only make Zayn angrier. Instead, he used Tony and Spider-Man to persuade Zayn to stop. Facing the emotional and rational words of the Secretary of State, Zayn's expression remained unchanged. He just glanced expressionlessly at the dazzling White House below, then without a word, he directly gave orders to the Statue of Liberty. Tear this place down for me. With only a few small pistols for defense, the White House couldn't withstand the destruction of the Statue of Liberty, over 45 meters tall. With just 2 legs and a sword, the modified Statue of Liberty turned the White House into ruins. Zayn looked coldly at the people below, who were either fleeing or struggling to survive under the ruins. He understood the words the Secretary of State had just said to him when he killed the men who came to his house. In fact, when Tony and the others decided to sign that nonsense agreement, it was destined that they would come to blows. Zayn admired them, but he wouldn't change his principles because of them. If they were to turn against him in the near future, Zayn wouldn't show any mercy. Choices come with consequences, and both Zayn and Tony need to pay for their decisions, don't they? There's no such thing as a perfect solution in this world, it's better to follow your heart. Even if the whole world is against you. Even if the whole world is your enemy. Zayn wouldn't regret his choices. He hoped Tony and Peter wouldn't regret either, otherwise Zayn would despise them from the bottom of his heart. Zayn Sai, are you declaring war on the United States, on the world? The Secretary of State, who had survived the attack of the Statue of Liberty, roared hoarsely. Zayn stood on the shoulder of the Statue of Liberty, coldly glancing at him without saying a word. He just gave a glance to Lorna beside him. Lorna nodded, indicating she understood. In the next moment, Lorna directly activated her abilities. The central part of the already ruined White House gradually swelled up with Lorna's power, forming a mound of earth. 2 seconds later, the mound of earth continued to rise, revealing a huge titanium alloy-made safe house. The metal door of the safe house was as thin as a piece of paper in front of Lorna, and she effortlessly tore it off. Inside were dozens of panicked government officials, and in the middle, protected by them, was the President of the United States, who had taken refuge in the safe house as soon as he sensed danger. At the moment the door was torn off, the President looked up at the godlike figure on the shoulder of the Statue of Liberty, took a deep breath, and pushed aside the agents protecting him. Mr. President, please don't move, this terrorist is very dangerous, the agent said anxiously. But the President of the United States said nothing, just smiled resolutely and pushed aside their obstruction. He stepped out of the safe house in large strides and came to the feet of the Statue of Liberty. The government officials still inside the now seemingly illusory safe house didn't know why. At this moment, looking at the back of the president, there was a sense of tragic heroism, as if the wind was cold and the water was cold, and a hero would never return. Mr. Zayn, I am Matthew Ellis, the current president of the United States of America. Now I request an opportunity to have an equal dialogue with you. The president snatched the megaphone from the Secretary of State's hand and shouted at Zayn. Zayn's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise at these words. Indeed, not anyone can become the ruler of a country. It seemed that this president was not just playing tricks, his courage and boldness alone surpassed the vast majority of people in the world. Zayn didn't let the Statue of Liberty crush him with one foot, but instead made the Statue of Liberty lower herself and inserted her left sword into the ground. Then she placed her empty left hand in front of the president, indicating for him to come up. Zayn was also curious. At this point, what else did they have to talk about? The president looked at the huge palm in front of him, took a deep breath, and somewhat awkwardly climbed up. When the Statue of Liberty stood upright again, the president quickly hugged her thumb to stabilize his swaying body, preventing himself from falling down and dying in vain. When he reached the same height as Zayn, he faced him face to face for the first time. It was this reckless young man who slaughtered several armies, kidnapped the Statue of Liberty, and finally destroyed the face of the United States political world. Facing Zayn, President Ellis did not hide his immense malice and hatred, staring fearlessly at Zayn. Seeing his openly displayed emotions, Zayn's gaze flashed with a hint of admiration. People who dare to love and hate are not disliked anywhere, are they? Tell me, at this point, what else do you want to say to me? Zayn asked curiously. In an instant, President Ellis's heart surged with myriad emotions. His expression was extremely complicated, with hesitation, reluctance, fear, and hatred. In the end, all the expressions turned into a firmness as solid as a rock. Mr. Zayn, isn't this enough? Hasn't your anger subsided? President Ellis shouted loudly. There was no other way. He was now more than 45 meters high in the air, and the strong wind was almost blowing him away. If he didn't shout loudly, he couldn't even hear his own words. After hearing these words, Zayn calmly shook his head, as if it were only natural, and said, "Not enough." Chapter 132, Fireworks. Good. Zayn's answer came as expected by President Ellis. He straightened his body in the raging wind, standing tall. For the first time, Zayn felt that the middle-aged man in front of him had a bit of qualification to be worthy of his attention, simply because of his current disregard for everything. If I add myself to the equation, the current president of the United States, the leader of the nation, is that enough? President Ellis shouted resolutely. For the first time, surprise flashed across Zayn's face. He now doubted if there was something wrong with his ears. This politician, who had always played various conspiracies, was now willing to sacrifice himself. The huge contrast before and after even made Zayn feel like this was not the same person. Why, just for these cowardly people down there? As Zayn spoke, he pointed to the dozens of government officials still hiding in the safe house. Although the door of the safe house had been torn down by Lorna, they still refused to come out, as if staying there could bring them a sense of security. President Ellis, following Zayn's direction, saw the scene below and a faint smile appeared on his lips. That's right, it's for these people. I can do without myself, the United States can elect another president, but if these people below are gone, the United States will surely fall into turmoil. Why? Zayn asked in confusion, not understanding why the men in front of him had such a huge contrast in character. Why? To be honest, even I don't know. I admit that I crave power, like being in a position of authority, and I admit that I am afraid of death. But just a moment ago, I understood one thing. What? Zayn asked solemnly. Responsibility. What does it feel like to bear a heavy burden? The feeling of bearing a heavy burden is that tens of millions of people are eagerly awaiting every word you say. I am the ruler of a nation, the mistakes made by the United States, I, Matthew Ellis, will bear alone. It's okay if I die, but the United States must not be in chaos. After hearing President Ellis's impassioned words, Zayn's eyes showed undisguised admiration. Although he played political games, schemed against himself, and sent troops to besiege him, none of this prevented Zayn from admiring the man who was now determined to die. I, the demigod Zayn Sai, am willing to acknowledge you as the ruler of a nation. I agree to your request, and these worthless people below will live because of you. At this moment, if Zayn didn't agree to Ellis's request, even Zayn himself couldn't bear to see it. Thank you. President Ellis said with a smile. Zayn nodded at him and said nothing. Now, the only thing Zayn could do was to give this man a magnificent funeral. A funeral befitting his current determination. OGN, this chapter deviates a bit from the norm, but I believe a president wouldn't be so disgraceful, so I wrote it like this. I hope you don't mind, it won't affect the plot going forward. Do you regret it? In the last moment of President Ellis's life, Zayn asked softly. President Ellis didn't know if Zayn was referring to his initial attempt to control Zayn or his current willingness to sacrifice himself. But regardless of which one Zayn meant, he only had one answer. No regrets. Zayn nodded knowingly. The next moment, the King's Treasury opened beside President Ellis. A small super-nuclear bomb appeared behind him, and at the same time, a vibrating gold chain tied him to the bomb. The next second, this small nuclear bomb flew into the sky with Ellis still wearing a smile on his face. Only when it reached the stratosphere did Zayn press the detonator in his hand. When the nuclear bomb exploded along with Ellis, the magnificent blue fireworks cleared all the clouds over Washington. Accompanied by the loud sound of the explosion, all the people in the United States looked up at the sky at the same time. In this moment, everyone was fascinated by the beauty of the fireworks, gazing blankly at the sky. Until the magnificent spectacle gradually disappeared without a trace. But it left a memory in everyone's mind. I believe that when the truth is revealed, this fireworks display, along with President Ellis, will be recorded in history. And this was the last gift Zayn gave to this man. As you wish. Zayn looked up at the sky and said lightly. As for why Zayn didn't let President Ellis go, even though he had admitted his mistake. Zayn just wanted to say, reality is not a fairy tale. Others will not return the same attitude to you because of your tolerance and understanding, they will only take advantage of you even more. Kindness is often taken for weakness, quite ironic, but also very realistic. Despite the admiration, Zayn was not so forgiving as to overlook the faults of the enemy. And while Zayn was holding the most magnificent funeral for President Ellis on Earth, the Secretary of State on the ground had quietly contacted Tony and the others, who were signing the agreement with representatives from 117 countries at the conference. Upon hearing about Zayn's actions, Tony and the others immediately abandoned the conference and put on their armor, rushing towards the White House. Chickenhead, please don't do anything stupid. Tony prayed silently as they flew. Although he vaguely understood that with Zayn's lawless personality, things would definitely take a turn for the worse. Coincidentally, the venue for the signing ceremony was also in Washington. Tony and the others only needed a short 5 minutes to reach the White House. But in the end, they were still a step too late, only able to watch the fireworks blossoming in the sky from afar. At the same time, the voice of the Secretary of State came through the communicator. Mr. President, he sacrificed himself. Iron Man Tony, flying in the sky wearing armor, paused for a moment, his eyes dimming considerably. He knew that from this moment on, he had lost a worthy friend. There weren't many people he could call friends, and Zayn was definitely one of them. But two people with different personalities and principles were destined to embark on completely different paths from this moment on. When Tony and the others arrived at the White House, which had already become a ruin, Zayn and his group had not left yet. Accompanying Tony and the others were countless military forces, and all the heavy weapons were aimed at the menacing Statue of Liberty and Zayn's group. They were just waiting for the order to shoot Zayn on the spot. Tony, you're here. Zayn looked at Tony, who was floating in the air with his mask off, and said calmly. Chapter 133, Marvel Family. Tony, you're here. Zayn looked at Tony, who was floating in the air with his mask off, and said calmly in an extremely calm tone, completely unlike someone who had just taken down the President of the United States in front of the whole world. Zayn, why did you do this? There were better solutions, and if you had compromised just a little, nothing would have happened. Tony Stark roared excitedly. Peter Parker, who had rushed to the White House right behind Tony, also looked at Zayn standing on the Statue of Liberty with a hesitant expression. Making mistakes means facing consequences, doesn't it? Zayn's tone remained steady, without any fluctuations. From Tony Stark's question, you could see the difference between the two. Compromise. How could that be possible? Zayn didn't achieve his current strength through compromise all the way. You. Tony looked at Zayn's calm demeanor, at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Zayn shook his head as he looked at Tony, realizing that their beliefs were fundamentally different. Then Zayn turned his gaze to the surrounding troops surrounding him and said calmly. Today, your president has used his own life to calm my anger. Now, I, Zayn Sai, am willing to unilaterally put an end to this matter. Although Zayn's voice was not loud, everyone present could hear what Zayn said. Just as the Secretary of State was about to pick up the microphone to say something, Zayn spoke again. But, if any of you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill. With the fall of the last word kill from Zayn, the soaring killing intent enveloped everyone present. People with strong minds like Tony and those soldiers who had just crawled out of the dead could barely keep their composure in the face of Zayn's killing intent. But those government officials who had been hiding in the safe house and were used to a life of luxury were already scared out of their wits the moment they felt the killing intent. Put down your guns and let this demon go. Do you bitches not want to do your jobs? Obey the orders and let Mr. Zayn leave. Zayn looked at the official saved by President Ellis at the cost of his life, then glanced at Tony with complex eyes. As if to say, look, these souls emitting a foul stench are the ones you, Tony Stark, want to protect. Zayn's mocking gaze was indescribable. So much so that Tony's conviction wavered at this moment, feeling too guilty to meet Zayn's eyes. Finally, although all the soldiers were very resentful, they still put down their guns, allowing Zayn to calmly leave with the modified Statue of Liberty. Although Zayn knew they would definitely come looking for trouble later, for now, Zayn decided not to pursue it. Not for anything else, just for that man who sacrificed himself. Zayn was a man of his word. Since he had promised Ellis, at the moment of his death, this matter was already closed in Zayn's mind. As for what would happen later, if these people dared to act recklessly again, that would be another matter. As the saying goes, Zayn didn't mind being enemies with the whole world. If necessary, he would kill until everyone was too afraid to raise their guns. Until everyone trembled at the thought of his existence. After Zayn teleported away with the Statue of Liberty, the officials showed no signs of embarrassment, calmly adjusting their clothes and hairstyles. In an instant, they returned to their original high and mighty posture, with no trace of their previous begging. Then the military, following the orders of these people, returned to their respective bases and patiently waited for the next instructions. Tony and the others also returned to the conference to continue the signing ceremony. At this moment, it seemed like everyone had forgotten what Zayn had just done, but what each person was thinking in their hearts, no one knew. The situation at hand was aptly described as a hidden undercurrent surging. The next day, President Ellis of the United States held a press conference. Claiming that the appearance of the damaged Statue of Liberty in Washington and the explosion of the nuclear bomb in the stratosphere were just accidents during experiments, hoping that the American people would not panic. Although no one would believe such nonsense, it temporarily calmed the curiosity in people's hearts. The video of Zayn taking the Statue of Liberty disappeared overnight from YouTube. Any subsequent uploads were swiftly taken down and accounts banned. That night, FBI agents went to the homes of the tourists on Freedom Island. They destroyed the videos in their hands and made them sign confidentiality agreements. Once the national security apparatus was fully operational, the impact caused by Zayn was quickly suppressed. After President Ellis answered some questions from reporters at the press conference, he walked backstage. With scales swirling all over his body, he instantly returned to his true form, the shape-shifting woman of the Brotherhood. "You've worked hard, Ms. Raven." Nick Fury, who had been monitoring the progress of the press conference backstage, said. "It's nothing. I hope you can fulfill your promise." Raven, the shapeshifter, said indifferently. Nick Fury nodded, indicating that he understood. "Let's go, there are many people waiting for us behind." After speaking, Nick Fury turned and walked out of the venue to a helicopter. Raven also transformed into the appearance of a Special Forces soldier and followed closely behind Nick Fury. In no time, they landed on the rooftop of the SHIELD headquarters. The two of them got off the helicopter and walked straight into a heavily guarded conference room. The conference room was already filled with people, all sitting anxiously in their seats, not knowing why the government had brought them here. Iron Man, Tony Stark, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Magnet, Eric Lenscher, Professor X, Charles Xavier, Original Ant-Man, Dr. Hank Pym, X-Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner, Daredevil, Matt Murdock, Punished, Frank Castle, and so on. It could be said that all the superheroes or supervillains from the early stages of the Marvel Universe were gathered here. If a photo were taken now, it could be considered a family portrait of the Marvel Universe. This was the terror of national power. Although they usually ignored these superheroes, it only took one night to find them. With the return of Nick Fury and Raven, the noisy conference room instantly quieted down for a moment, then erupted again. Everyone present had extraordinary abilities, and very few of them would give Nick Fury any face. Seeing this, Nick Fury didn't say anything. Chapter 134, World Council. Being able to gather this group of lawless individuals together was only achieved with SHIELD support and national power. He didn't expect these people to obey his orders like SHIELD agents. Nick Fury scanned the room and, after realizing everyone was present, walked up to the platform and pressed a button. Instantly, the doors and windows of the conference room were sealed with lead plates. The room was completely isolated from the outside world, and no signals could enter or leave through the half-meter-thick lead plates. At the same time, over 100 display screens on the walls lit up, revealing virtual images of people dressed in formal attire. They were both male and female, of various ages and even different skin colors, but they all had one thing in common. That was a subtle hint of disdain in their eyes when they saw the superheroes present, hidden behind the screens. "Nick Fury, what exactly are you up to?" The Punisher, sitting below, said with a hoarse voice. As a lone wolf who believed in using force to combat force, he had remained silent until now. This was the first thing he said after entering the meeting room, representing the thoughts of everyone present. Instantly, the room fell silent, and all eyes converged on Nick Fury on the platform, waiting quietly for his explanation. Only Tony Stark and Peter Parker, who were familiar with the situation, sat in the front row with their heads down, lost in thought. "Everyone, you are the embodiment of justice, the superheroes who roam the city. You have eradicated countless evils at their inception, allowing countless innocent people to continue living because of you," Nick Fury said loudly. With Nick Fury's acknowledgement of the superheroes present, the distance between them instantly narrowed. The screens around you display leaders from various countries or important officials. Nick Fury pointed to the display screens surrounding the superheroes. The people on the screens also smiled and nodded along with the gazes of the superheroes. Although the smiles looked fake, they still made some of the modest superheroes feel flattered. Of course, it was only those insignificant little heroes. Superheroes like Iron Man, Professor X, and Magneto couldn't care less about those annoying politicians. Please forgive them, these officials have their own government affairs and cannot be present in person, Nick Fury continued. With this sentence, some of the superheroes who looked up to the officials on the screens with resentment disappeared. Although Nick Fury had a thick skin and a black heart, he was truly a top-level agent. His control over people's hearts was extremely powerful, and in just a few words, he made all the troublemakers in the room behave. Let's get straight to the point. I don't think you went to all this trouble just to chat with us, Magneto said impatiently. During this time, he had been immersed in guilt for being denied by Lorna. Only by throwing himself into the construction of the Brotherhood could he find some peace of mind. If it weren't for Nick Fury's promise to him that he would intervene afterwards to secure a separate territory for mutants, Magneto wouldn't have bothered with him. As one of the two leaders of mutants, Magneto was qualified to represent everyone present and ask the questions in their hearts. After Magneto spoke, Nick Fury took out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer. Instantly, a handsome man appeared on the big screen. Yes, it was Zayn. At the same time, Nick Fury began to introduce Zayn. This man is called Zayn Sai. He's 21 years old and was the chairman of the former Skynet technology. Since childhood, his only lover has been Lorna, a mutant with the ability to control magnetic energy. Looking at Lorna being embraced by Zayn on the slideshow, Magneto's face darkened. But Nick Fury didn't notice Magneto's discomfort and continued his explanation. Zayn Sai first demonstrated his supernatural abilities at the age of 16. After Nick Fury finished speaking, he pressed a key on the keyboard. At the same time, the screen began to play a video of Zayn massacring the lizard people in New York 5 years ago. Although at that time, Zayn used his skills to transform into Shiro Amiya, he also displayed the King's Treasury later on. The effect of the King's Treasury was very distinct, and Zayn's hidden identity was naturally guessed by S.H.I.E.L.D. With Zayn effortlessly slaughtering the endless army of lizard people while sitting on the throne in the video. Zayn's demeanor as a tyrant of the mortal world made all the superheroes below couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Only a few people familiar with Zayn showed no surprise. But the Punisher and Daredevil were caught up in memories, and fear occasionally flashed in their eyes. During the New York battle 5 years ago, they were also present and naturally remembered the ferocity of the battle and Zayn's dominance and invincibility. This was not the end. Nick Fury played several more videos in succession, including Zayn killing Electro outside the Osborn building. Zayn looking back at the satellite with a gaze of death after killing Satan's avatar in Mexico and coming out of the mirror space. And Zayn thwarting the Hulk's rampage at Caltech University. Finally, it was Zayn demonizing the Statue of Liberty and taking it away, then using it to destroy the White House and tying the president to a nuclear bomb. With each video played, the index representing Zayn's danger level in the upper right corner of the interface continued to rise until it turned into a glaring blood red. After watching the videos, the reactions of everyone in the room varied, with some afraid, some wary, and some hostile. Only Magneto showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. After our expert's analysis, Zayn Sai now has the power to destroy cities and nations completely. And his character is extremely dangerous, worthy of being truly lawless. Nick Fury's words sounded particularly clear in the silent conference room at this moment, and everyone was still immersed in Zayn's terror. Mr. Stark, as one of the few people who are relatively close to Zayn, do you have anything to add? Nick Fury looked down at Tony Stark, who had been silent all along. Tony just shook his head with a complex expression, indicating that he had nothing more to add. In fact, he also knew that Zayn had the ability to resurrect others, but he would never mention it. Even if he was killed by Zayn himself, he wouldn't say it. Chapter 135, I Refuse. Now Zayn and he are just choosing different paths. But if he were to reveal Zayn's secret, it would be ingratitude, the most shameful betrayal. So, are you asking us to go after Zayn Sai? Forgive me for being blunt, based on the combat power in the video, it's possible that even all of us combined are not match for this young man. Professor X, who had already recovered from his injuries, said calmly from his wheelchair. He also felt the wonders of fate at this moment. He was one of the first to encounter Zayn in the Marvel world. Even back then, he wanted to bring Zayn back to school to educate him properly. Looking at the towering figure in the video, Professor X couldn't connect him with the anxious and insecure child from 5 years ago. Even Professor X, who had experienced ups and downs in life, was curious about what Zayn had experienced during these short 5 years. Why had there been such a drastic change? Facing Professor X's question, Nick Fury had already thought of a response. Professor, you're right. Although it sounds pessimistic, the fact is, none of us are a match for Zayn Sai. Even when facing someone with teleportation abilities like him, even the strongest human weapon, nuclear bombs, are useless. So why did you gather us here to watch this young man? Dr. Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, asked. This Dr. Pym was the one who discovered Pym particles at a young age and created the Ant-Man suit. With the ability to shrink and grow, he later delved into the quantum realm. He had pushed Marvel's technology tree into the realm of fantasy, truly a genius-level existence. Facing such a big shot, Nick Fury didn't dare to be negligent. This gathering isn't meant to hunt down Zayn Sai. Our plan is to exile him from Earth or change his character. With that, Nick Fury had his subordinates distribute 2 planned documents to the superheroes below. These were plans devised overnight by elites from 117 countries after studying Zayn's combat power and personality. It was incredibly meticulous, considering all sorts of variables. As long as the plan proceeded smoothly, there was a good chance of success. After looking at the plan to exile Zayn from Earth, Dr. Pym raised his doubts again. That young man in the video has teleportation abilities. Even if we go to great lengths to exile him, won't his teleportation abilities render all our efforts useless? Facing Dr. Pym's question, Nick Fury smiled faintly and opened a black box on the platform, revealing the silhouette of the Tesseract inside. This is also part of our considerations. This treasure is called the Tesseract, with the ability to disrupt spatial coordinates. After exiling Zayn, we can continuously utilize the Tesseract's power with a special device to ensure that Zayn can never return. Dr. Pym nodded, indicating that he understood. Do any of you have any further questions? Nick Fury asked loudly. At this point, Professor X and Magneto frowned at the plan documents in their hands. Director Fury, I'm sorry, but I can't execute this plan. Professor X said calmly, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. As he spoke, he raised the plan document that aimed to change Zayn's character. Different from the thick plan to exile Zayn, this plan consisted of just one page. Written on it was Professor X's plan to remotely link with Zayn Sai's mind using a brainwave enhancer and then change his character to eliminate his danger. Professor, I know you have your principles, and I respect that. But now, at this critical juncture, this method is the most efficient with the least sacrifice, Nick Fury said solemnly. But Professor X shook his head firmly. His ability was like Pandora's box, once opened, it was hard to close again. And wise as he was, he knew that if he broke his own principles to change Zayn's character, aside from the question of success, once he did it, he and his school would face endless oppression and suspicion from human society after the event concluded. This was also the fundamental reason why Professor X's school had been able to survive and thrive under the watchful eye of the authorities, self-restraint. Of course, Professor X wouldn't openly state this. Director Fury, I'm sorry, but I once tried to contact him when he was 16, but I couldn't link with his mind at all. So, sorry, even if I wanted to, I don't have the ability to do it. Professor X said lightly, still maintaining his composure. Nick Fury frowned slightly. Although this plan to change Zayn's character was more of a test of Professor X's bottom line, he still held onto the hope of eliminating Zayn's threat in this way. Professor, are you sure Zayn Sai has the ability to shield his mind? Nick Fury asked unwillingly. I'm sure. Professor X nodded earnestly. Nick Fury's lone eye stared directly at Professor X's eyes, but seeing no wavering in them, he could only shake his head regretfully. Whether it was an illusion of the heroes present or not, they felt that when Professor X rejected the proposal, all the leaders on the screen seemed to breathe a sigh of relief simultaneously. After all, no one could tolerate someone invading their minds and altering their wills. Even ordinary people couldn't tolerate no longer being themselves one day, let alone these politicians standing at the pinnacle of power. Nick Fury, I also have doubts about this plan. Magneto, following Professor X, also coldly voiced his opposition. Mr. Magneto, what do you think is the problem? Nick Fury replied calmly. It says here that we're supposed to control a girl named Lorna Dane to threaten Zayn Sai. I can't agree with that. I'm not so low as to use a girl as a hostage to carry out a plan. Magneto said indignantly. At the same time, the superheroes present also responded to Magneto's words one after another. They were superheroes, embodiments of justice. How could they do such despicable things? If they did, they would surely doubt why they had originally become selfless superheroes. I refuse to execute this plan. The Punisher said coldly. I refuse too. Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, also voiced his opposition. I disagree, and I demand changes to the plan. This is a bit too despicable. We are not those who will stoop to any means. That's right. Chapter 136, Exile. Immediately, everyone present expressed their rejection of this plan. However, Nick Fury, who was refuted, showed no change in expression. This opposition was actually part of his plan. Even the plan to use Lorna as leverage was added by him at the last minute. The purpose was to test the relationship between Magneto and Lorna. In the end, considering Magneto as a variable, in case this guy turned against them at the last moment, it would be ridiculous. Last time, Lorna entered Magneto's ward right in front of Nick Fury. After she left, Nick Fury witnessed Magneto's lost and dispirited appearance. Coupled with Lorna's ability similar to Magneto's, and Magneto's extreme reaction now, Nick Fury already had an answer in his heart. Alright, everyone, this plan was under-considered. We will have specialists modify it later. Upon hearing that the plan was scrapped, Magneto and the others nodded satisfactorily. With Professor X and Magneto, the two big shots, leading the objections, the rest also began to voice their dissatisfaction with the plan. The debate lasted for 2 hours before finally coming to a close. In the end, Nick Fury delivered the closing remarks. The Earth belongs to everyone, and Zayn Sai is too dangerous for this world. We must exile him from our world. Rest assured, you are not alone this time. You have the support of 117 countries behind you. With their support, we will surely win this war. With Nick Fury's impassioned words, the leaders on the screens gave generous applause. Although some of the superheroes felt they were being used as pawns this time, they could only applaud along with the trend in the face of the situation. In fact, most of them also felt that Zayn's existence was too dangerous. Usually, they only dealt with minor criminals, and even principled heroes like Spider-Man had hardly killed anyone. But Zayn, he seemed like an uncontrollable tyrant, daring to steal the Statue of Liberty and smash the White House, and finally, unhesitatingly killing the President of the United States. Although these heroes didn't want to admit it, with their current abilities, they still relied on and needed the support of the country and society to survive. There were people they cared about, people they needed to protect. With Zayn's Damocles sword hanging over their heads, they couldn't bear it either. Of course, those who couldn't bear Zayn's existence even more were the leaders of various countries. They had climbed to their current positions through great effort and scheming, enjoying the benefits brought by the peak of power. They didn't want someone like Zayn, who could take their lives at any moment, to exist above them. In the past, although superheroes and supervillains had been reckless, none had been bold enough to directly kill a country's leader. Subconsciously, everyone was maintaining the relationship between themselves and their countries. Now, suddenly, there was Zayn, a rebellious existence, which naturally met with resistance from everyone. This was also the reason why everyone present agreed to the plan. Even Tony and Peter, although their faces were complicated, didn't refute the plan but silently accepted it. Zayn was too dangerous for Earth. Half an hour later, after everyone had familiarized themselves with the plan, Nick Fury had his subordinates collect back the plan documents and destroy them uniformly, ensuring that no leaks would occur. Now, let's proceed according to the plan. I'm counting on you, everyone. Nick Fury said solemnly. After speaking, he opened the meeting room's confinement, and all the superheroes below also nodded seriously. Without saying anything, they left the shield building silently, each preparing for their own tasks. But some people were stopped by Nick Fury. Mr. Stark, Mr. Magneto, and Spider-Man, please wait. Tony and the others looked at Nick Fury in confusion. I'm sorry, but you three must stay here until the plan is implemented and then leave. Why? Peter couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked first. Tony, however, vaguely guessed what was happening and didn't speak, just looking dark and somewhat intimidating. All three of you have close ties to Zayn. To prevent the plan from leaking prematurely and Zayn from discovering it early, I can only temporarily inconvenience you three. Nick Fury said lightly. His meaning was already obvious enough. He was afraid that Tony and the others would betray him, leading to the collapse of the plan. Tony stepped forward to stop Peter, who wanted to argue with Nick Fury. Mr. Stark. Peter looked at Tony Stark in confusion, as if he didn't understand why his teammates were preventing him from making his rightful clarification. But Tony just shook his head with a dark expression, indicating Peter to stop his meaningless actions. From Tony's eyes, Peter seemed to understand something. His eyes suddenly dimmed, and the righteous passion that had been burning inside him seemed to dim significantly. He suddenly realized that the justice he had insisted on didn't seem so beautiful anymore. Even his own teammates were starting to doubt him. Looking at Peter's self-deprecating smile, Tony also felt uncomfortable. Since the beginning of the meeting, our former playboy had been constantly questioning his own inner thoughts. In the end, he came to the same conclusion as Nick Fury and those ridiculous politicians. Zayn was indeed not suitable to stay on Earth anymore. Now Tony didn't know if he was being ungrateful. Zayn had always been helping him, but now he had to drive him away from his home planet. Even Tony himself felt that he was not the same person now. He would rather still be the original playboy, doing nothing all day, carefree and casual. But people change, and this justice he adhered to also came at a price. From the moment he publicly admitted he was Iron Man in front of the media, it seemed that he was destined to walk this scarred path today. Tony couldn't turn back, nor did he want to. But Magneto was already getting angry. Originally, he was already somewhat unhappy with the kidnapping of Lorna in the plan provided by Nick Fury. Now, being stopped by this black bastard Nick Fury again, his anger erupted completely. Even a mud puppet had some temper, let alone the leader of the Brotherhood, Magneto. He had never been an easy person to deal with. In an instant, the gun on Nick Fury's body flew out and pointed directly at his shiny black head. The agents beside him saw their boss being held hostage and immediately pulled out their guns, aiming at Magneto. I need an explanation. Magneto said coldly, ignoring the agents pointing guns at him. Chapter 137, Relief. Although the guns brought out by those agents were made of special plastic, Magneto couldn't manipulate them. But they posed no threat to him. There were plenty of metal objects in the conference room, and Magneto only needed to move his mind to make these agents dead and buried. Nick Fury, with a gun pointed at his head, showed no change in expression, not even a slight increase in heartbeat. He simply uttered a sentence that quieted Magneto down. Because, Lorna Dane is your daughter. So Tony Stark, Spider-Man, and Magneto Eric Lenscher obediently stayed in the shield building. Externally, it was claimed to be a discussion of the plan, but in fact, they were being confined until the plan was officially launched and they could join the battle against Zayn. However, what Nick Fury didn't know was that all the plans he had schemed to hide had been seen through by Zayn. Even the recent meeting had been live-streamed from Zayn's mansion. When he returned from Washington, Zayn had ordered the deployment of dozens of tiny surveillance robots, only 1/10 the size of mosquitoes, to infiltrate the SHIELD building. Moreover, these surveillance robots were equipped with anti-magnetic field devices. In other words, no metal detector could detect them, not even Magneto could control them. In these 5 years, using Wakanda's abundant resources and his own intelligence, Zayn had developed anti-magnetic field technology, overcoming his fatal flaw. And the lead plates prepared by Nick Fury had no effect on the surveillance robots developed by Zayn. You see, Zayn had been developing technology based on space travel standards. Distances in space were calculated in light years. If they still relied on Earth's communication technology, by the time the information was transmitted, the cucumbers would have cooled down. So the first thing Zayn developed was space communication technology. 2 years ago, using quantum entanglement principles, he developed quantum communication technology, achieving distance-free synchronous communication. This is not made up, it really exists. Interested folks can look it up. Even if Nick Fury brought out a mountain of lead plates, it wouldn't affect the surveillance robots even a bit. And after seeing the performance of everyone in this meeting, Zayn showed not a hint of sadness or desolation. Instead, he showed a smile of relief and anticipation. Yes, you read that right, relief. Zayn was relieved by those he admired, such as Tony, Peter, etc., who continued to uphold their beliefs. They didn't evade because of their past with him. Instead, they resolutely took up the banner to fight against Zayn, even though their hearts were torn apart by guilt. They still didn't evade. As Zayn had once said, he admired and was willing to be friends with those who were truly strong. If they hesitated in their choices, they wouldn't be worthy of being called Zayn's friends. It's just that for some reason, after watching the video, Zayn suddenly felt extremely unfamiliar with the familiar scenery outside the window. He suddenly felt a little tired. Looking at the world outside the window, which was already incompatible with himself, Zayn knew it was time to leave. In fact, Zayn had already had this feeling a long time ago. As his strength continued to advance, as his horizons continued to broaden, Zayn increasingly found himself losing interest in the petty affairs on Earth. Even the plans he made years ago were too lazy to execute. For example, Captain America, still buried under the glacier, and the 5 super soldiers frozen in Siberia. Zayn could find them without much effort and then enslave them using the brainwashing technology of Hydra stored in the Skynet database. But in these 5 years, Zayn hadn't made a move because with his strength, he simply didn't bother with these conspiracies anymore. Would you bother calculating a bunch of ants? I guess no one would bother, just stomp them out with 1 foot. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy was just a joke. So now let Zayn see how powerful this coalition of Earth's heroes really is. He hoped they could rekindle the long-dormant passion in his heart. Although he had already decided to break out of Earth and start a new journey in the vast universe. But sneaking away from Earth like this was not Zayn's style. Even if he was going to leave, he should hold a grand and world-renowned party. Hurry up and get ready, I'm getting impatient. Zayn muttered to himself, his face showing a look of anticipation and a hint of bloodthirstiness. Just as Zayn was looking forward to the impending battle, Lorna came running barefoot all the way, hanging herself on Zayn's body, emitting a sweet laughter like wind chimes. Zayn, what are we having for dinner tonight? Zayn's face showed an indulgent smile as he lifted Lorna, who was hanging on his back, and kissed her small lips. What do you want, dear? Anything. How about egg fried rice? No, too greasy. What about boiled cabbage? No, I don't like it. Then what do you want to eat? Anything. Zayn. In the end, Lorna was served with a plate of egg fried rice. At the dinner table, Zayn ate while saying to Lorna, "Don't go out during this time." Okay. Lorna had watched the live broadcast of that meeting with Zayn and naturally understood what Zayn meant to express. The integrity of those superheroes could still be trusted, but those politicians didn't have such noble integrity. Zayn was willing to bet that if Lorna went out alone now, within 10 minutes, at least one team of agents would descend from the sky to arrest her. You won't be in trouble, will you? Lorna asked, a little worried. Chapter 138, Nukes Collected. Although Zayn was an invincible presence in her heart. But the enemies he faced this time were too many. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zayn was now at odds with the whole world. Facing Lorna's concern, Zayn smiled proudly. Lorna, remember, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. If I don't want to leave, no one can force me. After hearing Zayn's domineering words, Lorna smiled reassuredly. At the same time, the forces of 117 countries also united and began to exert pressure. More than 8 million residents of New York City were asked to evacuate. At the beginning, many people resisted, but when the special police knocked out a few troublemakers with rubber batons and took them away directly, everyone became obedient. They cooperated with the government and moved to safety zones. Even the gangs in New York City didn't know what message they had received. From top to bottom, there was no sign of resistance. They obediently complied with the government's actions and evacuated from New York City. In just 2 days, the once bustling New York City became a ghost town. The whole city was extremely quiet, with only the occasional sound of stray cats and dogs. The cost paid by the country this time was not small at all. You have to know that cities like New York, which are among the top in the world, would incur economic losses of billions of dollars with just 1 day of power outage, let alone now, when the entire city of New York has been completely evacuated. During this time, Zayn didn't make any moves, just stayed calmly in the mansion with Lorna. There was no intention to stop or disrupt. By the way, after Lorna learned that Zayn was going to take her out of Earth, she asked Skynet to start a global shopping spree. Clothes, handbags, cosmetics, famous cigarettes, fine wines, and so on, everything was bought in bulk. In just 2 days, Zayn's treasury was piled up with Earth products, and this was not an exaggeration, but a literal mountain of them. Seeing this, Zayn was speechless. He hadn't done anything in these 2 days except mechanically loading one truckload of goods into the treasury after another. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had been closely monitoring Zayn from a distance, fearing that he might take some dangerous action. After all personnel had been evacuated, Nick Fury immediately placed the Tesseract on a special device. In an instant, a blue energy wave swept through the empty New York City. When the energy wave disappeared, Nightcrawler, one of the X-Men, found that his teleportation ability had been disabled. Yes, Nick Fury used the Tesseract to imprison the space of New York City to prevent Zayn from using his teleportation ability to escape during the subsequent battle. However, after all the preparations were done, Nick Fury's heart was filled with intense unease. Because everything had gone too smoothly, as if Zayn hadn't noticed anything at all. But this was simply impossible. With the commotion they caused, even an ordinary person would be aware of it. Finally, Nick Fury, who couldn't figure out what was going on, could only bury his deep unease in his heart. Fearing the battle before it even began was a big mistake, and Nick Fury understood that. However, what he didn't know was that after imprisoning the space with the Tesseract, it had no effect on Zayn at all. You see, the A-level skill, Flash, was upgraded with the energy of the space gem. How could it be limited by the Tesseract, the outer shell of the space gem? Zayn didn't care about their actions, he just wanted to have a good fight before leaving Earth. If they weren't fully prepared, how could they experience the deepest despair? After a long preparation, the day of the big battle finally arrived. On this day, the weather in New York City was exceptionally good, with clear skies and warm sunlight, making people feel like taking a nap. Zayn was doing just that, lying lazily on a beach chair in casual clothes. Smelling the fragrance of flowers in the garden, enjoying the feeling of the sea breeze on his face, and occasionally taking a sip of chilled fruit juice, he was extremely comfortable. Just as Zayn was enjoying himself, the sky suddenly filled with piercing sonic booms, and dozens of missiles streaked across the sky straight toward Zayn's mansion. But Zayn didn't even blink, still calmly sipping his juice and looking at the magazine in his hand. Just as the nuclear bombs were about to fall, dozens of golden ripples appeared precisely in front of them. Immediately, these dozens of unexploded missiles charged into Zayn's treasury without hesitation, becoming part of Zayn's combat power. The energy bullets from the guns and lasers couldn't be collected yet, but for missiles made of pure material like this, Zayn couldn't miss them. Seeing this situation from a distance, Nick Fury was also a little confused. He knew that Zayn could summon weapons to attack the enemy. But never did he expect that Zayn could also collect objects with this move. This was clearly cheating. These missiles were just the first wave of attacks, designed to test whether Zayn's teleportation ability had been restricted. Behind them, the United Nations also prepared several nuclear bombs. If Zayn hadn't evaded the first wave of missiles, those nuclear bombs would ring the doorbell of Zayn's home and have an intimate encounter with him. But now it seemed better to forget about it. Even if nuclear bombs were sent out, they would only be hitting water balloons. Although Zayn's performance was beyond everyone's expectations, Nick Fury pretended to remain calm and showed a look of being in control. Then he beckoned to the superheroes behind him to hurry to Zayn's location. Those who could fly on their own, such as Iron Man, Storm, Magneto, etc., flew away first. The remaining heroes like Spider-Man, Punisher, Daredevil, and the first Ant-Man could only obediently board the shield plane and rush over. Before long, all the superheroes gathered in front of Zayn's mansion. Wow, at first glance, it looked like Halloween had come early. These superheroes were all dressed in bizarre costumes. The only one who looked relatively normal was Nick Fury. Unfortunately, this guy was still a one-eyed man. If he didn't cosplay as a pirate captain, it would be a waste of his precious resources. Hearing the commotion behind him, Zayn stretched lazily and stood up, turning to look at the eager crowd. Well, quite a lineup. Why isn't Professor X here? I remember he also attended your secret meeting. Zayn looked indifferent, while Nick Fury's heart was not so calm. Because the plan he tried so hard to hide seemed to have been seen through by Zayn from the beginning. This made Nick Fury feel a wave of horror. But now everything was ready, even if Zayn was strong, he couldn't stir up any waves. Zayn sighed, you will pay for your arrogance. Nick Fury silently thought to himself. At the same time, he also issued a challenge to Zayn. Zayn sigh, you have committed a heinous crime. Surrender. This was his first time standing up straight in front of Zayn. Zayn ignored him and turned his gaze to the other superheroes, some of whom he knew and some he had never seen before. Chapter 139, Showdown. For the United Nations to go to such lengths to gather them together for his farewell party, Zayn expressed satisfaction. Zayn, can't you just give in for once? Tony opened his face mask and looked at Zayn sternly, his words carrying a hint of resentment. Yet Zayn responded with a brilliant smile, just as they always did when teasing each other. No. Upon hearing Zayn's reply, Tony found himself smiling in the same way for some reason. In that moment, Tony reaffirmed his choice, knowing he wouldn't hold back against Zayn, believing Zayn felt the same about him. Zayn, where's Lorna? Magneto scanned the surroundings, slightly tense when he didn't find Lorna. The girl is in an absolutely safe place now, so you don't need to worry, Zayn replied. Upon hearing Zayn's response, Magneto breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Zayn didn't involve Lorna. Otherwise, if Lorna stood against him now, Magneto didn't know what he would do. If Zayn knew what Magneto was thinking, he could only chuckle. When had Zayn ever used a woman as a shield from birth until now? With the small talk finished, it was time to get down to business. There are too many of you. Not every Tom, Dick, and Harry is qualified to challenge me, Zayn said disdainfully. Before the heroes below could show their indignant expressions, dozens of golden ripples had already spread around them. Then the dozens of missiles that initially attacked Zayn were ejected from King's treasury with flames. Blessed by the treasury, these missiles had reached supersonic speeds. Only a few people managed to dodge them with their beast-like instincts. Most people could only watch helplessly as the missiles enlarged in their pupils. At that moment, these people felt regret. They realized that their sense of justice couldn't feed them or save their lives. At this critical moment, Magneto acted. The missiles that initially targeted Zayn were diverted, flying straight into the sky and exploding. In the explosion's glare, the weaker superheroes below gasped for air in unison. If those missiles had exploded earlier, with their abilities, even if they didn't die directly, they would have been maimed. At that moment, they realized this wasn't their usual small-scale skirmish but a real battle of life and death. After the crisis passed, a towering anger rose within them. All the superheroes began to unleash their abilities against Zayn without hesitation. Some used firearms, some wielded lightning, some emitted laser beams from their eyes, some manipulated objects with telekinesis, some controlled metal, and some fired energy cannons. The attack methods were diverse. Yet Zayn faced this overwhelming assault with a calm smile. With a single teleport, he evaded all attacks while hovering in midair. Before they could even be amazed at Zayn's ability to teleport despite being spatially constrained, golden ripples appeared in the sky within their sight. The dense array of portals dyed the entire sky gold. If someone were to count, there might be tens of thousands of vault portals by now. Zayn wasn't the weakling who could only open a few thousand portals 5 years ago. Die. As Zayn uttered those words, countless small energy cannons sprayed dazzling blue light. Instantly, the superheroes below were submerged in an ocean of energy blasts. And it didn't end there. After a brief recharge, another wave of attacks came. The barrage of energy cannon blasts continued incessantly for a full 10 minutes before Zayn retracted the weapons. During this time, various heroes also displayed their powers. Some shrank their bodies to the size of ants to evade, some relied on their inhuman bodies to withstand, and some relied on their high-tech armor. But as time passed, more and more weaker heroes were struck by the energy blasts and turned into flying ash. After 10 minutes, the place where the superheroes had stood had turned into a pit dozens of meters deep. The bottom of the pit was filled with molten lava melted by the massive energy blasts. Now, only about a tenth of the initial group remained alive. Nick Fury, who had incited the trouble, was also fortunate enough to survive, though his right arm had disappeared. This was thanks to Iron Man, who had held him close, otherwise, he would have been utterly dead during the first round of energy blasts. Looking at the dwindling number of surviving superheroes and his empty right shoulder, Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. Zayn sigh, you will pay for this, I swear. Nick Fury muttered to himself, his tone filled with deep-seated hatred. All the remaining survivors were enraged. This was just the beginning, and their comrades had died like this, accomplishing nothing and leaving no trace of their bodies. Now they truly felt Zayn's character, as Nick Fury had described it, lawless and indifferent to human life. A person like this must not remain on Earth. This thought arose spontaneously among all the remaining survivors. And as Zayn looked at the remaining 20 or so people below, he shook his head, still somewhat dissatisfied. But now that the troublesome riffraff had been cleared, the real battle could begin. Zayn sigh. Tony roared, his armor's thrusters fully engaged, accelerating to supersonic speeds and breaking the sound barrier in midair. As Iron Man charged toward him, Zayn didn't dodge or evade. Just as Tony's iron fist was about to strike Zayn's face, a slender right hand suddenly grabbed it, and Tony Stark completed an instant transition from extreme speed to stillness. The tremendous inertia caused Tony's blood to surge, nearly causing him to black out from a brain hemorrhage. If it weren't for the insane level of protection in his armor, just the immense physical inertia would have killed him. Tony, looking at Zayn blocking his full-force attack with just his body, finally understood that the gap between him and Zayn might be even greater than he had imagined. But the battle had to continue. Tony focused all the energy of his armor into the chest's arc reactor. Chapter 140, Showdown 2. Then, a huge orange laser beam shot out from his chest, heading straight for Zayn's still composed face. However, just as the laser was about to hit Zayn's face, his idle hand directly pushed against the laser, reversing its flow. This laser, which could pierce through a building, couldn't even break through Zayn's skin defense. It merely singed a couple of his hair follicles. After continuous strengthening from the magic furnace and the enhancement from the death god's power, Zayn may not be able to match the base form of Hulk with his body now. But dismantling Tony's armor barehanded was still easy for Zayn. With unstoppable momentum, Zayn's left hand thrust directly into the chest of Tony's armor. Amidst a grating metallic sound, Zayn forcibly detached the small arc reactor from Tony's armor with his bare hands. Instantly, all the indicator lights on Tony's armor went out. The previously invincible Iron Man armor had turned into an immobilized husk. But Zayn wasn't finished. He had already said he wouldn't show mercy to them. With a slight exertion of his left hand, Zayn crushed the small arc reactor into pieces. Then, with a punch, he shattered Tony's steel mask, accompanied by the mask's fragmentation and blood bursting out. Tony seemed to have been struck by a meteor and crashed to the ground, leaving a deep pit. There was no movement from Tony inside the armor. It was unclear whether he was alive or dead. This scene lasted only a few seconds. The others were still reeling from Zayn's energy blasts just now, not yet recovering. Finally, Phoenix, in a hurry, added a buffering layer under Tony's falling body using telekinesis. It was up to Tony to survive. Seeing the remaining people, Zayn suddenly grinned wickedly, then snapped his fingers in front of everyone. Skynet, come out and greet these rude guests. Yes, boss. With Zayn's command, a huge sky fortress slowly squeezed out from a massive golden portal in the sky above the battlefield. The mechanical voice of Skynet attracted the attention of all the heroes to the enormous war fortress emerging from King's Treasury. The war fortress occupied half of the sky over New York City, its immense size exuding unparalleled pressure. Zayn, who believed in the doctrine of many turrets, had Skynet add countless energy cannons to this sky fortress. The sight of the densely packed cannon barrels made everyone's scalp tingle. Nick Fury, who survived, nearly popped his remaining eye out of its socket. How could this be possible? How could Earth's technology produce such a thing? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the fierce aerial fortress, some heroes even dropping their weapons into the magma without realizing it. A series of huge blows had already dampened their fighting spirit. This was too much of a bully, wasn't it? What happened to the superpowered showdown? Summoning a war fortress at will wasn't fair at all. Looking at those cannon barrels, each as thick as a building, one blast from them would probably wipe out New York City. This was unfair. They were just waiting to die. Everyone fell into despair. In fact, Magneto had tried to manipulate the fortress the moment it emerged. But he suddenly found that his abilities couldn't sense the fortress's existence, let alone control it. If the fortress hadn't been right in front of him, Magneto, whose skill points were all in magnetic manipulation, wouldn't even have discovered its appearance in the sky with his eyes closed. Zayn hadn't been unprepared these days. He had already teleported to Wakanda and stored this behemoth in King's Treasury. Skynet hadn't been idle during those 5 years in Wakanda. In just 3 years, it had excavated the entire surface layer of vibranium ore, which had remained untouched for thousands of years in Wakanda, turning it upside down. Then, it used all of Wakanda's vibranium reserves to build this spacecraft, which could be called the most expensive in the universe. This spacecraft wasn't just about its surface cannon platforms. It was, without exaggeration, a small city. Inside, there was a simulated ecosystem with various animals and plants collected by Zayn from around the world. There were also laboratories equipped with various high-end instruments, and even an amusement park. It could be said that everything available on Earth could be found in this vibranium-made spacecraft, and it even had things Earth didn't. On the day it was completed, Zayn gave it a very fitting name, Ark. As for how the Ark was powered, it was simple. After Zayn stored it in King's Treasury, the infinite energy from the magic furnace could directly supply it, ensuring there would never be any worries about power. However, Zayn didn't summon the Ark, this behemoth, just to obliterate the remaining heroes. Although that would wipe them all out, along with half of North America, it would be too boring. Zayn's goal was to release the millions of magnetic energy robots transformed at Wakanda and show these people that gang fights weren't their monopoly. Although Zayn had slaughtered all of Wakanda's citizens back then, he had merely used the army of undead from the realm Od dead to take their souls away. Their bodies were basically intact. Following the principle of not wasting anything, Skynet, after Zayn left, produced a large number of molecular magnetic energy robots, all of which converted these bodies into free labor. That was how such an feat was accomplished within 5 years. Otherwise, with such a large amount of work, if Skynet had to do it alone, who knows which year it would have been completed. Now, the Ark, suspended in the sky with anti-gravity technology, suddenly opened a door the size of a football field. Immediately after, countless tiny black dots jumped out of the open hatch like dumplings. If someone were to count, they would find nearly 10,000 people jumping out. Most of the remaining magnetic energy robots were distributed throughout the corners of the Ark, each performing their own tasks. This behemoth Ark couldn't be perfectly driven by Skynet alone. But these 10,000 magnetic energy robots were enough to crush Earth's forces under Zayn's command, especially when dealing with those few superheroes who had been intimidated by Zayn. Countless magnetic energy robots saw their skin surface change, transforming into tight-fitting battle suits. Then, they leaped directly from several kilometers high in the sky, without any intention of decelerating. They accurately smashed into the ground in front of those superheroes, creating large craters and raising clouds of dust. It was as if the sky was raining meteorites. During this time, Storm also sensed the danger and hurriedly manipulated hurricanes to disperse the densely packed molecular magnetic energy robots still descending in midair. But it was futile. Faced with the gale, the molecular magnetic energy robots' backs directly deployed flying devices to correct their descent trajectories. They still landed precisely on the ground. Chapter 141, Showdown 3. When the smoke cleared, there appeared before the remaining superheroes an entire 10,000 figures kneeling with one knee, their backs turned to them. And the one they were kneeling to was none other than Zayn, who had somehow taken out that magnificent throne and was sitting upon it. "Hail, our lord!" The voices of 10,000 people echoed through the sky, even Zayn felt a surge of excitement from their shouts. In contrast to Zayn, the superheroes felt a chill run down their spines. All eyes turned to Nick Fury, who was dumbfounded by this scene. That look in their eyes seemed to wish they could tear this damn troublemaker to pieces. "Damn it, this is the Zayn Sai you said we could handle by gathering everyone. This damn demon lord seems to have only made a move once, and we're already half dead. And now he's summoned a spaceship and 10,000 minions who don't look easy to deal with. How are we supposed to fight? Damn it, are those so-called elite individuals all out of their minds? How can human strength contend with this terrifying existence?" This is the sentiment of everyone at this moment. Nick Fury was also at a loss. His plan had deviated from its intended trajectory from the start. Zayn's power and hidden forces exceeded everyone's expectations. At this moment, Nick Fury was close to tears. "Boss, if you were this powerful, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said it earlier, the whole Earth would have worshipped you as a god. If you wanted to kill the President of the United States, we would have handed him to you clean and unharmed. Is it so enjoyable to play the tiger in disguise?" Though internally trampled by countless grass mud horses, it was too late to regret now that things had developed to this point. Even if they were to admit their mistake now, Zayn, who held grudges, would likely not agree. Nick Fury could only grit his teeth and press on. He discreetly pressed the signal transmitter on his body with his remaining hand. 3 aircraft carriers that had long been stationed offshore immediately took off dozens of fully armed aircraft and headed to the battlefield upon receiving the signal. At the same time, Zayn also issued orders to the 10,000 molecular magnetic energy robots kneeling beneath him. "Kill, leave none alive." Instantly, all the robots stood up simultaneously, turning to face the superheroes who were salivating nervously. The glaring crimson light in the mechanical eyes flashed. In an instant, the superheroes across from them felt as if they were in the grasp of death. While the superheroes were stunned, Zayn's robots were not. Countless robots rose from the ground, like locusts covering the sky, blocking out the sunlight that streamed down. Under the shadow, the figures of the robots grew larger and larger in the pupils of the superheroes. Finally, they were engulfed by countless molecular magnetic energy robots. However, those still standing were no ordinary people, they each used their abilities to resist Zayn's robot army. Dr. Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, directly shrunk himself to the size of an ant and ran onto one of the robots. Not caring about the peculiarities on its surface, he treated it as if it were just debris splashed onto him. Dr. Pym searched all over the robot but found no crevices he could enter. In the end, our great genius Dr. Pym gritted his teeth and, enduring his disgust, crawled into the robot's nostril. However, once inside the robot, Dr. Pym was completely shocked. He saw countless black particles moving along specific trajectories under the constraints of magnetic forces, providing powerful energy to the robot. The scene had a mechanical beauty, a beauty belonging to technology and order. But Dr. Pym was only stunned for a moment. After coming to his senses, Dr. Pym immediately sent a message to the other superheroes. "Don't hold back, these guys aren't human, just robots. I repeat, these are all robots, don't hold back." Instantly, the superheroes with a no-kill policy stopped holding back and unleashed their maximum attacks. However, people like Magneto had no qualms whatsoever. He had already controlled the metal and pinned the robots to the ground. But how could robots made of vibranium nanoparticles be so easily dealt with? Dr. Pym, inside one of the robots, had already tried to destroy its nodes from within. But even if destroyed inside the body, the vibranium microparticles could return to their original positions in an instant under the constraint of magnetic forces. Even if Dr. Pym mashed the robot's brain into mush, it wouldn't destroy the robot. It would only momentarily pause its movements. Other heroes also discovered the terrifying aspect of the magnetic energy robots. Unbreakable, unburnable, even if frozen, they would break out of the ice in a matter of seconds. At this moment, perhaps the most frustrated was Magneto. He could clearly see that these robots were powered by magnetism. Logically, as someone who could control magnetic fields, he should have been a godlike figure in front of these robots. For him, dealing with them should have been as simple as flicking his fingers. But in the face of the anti-magnetic field technology developed by Skynet, Magneto couldn't even sense the magnetic energy supporting these robots' existence. In the end, Magneto could only resort to the most primitive method, controlling other metals to attack these robots. At this moment, the robot inside which Dr. Pym was located also sensed his presence. Instantly, the vibranium microparticles inside this robot turned into a torrential stream and engulfed Dr. Pym. Just as Dr. Pym was about to be overwhelmed by countless tiny vibranium particles, Dr. Pym decisively reversed the operation of the Pym particles and then pressed the start button resolutely. In an instant, Dr. Pym, who had shrunk to the size of an ant, began to expand at an extremely fast speed. He caused the robot to explode from within, turning into countless black particles that scattered on the ground. However, just as Dr. Pym was relieved that he had finally destroyed an enemy, the black particles that had fallen to the ground, under the influence of a strong magnetic field, flew back into the air and reassembled into an intact robot. Then this robot transformed its right hand into a sharp blade and silently rushed toward Dr. Pym, who had become a giant over 10 meters tall. Other people also realized the nearly indestructible nature of the magnetic energy robots. Despairing darkness began to spread in everyone's hearts. Chapter 142, No Home. At this moment, they had no more thoughts of dealing with Zayn. The only reason driving them to continue the fight was one: they wanted to live. Those who always thought they were not afraid of death would never understand the feeling of death creeping towards you with light footsteps, step by step, like your life. At this moment, everyone was desperately rushing towards the periphery of the magnetic energy robots. They were fleeing. And Nick Fury, who was only slightly stronger than a normal human, was torn in half by several magnetic energy robots from the beginning, dying miserably in a pool of blood. The planes that arrived at the battlefield were also blown up in midair by the magnetic energy robots flying into the air, turning into fireworks. Zayn remained motionless, sitting high on the throne, watching indifferently as these heroes who came to attack him died miserably one after another. In the real world, it's not as beautiful as in fairy tales. These heroes who seemed like they would never die in comics and movies ended up as cold corpses. No luck. No heroic sacrifice before death. Just a simple, straightforward death. They had also considered implementing a beheading plan, to eliminate Zayn first. But all their attacks were intercepted by the magnetic energy robots using their own bodies. These robots were like high-end versions of Iron Man, unbreakable and indestructible. However, there is always a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. After Storm blew one of the magnetic energy robots into the magma-filled pit that Zayn had originally created, the perceptive Storm noticed that the robot didn't climb out again. In that instant, a thought flashed through Storm's mind. High temperatures can demagnetize. Force them closer to the lava. Storm, finding a glimmer of hope, shouted hoarsely. Her sharp voice, like a tearing wind, stirred the seeds of hope in everyone's hearts. So everyone hurriedly used their abilities to throw the magnetic energy robots into the lava pool. Including Tony Stark, who hadn't died yet. Under the protection of his armor and Jean Grey's telekinesis, he was only had a concession by Zayn's blow. Upon waking up, the first thing he did was call Jarvis to activate the Hulkbuster armor hidden on the top floor of Stark Tower. This was a suit of armor Tony had developed, years ahead of the original story, after the Hulk battle. With the Hulkbuster armor on, Tony, fully restored, was instantly pulled into the battle by hundreds of magnetic energy robots swarming around him. To prevent Tony from disturbing their master, Zayn and heroes like Cyclops, who had energy attacks, immediately began attacking the lava pool. To prevent the lava from cooling into rocks over time and to continuously expand the size of the lava pool to accommodate more robots. Watching his magnetic energy robots being submerged one by one in the scorching magma, Zayn's face showed not a hint of panic, but rather a hint of mockery. What is deeper than despair? Zayn's answer is the collapse of hope. 30 minutes later, the superheroes, who had reignited hope with all their might, thrown their heads and shed their blood, finally threw all the magnetic energy robots on the scene into the lava. As the last magnetic energy robot slowly sank into the magma, Cyclops closed his eyes. 2 streams of scorching blood and tears flowed instantly from his eye sockets. After outputting for half an hour, he might never be able to open his eyes again. He was blind. Although the lava pool, which originally had a range of only a few meters, had been expanded by him. The hot lava occasionally bubbled up, burning the air, and with the arrival of the high temperature came the pungent smell of blood and the dense smoke. All the survivors unconsciously sat down on the ground, closed their eyes, and dared not look at the battlefield where their comrades' corpses lay. Some had even started to cry silently. Although the crisis of the magnetic energy robots had been resolved. But these superheroes also paid a heavy price, with only a few of them left alive. The survivors were Dr. Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, currently comatose due to overuse of Pym particles. Storm, unsteady due to excessive use of power. Magneto, currently relatively intact due to Zayn's special care. Iron Man, the legs and left arm of the Hulkbuster armor were torn to pieces by magnetic energy robots, the chest armor was torn apart, and sparks were flying all over his body, ready to explode at any moment. Spider-Man, with a deep wound visible to the bone on his chest, he had lost too much blood and was unconscious, ready to die at any moment. Jean Grey, on the brink of unleashing the power of the Phoenix due to excessive use of telekinesis and emotional fluctuations. War Machine, covered in injuries, he would die instantly if he made any more movements. Iceman, lost his right arm, used his ability to seal the wound, on the verge of passing out. Cyclops, blind due to excessive use of his abilities, currently unconscious due to the intense pain in his eyes. Tony, who remained conscious, opened the armor's locking device and climbed out of the armor unsteadily. Then he slowly walked to Zayn's feet. Is that enough? Tony's tone was extremely calm, without a ripple, like stagnant water. Not enough. Zayn replied indifferently. Is this still not enough? What do you want in the end? Do you want to destroy the Earth with your spaceship? Tony suddenly roared at Zayn, like an enraged lion, his neck veins bulging, his eyes filled with ferocious bloodshot veins. Faced with his furious old friend, Zayn suddenly laughed, a mocking laugh. Aren't you the ones who came to attack me? Weren't you the ones who wanted to drive me off Earth? Why does it seem like I'm the one who did something wrong in the end? After listening to Zayn's sarcastic questioning, Tony fell silent. After a long while, Tony lifted his head and said with a dry throat. Zayn, Earth is your home. Do you really want to destroy it? In the instant these words landed, Zayn suddenly became unprecedentedly serious. He looked straight into Tony's eyes and said with an unprecedented solemn tone. This is not my home, never has been. Yes, this has never been Zayn's home. Chapter 143, Professor X. Zayn never had much of a sense of belonging to this world, except for Lorna. Zayn couldn't find anyone or anything else that could hold his heart besides Lorna. Now that Lorna is willing to accompany him in breaking out of Earth, Zayn feels even less attached to the Marvel Universe's Earth. His home, his roots, always lay in that 510 million square kilometers of land. Unfortunately, it seems Zayn can't go back. Tony, who didn't understand the meaning behind Zayn's words, just thought Zayn was rejecting him. He sadly smiled, squatting down and picking up a modified automatic rifle from the severed arm of a superhero. Skillfully cocking it and loading it. Then resolutely raised the muzzle straight at Zayn in the air. The others who could still stand also supported each other and walked behind Tony, with determined eyes looking at Zayn. Very firm, yet very sad. However, they were not just dealing with Zayn. Suddenly, countless black vibranium particles rushed out of the solidified magma pool as the temperature gradually decreased. With the passage of time and the increasingly dark eyes of the remaining people, the 10,000 vibranium robots' particles began to arrange and combine. Forming a 20-meter-tall, featureless, pitch-black giant vibranium robot with only one glowing red eye. And it still remembered Zayn's initial command. Leave no one behind. These people, already on the brink of death, had no strength to resist the more powerful vibranium robot aggregation. In minutes, they turned into cold corpses. Just before Tony died, he suddenly turned his head to look at Zayn in the air, with a look in his eyes that seemed like relief and reluctance. Finally, a brilliant smile appeared on Tony's face. As if saying to Zayn, chicken head, look, I did it. I've persevered to the end of this road. I've never regretted, nor have I ever hated you, my friend. And Zayn, intuitively seeing Tony's final farewell, felt no sadness or guilt. Just murmured with a very small voice. In the near future, I look forward to meeting you again, dwarf. In the end, only Magneto and Phoenix were still alive. The vibranium robot aggregate had scanning capabilities, and it didn't spare the unconscious people. Robots have this advantage: they have no fear, no sadness, no guilt, no mercy. They only faithfully execute Zayn's orders, which makes them the world's best soldiers. Magneto had already been knocked unconscious and thrown aside. Although he had severed ties with Lorna. But if Zayn killed him, Lorna would surely be heartbroken. Zayn couldn't bear to let Lorna be heartbroken for Magneto, so he never intended to take his life from the beginning. And Phoenix created a protective shield with her telekinesis, struggling under the feet of the vibranium robot aggregate. With sharp eyes, Zayn could clearly see her trembling body and the flames that seemed to be escaping from her body. From those flames, Zayn sensed the most intense emotions in the world, as well as the chilling breath of immortality. At the same time, in the basement of the X Mansion, Professor X sensed the disappearance of his students' mental fluctuations one by one, leaving only one note. This kind-hearted old man finally became angry at this moment. Professor X had been enduring before. Despite watching his students die one by one, Professor X continued to endure. In Nick Fury's plan, he was the most crucial part. If he acted prematurely, it would mean failure. But now the time has finally come. Now is when Zayn is nearing victory. And when he's most relaxed. Professor X immediately put on the helmet, the Cerebro. In the next moment, the shadows shifted, and countless figures appeared in Professor X's mind. In this instant, all humans on Earth felt a momentary dizziness, as if they had been awake for several days in a row. This was because Professor X had extracted their mental powers. This had no side effects, and they only needed to sleep well to recover. And Professor X's purpose in doing this was to gather the mental powers of all living beings to break through Zayn's mental defense. There's no absolute defense in this world. If there were, it would only mean your attack wasn't strong enough. Although Professor X knew that Zayn could defend against his mental intrusion alone, what about tens of billions of people combined? And at this moment, Zayn also showed surprise in his perception. A vast will, like divine might, descended upon the sky above New York City. And Professor X, who held the mental powers of tens of billions of humans, wasn't at ease either. Although he had enhanced his abilities to almost beyond that of a level Class 5 mutant using the cerebral enhancer. But he was still not an almost omnipotent Class 6 mutant. The mental power of billions of people gathered was like a mountain pressing down on his mind. At this moment, Professor X was like carrying a towering peak alone. Every step he took was extremely difficult. By the time he transported all this mental power to New York, Professor X, in the underground laboratory of the X-Mansion, was bleeding from all 7 orifices, convulsing all over. But he dared not relax in the slightest. Professor X didn't know where Zayn's mental defense limit was. He could only do his best, even if it meant risking his life. Because they can't afford to lose now. And after sensing the vast will above New York City, Zayn finally understood that Professor X, who had never appeared on the battlefield, had finally made his move. For the first time, Zayn stood up from his throne, a wild smile on his face. System, deactivate your protection for me. I want to see how much weight this belief of the masses truly carries. Please confirm if you want to deactivate the system's soul defense. Confirm. Zayn said without hesitation. Since the moment he bound with the system, Zayn's soul had been protected by the system's mighty force. Not to mention just the mental power of the Earth. Even if all the power of the universe were concentrated, it wouldn't necessarily break through the system's defense. And Zayn voluntarily removing this indestructible defense wasn't because he was overly arrogant. 5 years ago, after slaughtering millions of Wakandans, Zayn's soul had already become incredibly powerful under the influence of the realm of dead. Under the influence of the realm of dead, Zayn gained a small amount of pure soul power every time he killed someone, strengthening his own soul. Coupled with years of nurturing by the power of faith and the recently awakened power of death, Zayn's soul had long surpassed the realm of ordinary people, reaching the level of a quasi-divine soul. Zayn valued quality, while Professor X valued quantity. Chapter 144, Dead. Professor X now seems to be trying to transport all the waters of the world to break Zayn, this rock, with the fierce currents. Now Zayn is about to see if he's tough enough or if Professor X is enduring enough. Zayn hasn't experienced such an evenly matched life and death crisis for a long time. So now he decisively let the system deactivate the protection. Just to let his blood boil for a few more seconds. Some may say Zayn's behavior is suicidal. But Zayn wants to say, if people don't take risks, what evidence do they have to prove they're truly alive in this world? While Professor X is preparing to attack Zayn, Coulson is driving wildly on the deserted road. The equipment containing the cosmic cube on the passenger seat is still operational, imprisoning the space of New York City. The news of Zayn still able to use his ability to teleport hasn't been spread by the now dead and injured Nick Fury and his team. So Coulson continues according to the original plan. The campaign to overthrow Zayn has reached its final chapter. Success or failure hinges on this one move. At this moment, the mental power gathered by Professor X above New York City suddenly descended. The originally intangible mental power even manifested in reality, pouring down on Zayn like the Milky Way. The unparalleled magnificence carried a palpable killing intent. And Zayn didn't even dodge, even controlling his throne under his feet to actively meet it. In an instant, Zayn's soul collided with the mental power of all living beings on Earth, and sparks flew in the air. Everyone on Earth, no matter how remote, heard a terrifying roar at this moment. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles centered on New York City, people or animals all collapsed to the ground. Even Coulson, who had already arrived with the cosmic cube, was included. At this moment, Zayn's soul was like a carp swimming upstream, constantly being washed by the mental power of all living beings, struggling to move forward. Like a flat boat on the boundless sea, it could be shattered and buried at the bottom of the sea by waves at any moment. But at this critical moment, an incredibly wild smile appeared on Zayn's face. Ha ha ha, is this all you've got, Charles? As Zayn was washed and baptized by the mental power of all living beings, the distractions in his soul were constantly being eliminated. Amidst the vast sea of thoughts, Zayn's will was compressed and finally formed into a crystalline structure like a diamond. With the passage of time, Zayn's pressure increased, and his will was on the verge of collapse. However, Professor X's attacks continued unabated. At this moment, Professor X exerted all his strength, even overextending his own life, and distractedly awakened Coulson, who had already arrived on the battlefield. Professor X's goal had been achieved. He wasn't here to kill Zayn, but to block Zayn's actions. Everything was planned for this moment. Suddenly, the awakened Coulson pressed a button on the device in his hand. In the next moment, the device containing the cosmic cube suddenly reversed. Then, a burst of azure spatial energy burst forth. This spatial energy beam contained the hopes of all the living and the deceased. It directly aimed at Zayn, who was engaged in a mental battle with Professor X in midair. They were going to teleport Zayn off Earth. Everything was for this one strike. S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously tested this device on a death row prisoner before attacking Zayn. It turned out that this spatial energy beam could indeed teleport a person to unknown corners of the universe. And the location was random. It could be inside a dead star, or it could directly send Zayn to the surface of a star. But S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't care about that now. If they could send Zayn off Earth and he could never return, everything would be fine. They'd rather send Zayn straight into the sun and turn him into ashes. Zayn was now exactly as they planned, completely oblivious to the fatal spatial energy beam. But he didn't need to worry, did he? Although Zayn himself couldn't actively deal with the spatial energy beam. Even now, he was still immersed in a mental struggle with Professor X, completely unaware of the beam. But the skill, magic furnace, embedded with the space stone, instinctively sensed the danger and spontaneously formed an energy shield around Zayn's body. In an instant, the two converging energies intertwined. With Coulson's special device burning out from overload, everyone watched as the figure still standing on the throne in midair extinguished the flames of hope in their eyes. Coulson weakly released the damaged device in his hand, allowing the scorching cosmic cube to burn a deep pit in the ground. Coulson despairingly knelt on the ground, not even noticing the sharp stones piercing his knees. All sacrifices had been in vain. He could already imagine the scene of Zayn rampaging and slaughtering all life on Earth in a fit of rage. And sensing the failure of the plan, Professor X's mind paused for a moment, but only for a moment. But it was this momentary relaxation that Zayn, who had been resisting so hard, seized the opportunity. Zayn had been searching for Professor X's figure in the torrent of mental power from all living beings. But finding Professor X deliberately hidden among billions of minds wasn't easy. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. Now he found him, which meant Professor X's death knell had already sounded. Suddenly, from the depths of Zayn's soul, the power of death surged out of the sea and enveloped Zayn's soul. Like a sword, it broke through the torrent of mental power and rushed into Professor X's soul sea. I've got you. In Professor X's soul sea, Zayn manifested his figure, looking at Professor X, who was weakly slumped on his wheelchair. This was his soul projection, almost identical to his real self. But because he had overextended his life, the Professor X, who was originally less than 40 years old, now looked like an old man on the brink of death. Child, turn back. Professor X said weakly. Hee hee. Zayn didn't say anything, just chuckled coldly twice. What's wrong with these superheroes, always advising others to put down their weapons at the last moment, as if they could become Buddhas on the spot? Things have progressed to this point, and Zayn is starting to get annoyed. He directly condensed the power of death in Professor X's soul sea into a towering giant palm. As the giant palm descended, Professor X's soul space shattered into nothingness, disappearing. Finally, with Professor X's soul projection being extinguished under the giant palm, the Xavier under X mansion also slumped down lifelessly on the wheelchair. Chapter 145, Phoenix. The brainwave enhancer also automatically stopped running because it couldn't detect any of Professor X's brainwaves, not even a trace. Professor X's was completely dead, and he couldn't even attempt to reincarnate like in the original story. His soul had been completely obliterated by Zayn. Xavier survived by transferring his consciousness into the mind of a comatose man introduced earlier in the movie. What remained there was just a pile of flesh that could still breathe. What Zayn didn't notice was that before dying, Professor X's mouth seemed to reveal a hint of madness and joy. In fact, when Zayn found himself and entered his own soul space, Professor X knew he was undoubtedly doomed. He didn't use his last bit of strength to resist but instead linked with Phoenix, who was still struggling under the magnetic robot amalgam. With hysterical madness, he broke through the mental barriers he had set in Phoenix's soul and left his last words. Let go of everything. Don't be afraid. Release your power, Jean. Go, Phoenix. With Professor X's death, the collective mental power gathered above New York City lost its support and dissipated suddenly, like sand scattered by the wind. When Zayn's soul returned to its body, he saw the following scene. Jean Grey, who was previously pinned under the magnetic robot, struggling for survival, suddenly had pupils that turned completely black. It was like an abyss of darkness, a convergence of all emotions. At the same time, a smile filled with wildness appeared on her face. The magnetic robot that had completely suppressed him collapsed abruptly with the appearance of the fiery red flames suddenly emerging from within Jean Grey. All the vibranium particles inscribed with magnetic particles were completely decomposed by Jean Grey in just an instant. The molecular magnetic robot that had slaughtered all the heroes and once forced them into the abyss of death was completely dead. Zayn saw all of this, realizing that these magnetic robots were only capable of dealing with small fry. Faced with Jean, who unleashed the power of Phoenix, these robots couldn't even restrain her. As Zayn watched the Phoenix shadow emerging behind him, walking towards him through the air. Phoenix, oh no, now she should be called the Dark Phoenix. With the power of the Phoenix added to her, the Dark Phoenix's appearance was extraordinary. Her waist-length hair had been replaced by strands of Phoenix energy, fluttering like flames. Her entire body, including her underwear, had been decomposed by the Phoenix energy, leaving only strands of it covering her key parts. Bathed in the rich and fiery, constantly fluctuating Phoenix energy. The whole person was no longer as embarrassed as before, arousing the most primitive desires at a glance. She looked mysterious and beautiful, like a poppy flower that made people unable to resist. Filled with deadly temptation. Even Zayn, who had already stepped into the realm of the gods after the mental struggle with Professor X just now, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the Dark Phoenix. But it was just a moment. Zayn wasn't one of those mindless bulldozers, otherwise, he wouldn't have had only Lorna as a wife for so many years. The Dark Phoenix looked at Zayn walking towards her, revealing a brilliant smile. With her black eyes and the Phoenix energy surging all over her body, she looked particularly terrifying and frightening. That was the fear from the genetic level that low-level beings faced when confronting the apex existence. At the last moment when Jean's body was taken over by the Dark Phoenix, she left only one obsession. Kill that man. In fact, if it weren't for Jean's last bit of obsession before falling asleep. Only the instinctual consciousness of the Dark Phoenix was interested in mating with Zayn, this powerful man. Don't find it incredible, in the worldview of the Dark Phoenix, giving birth to the most outstanding offspring with powerful males was the most important thing at the moment. This was an instinct imprinted in her human genetic code. With no emotion involved, just instinct. Faced with the unknown and powerful existence of the Dark Phoenix, Zayn went all out. Golden ripples once again covered the entire sky. This time, Zayn didn't choose the energy weapon that would definitely be broken down by the Dark Phoenix. Instead, he chose cold weapons made of vibranium. Seeing how the magnetic robot amalgam she had just dealt with couldn't be broken down by the Dark Phoenix, it seemed that vibranium, one of the strongest metals in the Marvel Universe, could still resist her. Countless swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks of all kinds emerged from the treasure trove portal. These were specially created by Zayn to look cool, but now they unexpectedly came in handy. Cold weapons didn't have the charging time of firearms. In an instant, tens of thousands of weapons were shot out at supersonic speeds, leaving a series of ear-splitting sonic booms in the air, heading straight for the Dark Phoenix. The deafening roar of tens of thousands of sonic booms combined together, directly shattering all the glass in New York City. And Coulson, who was closest, as an ordinary person, was directly shaken to death by the huge sound waves. He died in frustration in the aftermath of the battle between Zayn and the Dark Phoenix. The Dark Phoenix looked at the cloud of weapons coming towards her like rain, and her animalistic intuition told her that these things posed no threat to her. Acting entirely on instinct, she completely trusted her intuition. So without even looking at the vibranium weapons coming towards her, she continued walking towards Zayn. As expected, although all the vibranium weapons had been accelerated to supersonic speeds, they still couldn't penetrate the thin layer of Phoenix energy covering the Dark Phoenix's body. The moment they hit the Dark Phoenix, all the weapons seemed to lose all their kinetic energy. Chapter 146, The Ark. In vain, it fell from the sky and was automatically retrieved by the King's Treasury. This was the first time the S-Class skill, King's Treasury, had failed. Not even the footsteps of the Dark Phoenix were disturbed in the slightest. Although Zayn was somewhat surprised, it was within his expectations. If the Dark Phoenix was so easily dealt with, then she wouldn't deserve to be called an entity capable of destroying the Earth single-handedly. But Zayn had another big guy waiting for her. Suddenly, a portal with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in the sky again. A gun tip emerged from the portal. The next moment, it shot directly towards the Dark Phoenix at supersonic speed, and it wasn't over yet. In midair, the huge spear began to explode and spew out blue flames from its rear and sides, continuously propelling itself with increasing speed. By the time it reached the Dark Phoenix, its speed had reached 1248 times the speed of sound. Zayn named this huge spear the God's Lair Spear. The original design concept was that even if the weapons fired by the King's Treasury didn't reach the speed of light, they would still be able to accelerate continuously after being fired. Until they reached the speed of light. Unfortunately, with the current level of technology, the King's Treasury could only accelerate the God's Lair Spear to 1248 times the speed of sound in an instant. It was still far, far away from the speed of light, considering that the speed of light was 882,353 times the speed of sound. Moreover, if an object moved at the speed of light and collided with a star, it would theoretically trigger the collapse of the star. Thus, destroying the star and the surrounding planets, turning the entire star system into hell. Of course, these were just Zayn conjectures, impossible to achieve at the current stage. But Zayn believed that with the increasing number of treasures in the vault of the king, this would one day be possible. Now the Dark Phoenix finally felt the crisis, gathering a large amount of Phoenix energy for defense based on instinctual guidance. The next moment, the God's Lair Spear slammed into the constantly fluctuating Phoenix energy. The tremendous kinetic energy directly pierced through the Phoenix energy, embedding itself in the Dark Phoenix's skin, but it stopped there. Although the rear of the God's Lair Spear continued to explode, providing kinetic energy, it still couldn't penetrate any further. But at this moment, the Dark Phoenix didn't dare to relax. Otherwise, the next second, the God's Lair spear, which was still accelerating, would poke a big hole in her. She also tried to disintegrate the God's Lair spear with Phoenix energy, but the God's Lair spear made of vibranium had a molecular structure so strong that it would take a lot of time even for the Dark Phoenix to disintegrate it. In the battlefield, every second counted, and there wasn't much time available to the Dark Phoenix. While the Dark Phoenix was still locked in a stalemate with the God's Lair spear, Zayn didn't idle either. He certainly wouldn't miss the chance to kick someone who was already down. Suddenly, Zayn appeared behind the Dark Phoenix, gathering a large amount of deathly power on the index finger of his right hand. Then, without any mercy, he aimed at the back of the Dark Phoenix's head. In battle, gender made no difference. Who cared if you were pretty or not, or if you had a good figure? By the time the Dark Phoenix's instinct warned her, Zayn's index finger was only 1 centimeter away from the back of her head. Seeing the Phoenix energy suddenly appearing in front of his index finger, Zayn showed no intention of stopping, allowing this mass of Phoenix energy to decompose the flesh and blood on his finger into molecules, leaving only the pale golden finger bone with condensed substantial deathly power. The excruciating pain of having all 10 fingers connected did not shake Zayn's consciousness, which had already been honed to diamond-like hardness. The next moment, the deathly power pierced through the Phoenix energy without hesitation, directly poking the back of the Dark Phoenix's head. Instantly, all the Phoenix energy retracted into the body of the Phoenix, like swallows returning to their nests. And the God's Lair spear, which lost its obstruction, pierced through her body with unparalleled kinetic energy, creating a bottomless hole in the ground. It was only when the fuel was exhausted and the kinetic energy disappeared that the King's treasury automatically retrieved it. And the large hole in the Dark Phoenix's body was instantly filled with the red Phoenix energy, forming a red crystal on her body surface, enveloping her within it. This was the spontaneous protection of the Phoenix energy for its host. Just now, Zayn's full-powered death finger had shattered the Dark Phoenix's soul into pieces. But under the protection of the Phoenix energy, she didn't end up like the Hulk, only falling into a deep sleep. Believing that under the influence of the Phoenix energy, she would one day be revived. Zayn also tried other means to attack the red crystal, such as the A-class skill, Son of Light, and the deathly power, but they only left small or large scars on it and were instantly filled with Phoenix energy again. Zayn didn't waste any more effort, directly leaving the Dark Phoenix behind and scanning the entire battlefield. With that, the war came to a complete end. The only person left alive was the Phoenix, who didn't know how long she would sleep. Zayn took a final look at his villa and the distant scenery, then walked into the Ark without looking back. The vibranium particles on the ground were freely retrieved by the Vault of the King. At this moment, there was no one cheering for Zayn's victory. Zayn left like a lonely king. The road he was going to take was destined to be lonely. But there was still one thing Zayn hadn't done yet. He hadn't forgotten the mastermind behind this war. Suddenly, among the turrets covering the hull of the Ark, 117 of them adjusted their direction, and the next moment, 117 missiles were launched directly. The targets were the government headquarters of the 117 countries involved in the war. Zayn didn't care about the life or death of those politicians next. With the missiles locked onto them, they were doomed. Now, no anti-aircraft system on Earth could intercept these vibranium-made super missiles loaded on the Ark. Every weapon that could be carried on the Ark was carefully selected by the King's treasury. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every weapon on the Ark far surpassed the current level of Earth's technology. And Zayn didn't let the King's treasury directly drive the Ark out of the Earth, but instead let it fly over the Himalayas. Zayn wanted to go there to ask someone for something. On the way to the Himalayas, Zayn didn't activate the Ark's stealth mode. He just passed over the airspace of various cities, letting the Ark expose itself to the world's eyes. People from various countries uploaded videos to the internet after seeing the Ark passing over their airspace, and rumors of alien invasions began to spread. Chapter 147, Will He Come Back? For a moment, rumors of alien invasion on Earth began to spread. Some cynical people even united with others to form a sect within a short span of a few dozen minutes. The idea was to welcome the arrival of aliens, eradicate human tyranny, and establish a new kingdom. Of course, Zayn couldn't be bothered with any of this. The Ark reached its destination in just 20 minutes. Looking at the sanctuary of Camartage, shrouded in the shadow of the massive Ark, and the sorcerers who had already taken out their artifacts and were ready to resist the Ark, Zayn, who had just gone through a fierce battle, felt nothing in his heart. He even thought about hitting them with a Death Star cannon. Let these people experience the feeling of being obliterated. Just as Zayn was looking at Camartage, various malicious thoughts surged in his mind. A bald woman, her eyes full of wisdom, walked out of the Camartage main hall, and ordered her disciples to put down their weapons. The next moment, Zayn suddenly appeared in front of the Ancient One, ignoring the wary looks of the sorcerer's novices who had picked up their artifacts again. Ready to leave, the Ancient One said calmly. Yeah. Zayn nodded. Although the Ancient One hadn't participated in the battle against Zayn, she had been remotely spying with magic. Zayn had always been able to sense the Ancient One's gaze on the battlefield. He also knew why this old woman hadn't joined the superheroes in besieging him. It was simply because she was afraid that Zayn would drop a few more super-nuclear bombs like last time, completely ruining the Earth. "Why have you come to me?" The Ancient One's tone remained as calm as stagnant water, without the slightest ripple. As if the Zayn standing before her was not a great demon who had just slaughtered all the superheroes, but a visitor dropping by. "I want the coordinates of Asgard." Zayn didn't beat around the bush, directly stating the purpose of his visit. To travel through the universe, you needed star maps, otherwise, it was like being blind. And as the ruler of the 9 realms, Asgard definitely had its own star map. The final piece of Zayn's cosmic journey puzzle was in Asgard. Originally, Zayn had planned to wait until Thor, the god of thunder, was exiled to Earth before making his move, using Thor to enter Asgard. But plans couldn't keep up with changes, and now he could only ask the Ancient One for it. He believed that she, who had lived for thousands of years, must have been to Asgard and naturally would have its spatial coordinates. The Ancient One was also a straightforward person. Without saying anything, she directly used magic to gather a holographic image of Asgard. After looking at it for 3 seconds, Zayn nodded at the Ancient One, indicating that he had remembered it. Then he teleported back to the Ark directly. Looking up at the disappearing Ark in the sky, embedded in a huge space wormhole, complex emotions continued to flicker in the Ancient One's eyes, wondering what she was thinking. After a while, as if she had made up her mind, the Ancient One directly opened a portal and arrived at the battlefield where Zayn had fought before. This time, she brought the Eye of Agamotto, inset with the Time Stone. After a burst of the Time Stone's unique green light on the battlefield, the Ancient One's face became even paler. Even some age spots appeared on her body, which was maintained by dark power. She had to do this. If she lost these people, there would be no one to defend the Earth after she died. Under the influence of the Time Stone's power, the river of time on the battlefield began to flow backward. The solidified rocks and magma lakes began to rapidly shrink in scope until they completely turned into flat ground. The severed limbs and arms on the battlefield also flew up out of nowhere, piecing together complete human bodies. After 1 minute, the entire battlefield was restored to its original state before the battle against Zayn. Of course, such a large-scale alteration of history by reversing time had its price for the Ancient One. Her body quickly aged and collapsed, and this process was irreversible. Until the last person was resurrected, the Ancient One immediately closed the Eye of Agamotto. Of course, the Ancient One could only do so much. As for the buildings destroyed in New York City and the politicians who had been turned into ashes by missiles. Who were they? The Ancient One asked. Sorry, in the river of time, these people didn't even make a splash. These politicians were not indispensable, and if one wave died, another wave would surely rise. In other words, none of them were worth the Ancient One's special attention. With or without them, the world would remain the same. The only exception that the Ancient One did not reverse time for was the Dark Phoenix, who was already sleeping in the red crystal. Not because she didn't want to, but because the price of reversing time for the host of the Phoenix energy was beyond her imagination. Even if she sacrificed her life completely, it might not be enough to restore the Black Phoenix to its former state as Jean Grey. And Professor X, who was still underground at the X-Mansion, the Ancient One made a special trip to reverse time for him. And brought the still bewildered Professor X to the battlefield. The Ancient One had some things to explain to these resurrected people. Iron Man opened the fully restored anti-Hulk armor and walked out, hesitantly feeling his body. I'm not dead. I remember. At the same time, other resurrected superheroes were also puzzled. They clearly remembered being killed by Zayn or Zayn's army. Nick Fury looked at the 2 big bald heads in front of him, and his intuition told him. The reason why they had been resurrected was because of the bald woman in mage robes. Who are you? Nick Fury asked puzzledly. At the same time, all the superheroes also noticed the presence of the Ancient One, and their gazes fell on her together. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that the war is over. After hearing the Ancient One's words, everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, showing gratitude for having survived the catastrophe. At this moment, Tony hesitantly asked. What about Zayn? Just as the resurrected superheroes remembered the terrifying existence they would never forget, they all eagerly looked at the Ancient One, afraid she would reveal that Zayn was still here. Don't worry, Zayn Sai has left Earth. Where did he go? Tony asked. The Ancient One shook her head without answering. Earth wasn't ready to know about Asgard's existence yet. Otherwise, after being ravaged by Zayn and with another higher civilization next to it, Earth, driven by persecution paranoia, would definitely develop weapons like crazy, pulling everyone onto the chariot and heading towards the abyss of destruction together. Nick Fury had been observing the elegant Ancient One full of wisdom, while also pondering the truth behind the resurrection of his people. In the end, 1,000 words condensed into one sentence. Will he come back? Chapter 148, Asgard. I don't know either, but even without you guys, Zayn Sai will leave Earth soon, the Ancient One said with a sigh. This place is too fragile for him in the end, the Ancient One sighed and said. Zayn is the most talented individual she has ever seen in her lifetime. If it weren't for his overly free-spirited personality, the Ancient One really wanted him to inherit her mantle. Let him take up the banner of guarding the Earth and become the new Sorcerer Supreme. but alas. After answering the questions, the Ancient One walked into the portal without looking back, disappearing from the battlefield and returning to Camartage. After answering the questions of those heroes and avoiding their random guesses. Since Earth has now returned to the right track, the Ancient One staying here would only add trouble. Now she needs to return to Camartage and fall into a deep sleep, delaying the impending death. She won't intervene until there's a crisis on Earth again. Until her successor appears, she can finally rest assured and enter that eternal peace. After the Ancient One left, the superheroes looked at each other and finally left in agreement, each in their own way. Everyone went back to their own business. No one paid any attention to Nick Fury anymore. This time, this bastard really screwed them over. Zayn had wanted to leave Earth a long time ago, and he still pulled off this stunt. Thinking about all the effort they had put in before, they all felt it wasn't worth it. We must stay away from this shitty shield and this bastard, was the unanimous thought of everyone present. Even Black Widow and Hawkeye, who belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D., looked at Nick Fury with strange eyes. Nick Fury felt like crying without tears at this moment. Seeing the way the superheroes looked at him before leaving, he knew that his Avengers initiative was getting farther and farther away from him. Everyone tacitly avoided Zayn's villa. Although the bald woman had said that Zayn had already left Earth, who knew if he would come back? What if he came back and saw that his villa had been demolished? What if he launched another massacre? Their luck wouldn't be so good next time, and there wouldn't be anyone to resurrect them again. Nick Fury didn't pay attention to Zayn's villa either. Although he knew that such an undamaged villa in such an intense battle must have some secrets. But he still didn't have any thoughts of demolishing it for research. Not because of anything else, just because he was really scared of Zayn. The fear brought by Zayn had deeply rooted in his heart. Although Nick Fury knew that this situation was extremely unfavorable to his career, he still couldn't help it. He even decided to send several teams of agents to protect Zayn's villa 24/7 when he returned. Indeed, Zayn's choice was correct. Let this world feel pain. These deeply scheming politicians and agents would never learn to respect the strong if they did not taste pain. On the Ark, Zayn, who was holding Lorna, suddenly smiled inexplicably. He had already felt the sudden disappearance of several new additions from the realm of dead. Looking forward to seeing you all again, Zayn muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. Zayn really wanted to know what expressions these superheroes would have when they saw him again next time. Zayn had already anticipated that the Ancient One would use the Time Stone to resurrect those superheroes, and she had to do so. Otherwise, when aliens or many supervillains appear in the future, the unprepared Earth will surely fall into chaos. But in a flash, Zayn put these things out of his mind. Because Asgard has arrived. Asgard is the leader of the 9 realms, also known as the Divine Realm. The Asgardians who live there have a history of at least tens of thousands of years, as far as Zayn knows. Moreover, the Asgardian status in the Marvel Universe is extremely respected. Even the Collector, who has lived for tens of millions of years, bows respectfully to them. The absolute status requires absolute strength to maintain. Earlier, Asgard had Odin the Sky Father, the King of the Gods, the Queen of the Gods, Freya, the Goddess of Death, Hela, the Destroyer who resided in Odin's treasury, the Guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, and the invincible Valkyrie army, and so on. Asgard once trampled through the 9 realms, conquered the Frost Giants, and massacred the Dark Elves. By relying on their own strength, they completely subdued the other 8 civilizations. But the most powerful empires often do not fall because of external threats. Instead, they start to collapse from within. Odin, who completely made the 9 realms submit to him, perhaps felt tired suddenly and wanted to be a kind king. Hela, who was obsessed with war and death, was not willing to stop her bloodthirsty heart. Resolutely launched a war of usurpation against her father, King Odin. In that great battle, the Valkyrie army, known for their invincibility, was almost completely slaughtered by Hela. Only a few Valkyries who were disheartened hid in various corners of the universe. After paying a painful price, Odin finally sealed Hela in hell. Asgard also suffered a sharp decline in strength due to this internal strife. In fact, this internal turmoil was ultimately just Odin's family affair. But with the martial spirit of all Asgardians, they could still suppress the 9 realms, making others dare not think differently. In this way, the peace of the 9 realms was maintained for more than 1,000 years. But as Odin aged and the peaceful poison gradually dulled the hot blood in the hearts of the Asgardians, some people with ulterior motives began to stir again. Of course, they were just testing the waters. An old tiger is still a tiger. As long as Odin is alive, they dare not attack Asgard brazenly. However, although Zayn admitted Asgard's strength, he still didn't look up to them. Even if Asgardians are just civilians, they have a lifespan of thousands of years, and their physical strength far exceeds that of humans. Bullets hitting them can't even penetrate their skin. So the people of Asgard call themselves gods, although they have gained recognition from most people in the universe. But in Zayn's eyes, they are just powerful aliens, far from the existence of gods. Even Zayn himself is only a demigod now. Why do these people call themselves gods? Chapter 149, Bifrost. Who gave them the courage? However, Zayn must admit one thing. That is, the construction of Asgard is really too good. It is not an exaggeration to say that the scenery here is the most beautiful Zayn and Lorna have ever seen. Although Asgard is the leader of the 9 realms, it is not like other 8 realms, a planet. It is like a city floating in the nebula of the universe. The beauty of its scenery, when viewed from the outside, is like a fairyland floating in the dark universe. It is unforgettable. Inside, surrounded by mountains, classical and luxurious buildings are dotted among the mountains. And there are rivers pouring down from the boundaries, hanging one rainbow after another in the boundless space, dreamlike. Some floating islands in the air are connected by gold bridges inlaid with reliefs. The exquisite layout and beauty of the entire Asgard are impeccable. It can be said that every plant and tree exudes delicacy. It is a veritable earthly paradise. While Zayn and Lorna were immersed in the beautiful scenery of Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost Bridge, also noticed the ark suddenly appearing above the Bifrost. Heimdall immediately sounded the alarm and notified the entire city of Asgard to be on guard. At the same time, Heimdall drew the Bifrost sword, Hofund, and stood in front of Zayn and Lorna, who had teleported from the ark to the Bifrost. Strangers, please explain the purpose of your visit to Asgard. Heimdall stared at Zayn with his eyes capable of seeing the 9 realms. Seeing the dense muzzles on the hull of the ark, he knew that this was not a spaceship for tourism. What was the purpose of such a warship suddenly appearing in Asgard? Heimdall couldn't help but prepare for the worst. If Zayn wanted to invade, Heimdall would never hesitate to use his body to block Zayn's invasion. It is his highest honor to sacrifice for Asgard. However, it is a pity that Zayn, who has just gone through a great battle, is currently in his wise moment and has no intention of waging war with Asgard. Zayn looked at the vigilant Heimdall, especially for a few seconds more attention to the sword in his hand and his eyes, then suddenly smiled. Heimdall, you were still peeping at me from the Bifrost before, why is your memory so bad now? Reminded by Zayn like this, Heimdall's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered the terrifying existence he had seen on a barren plain while observing the Midgard, Earth, before. And when he looked at Zayn's face with a mocking smile, he finally remembered Zayn's existence. So he put down the sword in his hand. How could this be possible? In the moment Heimdall remembered Zayn, the sword in his hand tightened even more. In his eyes, Zayn exuded an overwhelming breath of death. Heimdall had only seen this kind of breath on one person, Odin's eldest daughter, the goddess of death, Hela. It's just that the death breath on Zayn is much stronger than Hela's, giving Heimdall a more deadly feeling. Respected strong one, what is your purpose in coming to Asgard? Heimdall asked again vigilantly. Call Odin out, you can't decide this. Zayn said calmly. Upon hearing this, Heimdall's tense muscles slowly relaxed. If Zayn had come to harm Asgard, he would have acted long ago. Why would he have called King Odin? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? And this time Zayn teleported to the Bifrost with Lorna, where is there any fighting with female dependents? So Heimdall slowly let go of his guard, but Asgard's defense system is still in an active state. All the artillery are aimed at the ark floating above the Bifrost. Heimdall's lips moved, but no sound came out. It is estimated that he was informing Odin of the situation here. The next moment, Zayn saw from a distance that an old man wearing golden armor and holding a spear rushed out of the palace in Asgard. Just as Zayn saw Odin, Odin also felt something, and he stared at Zayn across the void. The next moment, Odin turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared on the Bifrost. Heimdall instinctively stepped back 2 steps and stood behind Odin. Demigod from Midgard, may I ask how to address you? Odin asked politely while holding the eternal spear. Zayn sighed, King Odin. Zayn nodded towards Odin, smiling. For Odin, the king of the gods, whose strength even surpasses that of the Ancient One, Zayn will still give the appropriate respect. Moreover, he has no grudge against Asgard, and they have not caused trouble for themselves. Zayn is not a mad dog that barks at everyone he sees. Faced with a strong existence, and one who is stronger than himself in all aspects, if he confronts them head-on, it is either brain damage or arrogance. Moreover, Zayn came for the star chart this time, so he should have a respectful attitude when seeking help. After seeing Zayn's attitude, Odin and Heimdall completely let go of their worries. At least they, who have lived for thousands of years, can still see that Zayn, this young strong one, is not here to cause trouble for Asgard. Lord Zayn, what is the purpose of your visit to Asgard this time? Odin also returned a friendly smile to Zayn. I want a star chart of Asgard. Zayn directly stated his goal for this trip. After hearing Zayn's words, Odin subconsciously frowned. It is important to know that the star chart is an absolute strategic secret of a civilization, and it is even more important than scientific and technological knowledge. Every star chart is explored inch by the predecessors of a civilization, using their own blood and lives. And if their star chart of Asgard is obtained by Zayn, who can guarantee that Zayn will not follow the guidance of the star chart to plunder the planets under Asgard's control? If it weren't for Zayn's decent attitude, just this sentence would have been enough for Odin to go to war with Zayn. Sorry, I can't agree to your request. Odin shook his head firmly. Zayn also didn't want to take things for nothing and directly take away their precious star chart. I can negotiate with Asgard. A confident smile appeared on Zayn's lips. He believed that Odin would definitely agree to his transaction. Oh. Odin also became interested. He also wanted to see what Zayn, this demigod from Midgard, wanted to exchange with him for the star chart of Asgard. To be honest, even if it is still floating above the Bifrost and made entirely of vibranium, the value of the ark is not as valuable as the star map. Chapter 150, A Prophecy. Lord Zayn, what do you wish to exchange? Odin asked curiously. A prophecy. A prophecy. Odin exclaimed in surprise. Not because he doubted Zayn's prophecy. In fact, powerful beings like Zayn had their own dignity as powerful entities. They wouldn't stoop to spreading such low-level lies. What surprised Odin was that Zayn also possessed the ability to foresee the future. His queen, Frigga, also had the ability to foresee the future, but she could only see fleeting images. And it wasn't certain when these events would occur, or if they would happen at all. Even so, Frigga's foresight had helped Asgard avoid many dangers. It could be said that Asgard's long-term stability was greatly owed to Frigga, the queen of the gods. So Odin was astonished when Zayn mentioned exchanging for a prophecy, and he began to value Zayn even more. That's right, a prophecy, and it's about the twilight of the gods. Zayn smiled. Upon hearing the words, twilight of the gods, Odin suddenly tightened his grip on the spear, his divine power surging through him. The twilight of the gods was the future his wife had earliest and most frequently foreseen. But Odin and all the people of Asgard had still not detected any signs, ultimately only able to caution future generations by recording it in history books. For thousands of years, the twilight of the gods had been a concern for Odin, and hearing Zayn mention it made him excited. Is the information accurate? Odin asked with a slightly trembling voice, suppressing his excitement. 100% accurate. Seeing Odin's reaction, Zayn's eyes brightened, thinking there might be some intrigue. Upon hearing Zayn's affirmative reply, Odin discreetly took a few deep breaths, suppressing his excitement, pondering for a moment before responding. Lord Zayn, I accept your offer, but I also require something in return. Odin stared intently at Zayn with his one eye. Upon hearing Odin's somewhat demanding tone, Zayn subtly furrowed his brow. What is it? Your favor, I need you to lend aid to Asgard once in the future when it faces a life-threatening crisis. Odin said sincerely. He could sense Zayn's strength and youthfulness. Although Odin believed he could currently overpower Zayn, youth meant an infinite future. Zayn, at only 21 years old, was already so powerful, who knew how much stronger he would become in the future. This was why Odin had always held Zayn in such high regard. With thousands of years of experience, Odin could anticipate that once Zayn emerged onto the cosmic stage, he would rapidly become incredibly powerful. This additional condition from Odin was to provide Asgard with an ally and assurance. Odin was growing old, nearing his moment of demise, and Asgard's new ruler was not yet qualified to inherit his throne. Previously, his eldest daughter had the qualifications and power, but Hellas' ideology was too extreme, ultimately leading Asgard towards destruction. Upon hearing Odin's additional request, Zayn rubbed his chin, a characteristic gesture when he was contemplating. After weighing the pros and cons, Zayn finally had an answer. I can agree to your request, but I will only intervene once. And if the enemy is too powerful for me to handle, then this agreement is automatically nullified, Zayn said seriously. Odin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He also agreed with Zayn's request. After all, one couldn't demand someone to risk their life as part of an agreement. Zayn's willingness to agree indicated he was a person of commitment, which made Odin even more reassured. If Asgard encountered an enemy that even Zayn couldn't defeat in the future, then it would be Asgard's fate. Don't worry, since you have an additional request, it would be unfair if I didn't make one too, Zayn said with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was said that old age didn't come alone, and Odin was a perfect example of this saying. Although he appeared upright, there was undoubtedly a darker side to him. Haha, alright, Lord Zayn, feel free to make your request. As long as it's not too unreasonable, I swear by my honor as the king of the gods that I will fulfill it, Odin said with a relieved smile. At this moment, Zayn could already be considered an ally of Asgard, and Odin was genuinely happy that Asgard had gained a promising ally. It's nothing major, I just want my people to learn some of your basic technologies, Zayn said, retracting his previously feigned dissatisfaction. Odin had opened himself up generously, showing great magnanimity, which was a sincere gesture. Zayn, of course, wouldn't make any unreasonable requests. Upon hearing Zayn's simple request, Odin readily agreed. If it had been high-end or core technologies, he might have hesitated, but basic technologies were hardly worth Odin's concern. At this moment, Odin admired Zayn, the future limitless powerhouse, even more. He even reminded Zayn that Asgard's technological structure was unique, combining magic and traditional technology. Zayn readily agreed, understanding that with the existence of Skynet, an artificial intelligence life form, basic technologies would lead to the rapid development of advanced technologies. Zayn believed that Asgard's unique technology would undoubtedly enrich his own foundation. Now that the deal had been struck, Zayn naturally had to fulfill his promise. His powerful soul directly simulated a long series of scenes, which if seen by the people of Earth, would undoubtedly recognize as scenes from the movie Thor, Ragnarok. However, Zayn intentionally omitted some scenes, only revealing the specific process of the Twilight of the Gods. As for the involvement of the Hulk, Thor's unexpected encounter with the Grandmaster, or their spaceship encountering Thanos, Zayn did not include these scenes. Finally, a ball of light flew out of Zayn's forehead directly towards Odin's head. Unaware of any danger or anomaly, Odin generously did not dodge, allowing this unknown light ball to enter his mind. One shouldn't underestimate the intuition of a seasoned warrior like Odin. Sometimes, their intuition was more useful than what their eyes saw or ears heard. In the instant the ball of light entered Odin's mind, he seemed to traverse through the river of time. As an onlooker, he clearly witnessed his own downfall. The return of his eldest daughter, the death goddess Hela. And her subsequent massacre of Asgard's army and people upon returning to Asgard. Finally, he saw Thor, the god of thunder, awakening his true power after Hela blinded one of his eyes.